Європейським лідерам не вдалося переконати президента Віктора Януковича підписати угоду про асоціацію з ЄС під час Вільнюського саміту.
Думаю, українські лідери обрали шлях в нікуди.
Український уряд отримає позику 15 мільярдів доларів.
15 миллиардов долларов США. 15 миллиардов долларов США.
Це символічний день. ЄС стоїть пліч-опліч з народом та урядом України і готовий підтримувати українців політично та економічно.
Witają Ukraińców. Europa stała do was bliżej.
Россия будет бороться за свои интересы до конца.
United in our support of your country. Because we're going to stand with you as long as it takes.
Ми рекомендуємо розпочати процес переговорів.
Вітаю всіх. Для того, щоб Україна вступила до Європейського Союзу і вступила до НАТО, Україну треба зберегти як державу. І українців треба врятувати як націю. Військовий злочинець Володимир Путін продовжує вбивати. Військовий злочинець Володимир Путін продовжує відправляти щодня ракети. Він не зупиняється. І він не зупиниться.
Missiles on Ukraine. He's not stopping, and he will not stop. He needs to be stopped. This is what we are holding this forum for, to wake up the world, understanding the fact that the conclusions made before the First World War and the Second World War were not made. Delay, day in and day out, costs lives of Ukrainians and the very existence of the Ukrainian state. Our call for the whole civilized world is such that we, as a state, Ukraine, should prevail. Give us weapons. We need not just air defense capabilities. We need missiles to hit Russia. We need weapons to drive the Russian invaders out of our territory. We don't need assistance as much as we can, but assistance as long until Ukraine prevails. This is an existential question for Ukraine, for the whole world. Together we shall prevail. I am inviting Vice Prime Minister Stefanishina to the stage. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, Ms. Vice Prime Minister. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being with us today. A brief remark before we start. If there's an air alert, we will go immediately to the shelter, the way we did yesterday. Let us hope that we'll have a quiet day today, but as you can see, there's every ground for concern. So, should that happen, please go straight to the shelter. Everything is equipped there to continue our dialogue. Ms. Vice Prime Minister, thank you very much for being with us. Maybe we'll make a brief digression at the beginning in view of the latest missile attack of the Russian Federation against our energy sector. There were strikes on the Dnipro hydroelectric power stations. What reaction are you expecting from our European and world partners' reaction to this tragedy? Well, first of all, we are expecting to get weapons. And when we speak about the lack of decision to that effect on the part of the US, and we know that in the warehouses for several months, that the second and the third package is ready and it is not forthcoming. That's why we say the situation is bad for Ukraine now. It's very bad. In the meantime, the world is failing to mobilize proper assistance for us. The Russian Federation, in the meantime, is trying to exhaust our resources which we do have available. And there's nothing surprising in the fact that Russia stops at nothing, and for them, the lives of Ukrainians and even Russians, for that matter, is absolutely nothing. We welcome the statements which we heard yesterday. We heard from Admiral Rabauer yesterday, and we spoke to him yesterday at a meeting, and he discussed this issue with many officials, that the decision taken by Denmark in terms of transfer of their strategic reserves to Ukraine, in terms of artillery, this could be an example for other NATO countries, just because assistance for Ukraine and building up our military capabilities is also about the defense of our allies. So we need more weapons, and all political statements will follow. There's a package of assistance from the US that Ukraine has been looking forward to for several months. What are the forecasts for that? Because as time passes on, the decision is being delayed on and on. Well, obviously, the American partners tell us that we should learn how to play poker. They say that we do not understand the intricacies of the American politics. They say that we are being too emotional reacting to their actions, and they call for us to be more reserved. But we emphasize that the situation even now is very bad. If there was the Minister of Finance in this chair, and I can cite what he said over the last 2 months, we've received 10% of the funds which we need for the state to survive, and we have not received the military assistance which was planned by more than 50 countries within the Ramstein framework. If the decision is taken to that effect, it'll be for this year. And yesterday I came back from Brussels, and we've synchronized our actions with our colleagues, but I can say that the forecasts are not very optimistic. There was a very high-profile article this morning in the Financial Times alleging that Washington asks Ukraine not to hit Russian oil refineries and gas stations. What was the response of the Ukrainian side? Well, the Ukrainian side responded by successful operations conducted on the territory of the Russian Federation. There were statements of other officials as well, and saying that those targets are absolutely legitimate. We are prosecuting the war by ways and means which are available for us, and by practices which we have available. And such statements, like for instance in February 2022, I spoke to the headquarters of NATO, asking them to address the UN, because they could cover our skies. They said, Olga, you don't understand NATO standards. In our terminology, covering up the skies means primarily to destroy the infrastructure of Russia, including the factories where they produce missiles. So we are acting according to NATO standards. Talking about European integration prospects, we are now looking forward to the beginning of the accession talks. We've heard that Ukraine hopes that the talks will start in the first half of the year. What is the main hurdle on the way to those talks? Well, I wouldn't call that a hurdle or an obstacle. We're trying to realize that the euphoria of consensus decisions, which we saw when the decision about the negotiations was originally taken, this euphoria and this practice has become kind of a routine. But now we need consensus decisions at all the other levels. We had no obstacles to approve the general framework for talks in March, but now European elections are in pipeline, and we have a gentleman agreement among the majority of the European Union countries that the framework will be put in place in June. Yesterday there was a meeting of European Council, and the ministers of foreign affairs were tasked that we should do this in June. I'm quite relaxed about that. The president is not, but I think that we will have this decision in June. We have already started the official screening of the legislation. The heads of our sectoral delegations call that legislation by different names. Some call that this is a series of lectures or otherwise, but one way or another, in June we will start the next stage of our adaptation of our legislation to European norms. The process does not look the way we read about it in the books. And basically, by the time when negotiation talks, the sections of the talks are starting. So by that moment, you should know everything, what you're supposed to do, and what are the positions of all the sides. So the process is more political in nature. That's why the screening process is really key. And we are within this process now. Looking at this process in general, what do you think will be the most difficult part? The adaptation of legislation, and in terms of political demands at the level of the European Union, what should be the most demanding task? Well, we should ensure some emotional stability, because we see a certain disbalance here. We are fighting for our survival, for our identity. Therefore, the European process is about getting resolved in the consensus so that the 27 countries. So it is the everyday motto with the European Union as an organization is nothing personal. It's only work. So we should be emotionally well balanced. Sometimes we suffer traumas, like it is in the case with our Polish colleagues, but we should ensure that we are politically and emotionally stable, that we shape up our negotiation positions, and by the time of negotiations, we are fully aware of all the tasks that stand before us, and we need to get ready to have a very robust position in terms of time framework and all the rest. And the third point is the burden of Ukraine as the leader of the enlargement of the European Union. I'd like to emphasize on that, and Oliver Varhey, a Hungarian commissioner, I told him that we are thankful to him that we are moving forward in this process. And Oliver said, you know, in Hungary they say that you always have to harness the best and the fastest horse. So we try to follow that path, and being a leader of enlargement against the backdrop of war is really a tough endeavor. Some people will try to use it for scoring political points, or using the issue of Ukraine and accession for political gains. That's why we are very cautious in every step that we make, and we decided that the major decisions of ours will be taken in June and not in March, not to become a hostage to the political process of pre-election campaigns in the EU. But it's going to be difficult, definitely. Speaking about relations with individual countries of the EU, Poland, Hungary, the Slovak Republic, what is the scope of this misunderstanding with those countries, and what are their prospects for the future in terms of relations with other countries, which might be problematic as well? We're changing our approaches. Before every decision that we are planning, we work out a map of actions, as it were. When we filed a bid for membership, we intended to work primarily with the countries of Central Europe, with the countries of the old Europe. When we fought for the beginning of negotiation process, France and Germany were on our side, and the main objections were from Hungary. Then there occurred cases that you're very well aware of in Poland. We now believe that the key importance should be attached to our neighboring countries. As regards the Slovak Republic, we respect the position of the incumbent government. That's why we are holding a series of intergovernmental meetings. In the near future, we are expecting another intergovernmental meeting. More than 10 agreements have been put in place. And, well, we understand that the Slovak Republic will not be in the tank for Ukraine, but anyway, we hope that our relations will be more or less balanced. The same can be said about relations with Hungary, and even in the yesterday's meeting of the European Council, we could see proofs thereof. Likewise, with Poland, we managed to focus on the issues of Polish farmers. This is not an issue of the overall relationship between Ukraine and Poland, and we hope that the general friendship between the two countries will remain. So our key priority now is good relations with our neighboring countries. As regards the summit of NATO in Washington, we have a lot of expectations, but what can Ukraine realistically get at that summit? I'll put it that way. So far, we have not found a person among all our partners or the headquarters with whom we could speak about this in earnest. What do you mean by that? I mean that now all the dialogues with the headquarters boils down to the fact to them saying, relax and behave calmly during the Washington, because we don't know what Trump is up to when he comes to power. Well, obviously now we are not talking about membership in NATO, and even before the summit in Washington, we suggested a format of an invitation, which would be very preferable for Ukraine. What I find strange is the position of the Allies, because obviously the Allies do not think that NATO can offer Ukraine mechanisms which will make it possible for Ukraine to defend itself. I think that even the Allies themselves do not believe in NATO now. Well, this is a very interesting statement. I think we'll be able to discuss it in more detail later. Our expectation was that probably we will have some kind of an invitation which will be made at that summit. From what you said, I see that you think this will hardly happen because of the instability which we are currently observing in the US. We have no illusions. Our position is very simple and straightforward. The issue of invitation means much more for us than just a political message. Given all the statements made by NATO throughout all the years of our independence were nothing but words on paper. Those were not obligatory decisions. Like the summit of 2008, Bush came to Bucharest from Kyiv with President Yushchenko. And in 2020 in Brussels, we heard nothing but words. I was being told, Olga, just understand, they never had a real intention to support you. Those were just words. Just like now, what we see is just statements and words on paper. That's it.
And the issue of invitation, it's not an issue of giving weapons to Ukraine or closing the sky or the issue of Article 5. It's an issue of a legal decision. And I would like to remind our foreign colleagues who very actively visited Moscow after the start of the full-scale war, trying to be intermediaries, and those who announced their intermediary intentions. I would like to say to the NATO allies that invitation of Ukraine to NATO is a guarantee that there would be no negotiations behind behind Ukraine, and the only thing which which satisfies me is that the attitude of allies to the decision and to the summit is different, because the decisions are not made at summit. Summit is just a networking. That's why we are called upon not spoiling the atmosphere. This decision may be adopted at any moment. We should not wait for a specific meeting at the level of leaders. Yes, so far we don't have any counterpart with whom we would be able to have this dialogue. This does not mean that there is no support. At the moment of Vilnius Summit, 29 NATO allies supported in the idea of inviting Ukraine to NATO, and 9 of them, the whole eastern flank, blocked all other decisions, and nothing could break them down, any threats. But there are key countries which resist this decision. These are United States and Germany. And I think that the United States do not allow this dialogue even to develop, which makes me very sad. What about the dialogue between Ukraine and the United States on this? No development, nothing. They're also preparing to Washington Summit, and we are preparing, but it's done separately. And in spite of all you said, and which demands very thorough attention, within the months we've heard from time to time about some specific format of Ukraine's membership at NATO, potential entry to NATO in parts, or NATO umbrella over the territory of Ukraine, which is controlled by the government. We heard that from Anders Fogh Rasmussen, ex-Secretary General of NATO. Do Ukrainian leaders think about any hybrid format of Ukraine's membership at NATO? We are thinking in such categories that we do everything which allows us to survive. That's why, speaking theoretically, could have happened if NATO suddenly took a decision to invite Ukraine. We don't want to speak about it at all. But I would like to look at the situation from another standpoint. The allies themselves don't see NATO as a forum in which any discussions could take place with regards to security guarantees to Ukraine, including military support. For this discussion to take place, there is a need in a legal decision, because at NATO, any decisions are taken according to a relevant procedure. This should be a legal decision, a relevant structure, guidelines. This is the first. And the second, the allies should see NATO as a forum where such dialogue could take place, and then especially in view of the decision that Ukraine could be the country which would be covered by Article 5 of Washington Treaty. We were offered very many different ideas, and at the beginning of the war, I would like to remind you that NATO airspace is a territory about 100 kilometers from NATO borders. So as a minimum, decision could have been taken which would save many lives of Ukrainians along the borderline of NATO member states. So the decision first should be taken, and then there are people who would be able to find the formula, make various proposals. There is no decision so far. So what we heard from ex-SecGen, that was his personal vision of the development of situation. And we work with the team of Rasmussen, and this is his attempt to get out of this trap of dilemma when, on the one hand, allies cannot take a decision on Ukraine because they have not taken this decision for many years, for 20 years. And this is an attempt to approach to this issue from another side. But definitely it's not an attempt to hit the discussion, and it is nothing realistic behind it because there is no decision. In the end, I would like to ask you that you said that NATO currently is not a forum for discussion about inviting or prospects of membership of Ukraine at NATO. Why is it so? Is it the issue of lack of political will to discuss the Ukraine's NATO membership, or these certain internal political issues at the level of various allies, or this is a fear of escalation? We've passed all the stages when we got previously rejections, refusals, and I think that very many things at the moment are not related to Ukraine. This is a future role of the United States at NATO, unclear political process, absence of the decision by the Congress, which would be the trigger to start a number of decisions which would help to set up the strong European defense system. This is the issue of defense procurement, defense budgets, production, ramping up of defense industries, elements of common market. These are huge transformations, and unfortunately, neither with the beginning of the full-scale war, no, now NATO doesn't have such operational capabilities, if you are not a NATO member state, to effectively react to the war. And I think that allies don't see anything except for political decision concerning inviting Ukraine to NATO. But this decision, unfortunately, in spite of the equality of all allies, is impossible to take without participation of the United States. Thank you very much for this discussion, and maybe some answers to these questions from NATO member states we may receive during this forum today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're ready to start our next panel on 2024 NATO Washington Summit. I see that our esteemed speakers and panelists are already up on the stage. Let me take a minute to introduce all of them to you as you're still finding your seats. We are very pleased to welcome this morning Ambassador Baiba Braže, Ambassador at Large at the Foreign Ministry of Latvia, NATO Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy in 2023. We also welcome Ambassador Valery Chali, Chairman of the Board of the Ukrainian Crisis Media Center, Diplomatic Advisor to the President of Ukraine in 2014-2015, and Ambassador of Ukraine to the United States in 2015-2019. We also welcome Harry Nedelku, Senior Director on Geopolitics at Rasmussen Global. And last but certainly not the least, here on stage is Ambassador Stephen Pfeiffer, a long-term friend of Ukraine, Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution and an affiliate at the Center for International Security and Cooperation at Stanford University, and U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine in 1998 and 2000. Joining us online, we have Benedetta Berti, Head of Policy Planning at the Office of the NATO Secretary General. And we're also expecting Michał Szczerba, President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and member of the Sejm of Poland, eventually. So welcome all of you. Thank you so much for joining us today. The topic of this panel is NATO Summit that's coming up in July this year. It's a crucial summit. The alliance will celebrate 75 years since its founding. It is an incredibly successful alliance, probably the most successful in history. It's a successful, not only a Cold War alliance, let's put it that way, if Cold War was a kind of war, but a successful peacetime alliance. It clearly held together and endured after the Cold War was over. In fact, it expanded its ranks. But I anticipate that the summit will not be so much about reviewing the past and the past successes, but also looking into the future. And so I would like to ask each one of you to reflect on what do we expect from this Washington summit? How will it shape the alliance's future? I will first invite to share their reflections Benedetta Berti. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, and great to be with you virtually. It would be even better to be there in person, so I very much hope to join you next year, and I'm glad that our chair of the military committee, Admiral Bauer, was able to be there yesterday. So in terms of what we're expecting for the Washington summit, I start by completely agree with your analysis. This is not going to be just about recognizing the 75 years of successes that NATO has had. I think we are very much focused on the future and how to continue to adapt NATO militarily and politically so that we can continue to deliver in what is essentially the most complex and volatile security environment we've had since the end of the Cold War. So in that sense, I expect the Washington summit to place a great deal of focus on the continuous reset of NATO's deterrence and defense posture. As you know, this is a process that started a decade ago, but really accelerated after the beginning of Russia's brutal war of aggression in 2022. I think key issues to decide upon and deliver at the summit include continuous investment in defense spending. That's something that underpins the credibility and strength of the alliance. So defense spending will be very important. Just as important, and this is something that I know you have discussed throughout the conference, is how do we continue to ramp up our industrial production? And that is something that is urgent, not just to support Ukraine as it exercises its right to self-defense, but also for ourselves as we rebuild our deterrence and defense posture essentially after decades during which we deprioritized it. So this will be very important in terms of shaping the summit. Then I think I would be remiss, given the forum I'm speaking at, if I didn't talk about the expectations with respect to NATO's relations with Ukraine and support to Ukraine and Washington. And I think from a political point of view, our objective for the Washington summit is really to ensure that the allies send a strong, unequivocal, robust commitment to continue to support in Ukraine so that it can prevail as a sovereign, independent country. And I think that is the main political message that we need to deliver at the summit. This is about both concrete commitment to step up support here and now, and that's something you have heard both from the Secretary General and from Admiral Bauer since the beginning of the conference, the importance of all allies to dig deep and find what they need so that Ukraine can get the equipment and the support it needs to continue pushing back against aggression. But since the Vilnius summit last year, as NATO, we're also looking very much at how do we contribute to the long-term transformation of the armed forces in Ukraine to enhance interoperability with NATO and to ensure it can defend itself credibly and deter in the future. And that's also going to be very important at the summit. Practically speaking, that's about giving the long-term commitment through multi-year framework support. The main political objective here is, again, to enhance interoperability between Ukrainian forces and NATO, which is also something that brings Ukraine even closer to NATO when it becomes a member. And as the Secretary General said a couple of days ago, this is a matter of when and not if. So in terms of Washington, I think we need to, first of all, send a clear signal that we're not losing our resolve to support Ukraine in the short term, that we have a long-term commitment to ensuring interoperability, support investment in resilience, energy security, defense innovation, and all of that is done by increasing practical cooperation with NATO. We're also looking at what additional NATO can play in terms of ensuring that there is a robust, coordinated, and sustained support to Ukraine in the long term. And all of this is also underpinned by continuing to strengthen the political relationship through the NATO-Ukraine Council, which allows us to make decisions together at 33. And of course, these will be, I think, very important signals to send at the Washington summit. Last but not least, of course, as we reset our deterrence and defense and send a strong signal of commitment to supporting Ukraine, NATO is also continuing to prepare for a world of strategic competition, a world where Russia and China are at the forefront of an authoritarian pushback against the rules-based international order. And that means that we are also building on issues like strengthening our collective resilience, working more with partners, including in the Indo-Pacific region, and looking at a really 360 approach to security and defense. So in a way, I would say that these will be some of the key topics of the summit: strengthening deterrence and defense, continuing to support and ramp up support for Ukraine, and preparing for a world of growing strategic competition where we see actors like the PRC, North Korea, Iran, and China working more together, and how we strengthen our transatlantic unity in that context. And I think given that I was supposed to speak for only a few minutes, I'll stop here, but glad to have questions later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we move on, and while we still have you online, let me just ask you, a rather pointed question from this end. We had a discussion in the previous panel of very concrete Ukrainian expectations from the summit. Ukrainians want to see something legally binding in the way of an invitation. And you do talk about, comprehensive, robust, resilience, political commitments. But what are the tangible things that NATO members, the alliance, might be willing to offer Ukraine at this summit?
Yes, I was expecting that question, and the reason why I laid out the broader picture is because, as you know very well, we are now in March and we are now in the middle of negotiations. So everything I say needs to be very careful. But if I want to give you some headlines, I think, first of all, we show support in deeds, not just in words. So that is about stepping up the amount of the assistance, the scale, the scope, and looking at how we can best utilize NATO, especially when it comes to support the long-term transition towards fully interoperable forces, doctrine, and standards. Here is very practical. So what I expect from Washington is the announcement of additional support, additional funding. Of course, in the next months, we're also going to open the Joint Analysis, Training, and Education Center in Poland, NATO-Ukraine Joint Center. So I think the focus will have to be about practical projects, initiative, assistance that concretely on the ground contribute to strengthening Ukrainians' defenses now, whilst also boosting its ability to ensure credible deterrence and defense in the future. So that's about the practical step. We also are very much, I would be very much hoping to see a very clear recommitment to Ukraine's membership in NATO. Again, as the Secretary General says, in terms of when, not if, path to membership that has been open and also simplified, and to highlight how today Ukraine is closer politically and militarily to NATO than it has ever been. And so building on the Vilnius summit decisions and going forward, both politically and militarily. I appreciate the lack of granularity you would wish to have, but in order for us to be concrete in July, I better leave the negotiations take place over the next few weeks. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. Let me go next to Ambassador Brage. You are no longer with NATO officially, but certainly your opinion and your analysis on what to expect from the summit and what NATO can and should do beyond Vilnius for Ukraine. Much appreciated.
Good morning, everyone. And I know for many years the night was quite tough. And just my respect and admiration to all the Ukrainians who have gone through this for more than 2 years. It's epitome of the resilience and endurance. So just for 2 nights with you, I clearly appreciate the ability to continue with work, with fighting and survival. So that is something that is, I think, experienced by all of us who just arrived here. Benedetta, good to see you online. Hope to see you soon in person. And Benedetta Berti did lay out the expectation of the perspective of the 32, setting clearly the sort of borders and the ability where we will be in terms of decision-making for the summit. So knowing the Secretary General, knowing the staffs, knowing, the internal discussions of NATO, we will do maximum as allies to get progress on all 3 big lines of effort. One is NATO's own defense security. There is a big work strand going on, not just in terms of decisions that were made in the strategic concept, its implementation, but also very practical defense and military decisions led by Secure and our colleagues on the military flank. It also requires defense financing, so the very clear push on 2% as a minimum, but also the implementation on the capability gaps, on the practical things that our military colleagues need for tactical implementation of the plans, for the force structure requirement implementation, and the whole big set of NATO military strategies change. Those decisions benefit Ukraine. It makes NATO stronger, but it also makes the capacity of allies support Ukraine greater. So it's not just about our own NATO allies' decisions. Second big line of efforts support Ukraine. And again, it's a center of gravity that is there in NATO to support Ukraine. It's not words only, as we heard. There are very practical steps across all instruments of power. Military instrument of power, economic instrument of power, financial instrument of power, diplomatic, informational, and so on and so forth. So NATO-Ukraine Council, which is this new body, is not just words. The amount of work, the amount of real efforts that is going on, I would be very offended to call it just words. So let me just outline. Support to Ukraine is real. In Latvia, in my national capacity, we provide support to Ukraine that is around 1% of our GDP. And it will go higher because it's across the society, it's everywhere. It's not just the government, it's everyone. So we expect other allies, obviously, also to step up their support, as we heard yesterday from Admiral Bauer, in terms of defense production, in terms of, Secretary General has clearly said there are concrete steps that need to be done. The interesting change within the defense industry sector is that there are more and more defense producers. So not just defense contractors, the usual bigger companies, but defense producers who invest their own money quite a lot and are able to achieve results much faster. So the combination of those two, plus the lessons learned from Ukraine, plus the cooperation with Ukrainian companies, especially in emerging disruptive technologies, in drones, and so on and so forth, is something that is happening as we speak. And the third big line of effort is deterrence of Russia, which requires a lot of work with the partners in terms of sanctions, in terms of implementation of sanctions, so not just new packages, but actual implementation of sanctions. Work with partners through the Treasury, through the OFAC, through the EU institutions, national institutions, to identify where exactly those gaps are, where exactly Russia is getting its supplies, and plugging them in real time. But also work with EU, work with partners around the globe to make sure that our cooperation, what EU does and NATO does, are complementary to each other. So we as allies, as members of the EU, are very clear on that it cannot be a competition on the new EU defense industry, on the standardization, interoperability. So there's a lot of work. And again, as Benedetta outlined, the work with global partners, because there are challenges out there, whether it's Iran or North Korea or enabling of the war by China. There is a lot of work that we do on diplomatic and practical fronts. So these are all the work strands leading up to the summit. So it's not just about the wording in the summit on the paper.
Thank you so much for outlining the way that the alliance can already operationalize some of its existing commitments. I'll turn next to Ambassador Charlie, to you. We already heard in the previous panel some, very straightforward expectations on Ukraine's part. Perhaps you could elaborate on that as well.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thanks to organizers, we have a great opportunity to discuss this very important issue. And by the way, I've been really surprised of today's sensation from our officials, Vice Prime Minister, she's mentioned about real situation, thanks her. And that's opened new opportunity for us for discussion. I want to just bring your attention for something this happened last years. First, December of 2021, the Putin and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia, Minister of Foreign Affairs, led us to not to Kyiv, to Brussels, to NATO. They try to blackmail in NATO and to make this discussion more important. Respond, membership of Finland, membership of Sweden. According to Admiral Robert Bauer, Ukrainian flag will be next to Sweden, to Swedish flag. It's good news for us. So it's a question when. But I think it's a question when, it's a question of yesterday. Today, we have to put on the table question how. Why? Because I think this historic opportunity, Washington Summit, and my position slightly different from position of our officials today, I think we have this opportunity. I believe many of those who support a lot of time membership in NATO, our friends, also support me in that. You have to do everything what you do. I think that today we have a unique situation. War, Russian war against Ukraine, against sovereignty of Ukraine and security in Europe push a lot this issue. So the question is, should Ukraine be in NATO or out? We share position that Ukraine should be in. Yes, nobody probably not against that. But my position, and it's analysis of our center, our colleagues in the Kyiv Security Forum, if Ukraine will lose this opportunity and our partners lose this opportunity now in next years, Ukraine in that case will have two scenarios. First, let's mention Kissinger, Henry Kissinger, wise diplomat. He mentioned Ukraine out of NATO is a big mistake. Ukraine should be in because safety of Europe in this case will be more guaranteed. First. Second, it will be good for Mr. Putin because in that case, Ukraine will never be against Russia. Russia will be in security. So it's one reason, one scenario. Another scenario, contribution of Ukraine and Ukraine in NATO exclude such a gray buffer zone that allow Russians come and open this war against Ukraine, one of the factors. So now that's not equation for next years, not equation of scenarios of negotiation or some preliminary talks. No, it must be invitation to Ukraine in Washington Summit. Not other things play role like a message to Moscow, message to Putin. Because this dimension you should not underestimate. It's not only about the pragmatic decision in NATO about security, but also in this war, very important the symbols and messages. And finally, I spend a lot of time in discussion and work with my American friends. Believe me, they could change their decision, including that one. And I don't know how it can happen, but I want to remind you, and Mr. Ambassador Pfeiffer knows this very well, this summit will happen some days before RNC, Republican National Convention. So definitely it will be part of this discussion and election campaign, but I believe, and I am sure, President Biden can make a very historical own leadership step. He can do it, and I believe he will do it. It's demonstrate his leadership in the United States and in the world. It will demonstrate leadership of the United States. It will demonstrate that something happened that historically matters. And believe me, this message will receive in our frontline, our brave warriors, men and women. They wait in that decision. Please, did it. We expected something, but we believe in something.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Chale. You're absolutely right that what will be on display in July will also be, amongst other things, the alliance's resolve and ability to make tough decisions. And that is something that, people in Kremlin are very closely watching as well. I invite you, Mr. Nedelcu, to share your reflections.
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, Rasmussen Global, and that is for Rasmussen, I've been working with the Office of the President of Ukraine on security guarantees, first of all, since spring of 2022, and I'm very happy to see that the language and the spirit of what came to be the Kyiv Security Compact found its way in the agreements that Ukraine signed with its partners, starting with the UK. But that was never an end in itself. That was meant as a bridge to provide some continuity and some stability while we are looking for a new security architecture in Europe. And Ukraine has to be part of that, which means we have to move forward from the language at Vilnius, and yes, it means an invite at NATO. Because Ukraine cannot end this war by being in the gray zone. And Finland and Sweden have demonstrated that neutrality no longer leads to security. So we have to change the terms of this war, of Putin's war. And that means two things. One, it means, of course, providing Ukraine with the weapons and ammunition it needs. But two, it also means providing Ukraine with a new vision, with a clear vision of that European security and Ukraine's role in it. So this is why President Zelensky asked us to set up a new international working group. And the scope of this group will be to put forward a set of recommendations to Ukraine and to its partners ahead of the NATO Summit. And while the work is ongoing, and I cannot prejudge what the final recommendations of that will be, what I want to touch on today real quick are the questions that we will address. And there's three of them. The first question is the assumption that an invite will lead to an escalation. So therefore, an invite will lead Putin to escalate. But Putin has demonstrated that he's been escalating all this time, even while allies are reluctant to send an invite. So if allies will not issue an invite in the hope that maybe perhaps we will de-escalate, that will have the opposite effect. It will embolden Putin, and it will demonstrate to Putin that if he continues the war, then we will never invite Ukraine. The opposite is true. If we send an invite, that one will show resolve and strength, but also will remove an important argument from Putin's war. And it will provide Ukraine the support to pursue that end to the war, to pursue that peace, and eventual membership will actually make that peace permanent. So that's one. Two, at Vilnius, allies said, we are going to send an invite when conditions are met. So, okay, what conditions? What are we talking about? Allies also said that Ukraine has fulfilled the technical conditions. So therefore, there is no more need for membership action plan. So there are no conditions left to be met. The technical conditions have been met. It's a political decision. That's number two. And three, and last, the idea that an invite means membership right away, and it kicks in Article 5. And of course, we all know that's simply not true. There are several steps, as Finland and Sweden have shown us, there are several steps between invite and memberships, and it can take years. But there are things that we can do, that the allies can do, in order to get Ukraine there, to invite and eventually to membership. And I'll conclude by just mentioning a few. One, for instance, removing all the restrictions on providing Ukraine with the weapons it needs. Two, assisting and giving enhanced air defense assistance to Ukraine. It doesn't mean boots on the ground, but over the civilian and military infrastructure in the vicinity of NATO allies. It can mean Black Sea freedom of navigation exercises or forward logistics bases. And finally, for instance, as Latvia does, or Lithuania, for instance, allocating a certain part of our defense spending to Ukraine. So these are just a few things we can do to reduce the parameters of Putin's war and get Ukraine to invite and to membership. And I'll end there, and I'm looking forward to questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think it is important to think about the consequences and the costs of not issuing an invitation to Ukraine at the summit, as well as computing other possibilities. I see that we're joined online by Michal Szczerba. Welcome, Mr. Szczerba. I will invite you to share your reflections with us. We've been discussing, you know, the big event, the July Washington summit of the NATO alliance that's coming up. And discussing, analyzing the costs and benefits of either inviting Ukraine or issuing, other formats of consistent support to the country. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to welcome you from Warsaw. I want to say that we are very happy as NATO Parliamentary Assembly to attend this event again. I want to make it very clear, and I want to repeat what it said in NATO's new strategic concept. And Russia is the most significant and direct threat to allies, security, and to peace and stability in the Euro-Atlantic area. And this threat will not go away as long as the Putin's criminal regime is in power. So we must prepare for a possible confrontations for decades. And realistically, the only thing that could destabilize Putin's hold on power is a strategic defeat in Ukraine. And I want to remind also President Biden, who said in the State of the Union, if anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you, he will not. And no one in this room, in this forum, in Kiev, should be under such illusion either. Also, President Biden said that Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons it needs. So I want to say it very clearly. I use this expression also to our NATO colleagues. The transatlantic community represents half of the world's economic and military might, and we are much stronger than Russia. And if we are consistent and ambitious, if we have a strategy to provide Ukraine with all it needs, free from self-imposed red lines, we can make sure Ukraine wins and Russia is defeated. And this must be our strategic goal. I want to say also that we are also committed as NATO Parliamentary Assembly to helping Ukraine become a member of NATO as soon as possible. And there will be no lasting peace in Ukraine without Ukraine in NATO, but also I want to stress it very openly in the European Union. I want to tell you that tomorrow the Standing Committee of NATO Parliamentary Assembly will meet in Tallinn, and I want to recognize and to upgrade the status of Ukraine as a candidate country for NATO Parliamentary Assembly and NATO, offering tomorrow Ukraine the number of delegates, raising to 12 delegates to NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and this will be exactly the number of delegates Ukraine will have if it will become a full member of NATO. So, colleagues, we need to take it seriously. The warnings that are appearing are showing that in a few years, Russia might be willing and able to test NATO's Article 5 commitments. And to prevent NATO-Russia's war, we need to urgently step up our defense and deterrence. And we need to support Ukraine with all weapons they need, including long-range missiles. And we must shape NATO for the next generations, and we want to shape NATO with Ukraine. We are very happy that training center Ukraine-NATO will be created in Bydgoszcz in Poland. We want you also to know that we treat NATO not only a military alliance, it's alliance of democracies firmly grounded in our values. And we are, as Alliance, we are determined to defend every inch of Allied territory at all times under Article 5. And as Alliance, we are committed to stand with Ukraine until victory. We're using this expression, I propose it to the Assembly, to stand with Ukraine until victory. As a president of NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I want you to assure, and I want you to be sure that I will do my best that Ukraine will become 33rd member of NATO. And there are still 110 days until Washington Summit. I'm also going to participate and as a president of NATO PA. And we have to do our best to bring Ukraine closer to membership. We need next important steps towards membership, and I hope we have still time to find compromises. We have to find solutions to make a Washington Summit a big success for NATO, for 32 allies, including Sweden, but also for the benefit of Ukraine as our new member in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Szczerba, and thank you personally, but also your country for the support it has consistently extended within the EU and within the NATO alliance to Ukraine. I finally turn to you, Ambassador Pfeiffer. You will give us a reality check. What is it that Ukrainians can expect from this summit?
Well, thank you. Is this on? Okay. Well, first, Mariana, thank you. It's really a pleasure to be back here at the Kyiv Security Forum. And let me first, though, join with Ambassador Brace in saluting the determination and the resilience of the Ukrainian people in resisting this major invasion that the Russians launched more than 2 years ago. I watch it from 6,000 miles away in California, but what the Ukrainian people have done in standing up to Russia has been truly inspiring. I think two things have become clear in the past couple of years. One is Europe cannot be stable and secure unless Ukraine is stable and secure. And the second point is Ukraine by itself will not be stable and secure. And when I say Ukraine should be in NATO, which I will say now, it's not just about Ukraine. I look at this from an American perspective. So set aside Ukraine. I would argue Ukraine's membership in NATO is in the US interest because the United States has defined for more than 7 decades a stable and secure Europe as a vital national American interest. That requires a stable Ukraine. If Russia wins this war, if Vladimir Putin prevails, an emboldened Kremlin becomes a much greater threat to Europe. If this war continues on, it's going to mean an insecure and unstable Europe. So in the near term, it means NATO countries and the West should be providing all the weapons that they can to Ukraine to enable Ukraine to prevail in this fight. But beyond the near term, it means looking at ways to bring Ukraine into NATO. Because again, I think if Ukraine's left on its own, that's a recipe for instability because Ukraine on its own will be a temptation for Russia in the future. So I think good arguments have been made for an invitation to Ukraine to join NATO. But here's where I guess I make the reality check. I have to say, I think it is simply unrealistic to expect that in 110 days in Washington, NATO leaders will extend an invitation to Ukraine to join. As far as I can tell, in the United States, in Germany, and several other allies, there is not yet the readiness to take that step. And this is a step that requires consensus among NATO. And it gets down, I think, to the heart of Article 5. Article 5 is the one that says NATO shall consider an attack on one as an attack on all. And if you tried to bring NATO in, and I think this is the concern in Washington, bringing Ukraine into NATO while there's an ongoing war, if Ukraine's in, then NATO ends up committed under Article 5 to come to Ukraine's defense, which it should, with their troops. And I don't think NATO allies are prepared to do this at this point, because that requires a very hard decision. Are you prepared to go to war against Russia? And the costs and risks then you have to calculate. It may not be impossible, it's very difficult. It is easier if you get to a situation where after this conflict to bring Ukraine in, because then the hard decision rests with Moscow. Does Moscow want to launch a new aggression against Ukraine once Ukraine is in? Because it means not just fighting Ukraine, but it means fighting NATO. And then the hard decisions, the cost and risk have to be calculated by the Kremlin. So I think there's a difficult situation. Some have suggested that perhaps NATO might adjust Article 5. There was one suggestion, perhaps Article 5 covered just that part of Ukrainian territory that Ukraine occupies. I think there are practical problems with that, but I also have a bigger issue, which I think it would be a mistake to dilute Article 5. That's not going to be good for Ukraine. It's not going to be good for other members of the alliance. Article 5 basically commits allies to consult and then respond within their means. But NATO has spent a lot of effort to make clear that that response will be military. And I want Article 5 to be as stark and as absolute as possible, that potential aggressors understand that if you try to use military force against 1 inch of NATO territory, there will be a NATO military response. So let me talk about what I think can be done in Washington. And I think this question of the NATO-Ukraine relationship is probably the most difficult question between now and the actual summit. Ambassador Herbst and Ambassador Fried and I are part of a group that made a proposal that we thought might be a way to find a middle ground that would work in Washington. And that would be that if Ukraine cannot get an invitation to join in Washington, that NATO leaders and President Zelensky agree to launch accession talks with the goal of extending Ukraine an early invitation to join the alliance. The NATO-Ukraine Council is already talking about the steps to prepare. The NATO-Ukraine Council would be the logical point for that discussion. And thus you would have a parallel course where Ukraine would be having accession talks with both the European Union and with NATO. I think this proposal offers 4 or 5 advantages. 1, it puts Ukraine on a more definitive path towards membership, certainly more definitive than the outcome in Vilnius. Second, it would send a message to Ukraine of NATO's long-term commitment. Third, it sends a message to Moscow that you can't waste the West out, that there's a NATO commitment to Ukraine that is going to be pursued. Fourth, if at some point you end up having a negotiation between Moscow and Kyiv on a settlement of this conflict, having accession talks underway strengthens Ukraine's hand. And fifth, it offers a way to bridge the differences that we saw last summer between those countries that wanted to extend an invitation and those countries that were not prepared to do so. So I think this is a middle course. It has the possibility to make the summit in Washington not just a celebration of 75 years, but a demonstration of NATO unity and NATO-Ukraine unity, and avoid the kind of differences that we saw in the run-up to Vilnius, which were not good for Ukraine and they were not good for NATO.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Pfeiffer. Let me follow up with a question to you and push you back a little bit on your point about the the threat or the risk of diluting Article 5. It's a point well taken, surely, but it seems to me that it could also be interpreted as a hesitance to get Article 5 tested. I mean, the alliance has been created for what reason? To contain Russia or the Soviet Union at the time. The alliance has been armed and trained to do exactly that for 75 years. And now that this war is afoot, this reluctance to extend Article 5 and actually get it tested in action could be interpreted, certainly by certain allies, but I think in the Kremlin for sure, as, exactly the kind of hesitancy and exactly the kind of weakness that perhaps Mr. Putin wants to capitalize on.
I guess I'd make 2 points in response. First, when Ukraine comes into NATO, Ukraine should expect that Article 5 will be absolute for Ukraine, that any aggression in the future against a Ukraine as a member of NATO against any part of Ukrainian territory would be met with a military response. So that's the first point. That's why I don't want to come up with a scheme that somehow weakens Article 5, because it's not good for Ukraine. I suspect, though, it's also not good for NATO members, particularly those that are closer to Russia. The second point, though, is about testing Article 5. I think we have seen in the last 2 years that while countries and members of NATO are prepared to do a lot for Ukraine, most at this point are not yet prepared to commit their troops. And to my mind, that's what Article 5 is about. That's the essential point. Again, Article 5 doesn't strictly require that, but I want a potential adversary to know that Article 5, in fact, in reality, will mean that.
All right, so it has played a pretty potent deterrent effect so far, but what you're saying is there's a defense component to it as well, and you know, all the allies should expect that as a response to any potential Russian aggression. All right, well, thank you so much for giving us this reality check and offering, you know, a vision of perhaps an alternative path between something more than the Vilnius had promised, but perhaps something just short of the actual invitation for membership. Let me also put this question to the broader panel. You know, what other kind of formats, we discussed this, what other very specific actions could Ukraine propose and could be achieved consensually at this Washington summit that would actually send a very strong signal to the Kremlin? Ambassador Raja, would you start us off?
Let me also reflect a little bit on what was said earlier. The big change for NATO, and I think it's very important to understand with the new NATO military strategy, has been moving to the culture of readiness, to the higher readiness of troops, to the processes, procedures, commands, because that traditional understanding of peace, crisis, and conflict cycle has actually changed. With the threats, with the assessment of threats and everything there, very clearly, allies united around it has allowed our military and political colleagues placing the troops, the capabilities, and giving the secure the authorities that he needs to respond. If the new alarm system, if the indicators shows that is necessary. So we don't start defending when there is a discussion about Article 5. The whole posture is actually to prevent the need even to initiate Article 5, all right? And throughout NATO's history, we know that it was only one case when Article 5 was so-called invoked, even though Article 5 itself doesn't speak about invoking anything, right? So very clearly, the whole posture, the whole thinking, the whole philosophy is the readiness, the prevention, the early warning, and the ability to detect and deter and, if necessary, defend. So that is something where also for Ukraine, I think that is very crucial to have those capabilities and understanding. Ukraine is outside NATO, so it doesn't have NATO's defense plans per se. So whatever NATO does with regard to Ukraine does require consensus from the allies. It's an out-of-area operation. It's a completely different type of setups that we are in. However, practical work that Ukraine currently is doing with NATO allies, with NATO staffs, both on the military, on the civil side, on crisis preparedness, resilience, everything across the board, is something that the Baltics did. We did that knowing that at some moment in the future, there will be a geopolitical situation that will allow us to join. We didn't know when it will come, so we did everything possible to be ready. And this is what we work with Ukrainian colleagues to achieve. Whenever that political decision is ready to be made, so that Ukraine would be ready. And again, the war, the unity, the center of gravity, both for NATO, for the allies, but also for Ukraine itself, is unity. We heard very lively political discussions here, and it's great. It shows, again, the Ukrainian democracy in full sort of flourish. In the same time, maintaining that unity, very clear understanding of the political and practical aims, and working in unison with NATO's allies and EU member states, indeed, because both we see in the flags here, Ukraine between the EU and NATO's flags, is something that always both Ukrainian politicians, society have to keep in mind, and we have to keep in mind, because Russia is going after that center of gravity, the unity of allies, the unity of Ukraine, the unity of Ukrainian political parties and society. So let's not give in to Russia on this cognitive front, but also keep in mind the ultimate outcome we are looking for, and that is peace and security in Europe, and the return of that as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. Mr. Szczerba, let me turn to you with a similar question. So here we are discussing Article 5. There seems to be a strong emphasis on its deterrent function. That's great, as long as it prevents the war, but we have to be also stand ready that deterrence can fail. And in that sense, then Article 5 becomes about commitment to actual defense, to actual putting boots on the ground. For you, you come from Poland, certainly a very staunch supporter of Ukraine, but is this reluctance to extend the kind of Article 5 guarantee to subsume Ukraine, or the readiness to offer that guarantee to Ukraine, does that fill Poland and NATO's eastern flank with confidence in Article 5, or does it actually somewhat undermine it?
We want Article 5 to be at the heart of the Washington Summit. We want to discuss this issue also during the Speakers Forum and Parliamentary Summit, which will take place just before Washington Summit, 8 to 9 of July. And this is the idea of U.S. delegation to have this political talks, parliamentary talks, just before the meeting of the leaders. So for me, it's obvious that Ukraine needs some security guarantees, and the best guarantee will be joining NATO as soon as possible. But we have to also, I want to also to stress that a lot has taken place since Vilnius, and Ukraine is coming closer to NATO every day. We cooperate in the different formats, but I want to stress that Ukraine's priority must be to continue with key reforms. That's why we are also proposing to establish a Center for Democratic Resilience at NATO headquarters, just to assist candidate countries as Ukraine, Georgia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina in key reforms. So this is the idea we put on the table, and we want our leaders, the heads of the governments and states, to decide. Our priority is to redouble our efforts to support Ukraine on its path to membership, and I agree with the former speakers, to continue to strengthen allied consensus, because we are a consensus-based organization. This consensus is not reached easy. We know that we had these problems with the ratification process for Finland and for Sweden. We have to do our homework. We have to explain this and to push our allies, Turkey and Hungary, to finish the job. I want about my expectations. The Washington Summit must recognize the significant progress that Ukraine has made towards meeting in Vilnius, and to meet the conditions for an invitation. This is just the most important thing, and we can create a consensus. But for me personally, for NATO PA, we would love to have a more significant step, and we will still, as I said, 110 days before Washington Summit, we can still work on this and find a political consensus.
Thank you so much for these reflections. And I will turn then, if we have our other online guest, yes, Ms. Bertie, I will ask you a similar question. So, certainly Ukraine, we hear, is unlikely to get an invitation to join at the summit. This could potentially be interpreted as sort of demurring in the face of a very important and risky step in, say, a place like Kremlin. What are some of the things the alliance can do, including at the summit, to mitigate these risks?
Thank you. And I think that that's an important point that other prior panelists have addressed. I think that the key issue here is how do we make sure that the Washington Summit sends the right message of resolve, determination, long-term sustained commitment to Ukraine. And the formats may be less important than the format, may be less important than the substance. The substance here has to be, I believe, about, first of all, commitment to the here and now, to step up support so Ukraine can continue to push back against aggression, but also laying out the long-term sustained commitment. And I think we do that by continuing to build our multi-year approach, by looking into what additional role NATO can play in terms of that sustained coordination of support. We do this by continuing to open up new areas and initiatives when it comes to practical cooperation to promote interoperability. So in other words, we do this with deeds, and then we underline this with words that express that essentially that regardless of the different dynamics and on the battlefield, that commitment will remain. And essentially the message to the Kremlin is that they cannot wait us out, that we understand the stakes, that we understand that this is not just existential for Ukraine, it's also incredibly consequential for what the future of the European security order will look like. But I would also say incredibly consequential in terms of the rules-based international order and the credibility of our deterrence and defense beyond just the Euro-Atlantic area. So I think that message that we understand the stake, that we are committed for the long term, that we are doing the work day in and day out to bring Ukraine closer to NATO politically and militarily is really what it's very important that leaders will signal in Washington concretely. When it comes to membership, I think the issue will be to reiterate the commitment, to reiterate the process, and also to make, again, one point that NATO has been making very clearly, and that is decisions for memberships are up to the aspirant countries and NATO allies, and no third party, certainly not Putin's Russia, as a veto on when and how and if countries join the alliance. And I think that's important to say, and also to answer a bit indirectly to the points about when membership will be considered by allies. It will be, the decision is for allies and Ukraine and no one else. So I think all these messages we should deliver in Washington, and we will be able to deliver. Now the format and to me is less important than the substance.
Thank you so much. Let me turn to Mr. Nedelko, to you, and also to Ambassador Szczerba with this question. So we haven't really touched upon this much, but NATO, of course, is a nuclear-armed alliance. And part of the concern of extending, Article 5 or the like commitment to Ukraine at this point, when there's an ongoing conventional war, is that now for the first time, well, ever really, you have two nuclear-armed parties in a conventional conflagration, and that, of course, carries with it risks of nuclear escalation. How valid is this concern? Are there ways to rely also not only, on NATO, so to rely on NATO deterrent in this situation as much as it seems Russia is relying on its nuclear armaments in this conflict?
Yeah. First of all, we should not fall into Putin's trap, because this is what Putin wants. He wants to control the nuclear narrative, and this is not something we should fall a victim to or fall into that trap. That's number one. So definitely the question of Ukraine invite or an eventual membership should not be a whole hostage to that. Second, I think we're talking a lot about Article 5, and of course we have to have that conversation, but we shouldn't put the cart before the horse, because right now we're not talking membership. We're talking invite, or as Ambassador Pfeiffer said, accession talks and then invite. Whichever it is moving forward from villainous language. So that's what we're talking about right now. And third, just on the question of the timeline and the fact that it's such a short time between now and DC. I mean, I remember when we put together the security guarantees, and we were, just a year ago, people were looking at us strange and nobody wanted to engage with it. And now, look, countries are signing them. So I wouldn't be so pessimistic that we don't have enough time and that we can change hearts and minds. I'm definitely certain that we can, and we do have the time.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Szczerba. Ambassador Chale, I'm so sorry. What is your take on this risk of nuclear escalation and how it's connected to Ukraine's NATO membership?
My position that's Russians uses like blackmailing the world and Ukraine, and now after some talks last year, it seems like direct threat for the world and for Ukraine. Terroristic action on some infrastructure, like Ukrainian Zaporizhzhia plant, it is real threat, and we underestimate of this threat. This night they strike Dnipro station. That's another infrastructure station. So I think this is growth. We will see growing of this using the infrastructure as terroristic tools, not nuclear weapons. But allow me, finally, just on Washington Summit, when my colleagues say realistic things and expectation. Thanks for that. First, it could be invitation and joining NATO. This takes a long time. For Sweden, it's 2 years. For some of our neighbors, successfully Poland, take more time, even more time. Now, we're in the highest level of support this issue by public in the United States, Germany, and Ukraine. It's not the leadership of the leaders of the countries. It's about people of United States, Germany, Poland want Ukraine be in. That's why we should apply directly to that people, because other tools we see we do not have. And so you ask a very right question about sequences. Believe me, Ukraine will not go with your strategy for self-defense for years. No, it's not a topic for our discussion now, but Ukraine will not be able to stand between NATO and Russia as buffer zone for decades if you're waiting for that. No, it should be and could be efficient collective security defense model in Europe. And finally, maybe it seems like a tough approach, but believe me, if we will have another summit like Vilnius, I think Ukraine will seek another option. And this nuclear discussion probably will be shared in the Ukrainian public. Why we give up our nuclear potential, even not having membership in NATO. So believe me, in Ukraine you will see absolutely another discussion. Please, will do the same mistakes that you did in Bucharest in 2008. We believe in you. We believe in your trust in our and trust to contribution of Ukraine and European security. We believe in a wise decision. Wise decisions means in this historic time brave decision. Like Ukrainians demonstrate brave position in front, please demonstrate this brave position. Not give Putin another chance to make you weak. Make step ahead of him, not stand behind like today. Once again, it's not for this audience, it's probably for those who now check our discussion outside. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ambassador Chali. That was a great way to summarize and to end our panel. Please join me in thanking all of our speakers, and we hope our online guests will be able to join us next year in person here in Kyiv. Oh, so Ambassador Brajek? In this session hall to take your seats. We'll resume our conference in just 3 minutes. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're ready to start a next panel, and I am very honored to welcome at this conference a very special guest, Mr. Troels Lund Poulsen, Defense Minister of Denmark. Please welcome Mr. Poulsen. So before we proceed, Mr. Poulsen, Denmark has been a stalwart supporter of Ukraine and has done more than most NATO allies to extend the military support, political support, and otherwise to Ukraine this hour of need, and most recently announced that it's going to transfer all of its artillery to Ukraine. We deeply appreciate your support. Please join me in thanking Mr. So, Mr. Minister, I've never been to Denmark myself, but I'm told that in Kronborg Castle, there's a statue to Holger the Danske, Holger the Dane, who's this mythical Danish warrior, and he is seated there asleep over his sword. And it is said that he will wake up when Denmark is in peril, and he will stand up to defend his nation. Is Holger awake today?
Not yet, but thank you so much for your regards and remarks in the beginning. We are very concerned about the situation here in Ukraine and also in the surroundings, also in our neighborhood. So the reason why I'm here today is, in fact, also to talk to the people of Ukraine and say in a clear voice that we will be committed also to be here for as long as it takes. And that's, in fact, the most important part right now for European countries. That is not only to be here 1 year or 2 years, but be supportive in the coming years.
Well, indeed, and you know, Denmark has definitely put its money in actions where a lot of other leaders' mouths had been. We just recently, this morning, actually heard from the Kremlin spokesman, Peskov, who called to stop calling this a special military operation, but admit that it's a full-fledged war. And of course, it's a full-fledged war because the collective West is getting involved and supporting Ukraine. Not that, you know, these statements matter in the sense that we see the facts on the ground. This has been a full-fledged war from Ukrainian part, but certainly from the standpoint of Kremlin, this is an escalation, right? This is a new sort of reality that they're creating for their own domestic audiences, possibly in view of the upcoming mobilization. It also tells us that, as many had anticipated, now with the special electoral operation over in Russia, we can expect escalation from Russia. What is Danish thinking on that with your defense agency? How will your country, but also the broader alliance, be prepared to counter this escalation?
Yeah, you're totally right. I've just arrived this morning by train and have only been here in Kyiv for, I think, 2 or 3 hours. I've just heard what is coming out of Moscow now, and it is, I will say, very critical and also scaring in many ways. I think the most important part is that the countries inside NATO have to step up now to deliver on the 2% and also on the investment pledge for 20% in military capabilities. We have to do that now, and we have to do it fast, because I think there could be escalation from the Russian side, especially when we are talking about the mobilization of people, and that's quite scary in many ways. So we have to step up. We have to invest more. In Denmark, we have reopened our defense agreement. We made a defense agreement last year. And now, over the next 10 years, we will be able to spend about 25 billion euros further in Danish defense than we have decided before. So now we will reach 2%. And then we also have to speed up investments to deliver on the NATO targets. We have different targets, NATO countries around, and I think we have to do what we can now also to show Russia that we are ready to defend ourselves. And at the end, we also have to speed up the deliveries for Ukraine, of course. There's a huge need for ammunition right now. We should do even more than we are doing. It has taken too long to deliver the needed ammunition to Ukraine. This week we spent a day talking in the Ramstein format in Ramstein in Germany about that need for more ammunition. So we have to do more, and we have to do it faster because that's the only way that we can show Russia that they have to step down from what they are doing.
Indeed. My understanding had been that this figure of 2% really has been a proxy, right? For the 30 years, NATO has been reaping a peace dividend, right? And to keep up the alliance committed and cohesive, there's sort of this talk of 2% as some kind of benchmark for all. But really, we have to think about concrete capabilities. 2% is 2%, but how do we fill it with the capabilities that will be necessary to defend, not only to send military aid and supplies and ammunition to Ukraine, but to defend an alliance. What are in the defense planning and in the new reality of an ongoing war in Ukraine, what you see taking place on the battlefields in Ukraine? What are these new capabilities that your country, but also the alliance, should focus on?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because I think in the coming years there'll be a quite frank discussion about lessons learned from Ukraine, also for capabilities in the future for NATO countries. I think one of the lessons learned right now is the need and also investment in electronic warfare. I think that's a crucial part right now. Looking to the eastern part of Ukraine, seeing what's going on, I think Ukraine are doing a great job using drones and electronic warfare, and it's also a race in competition about how can we develop electronic warfare systems. And I think that will be a lesson learned now that NATO should also pay attention to in the future, because how to use drones and also electronic warfare on an intelligent matter, that could be one of the reasons for the future.
Indeed. With the accession of Sweden and Finland, we now have a greatly strengthened northern flank of the alliance. Now, we hear from the Kremlin, from President Putin, that part of the of this reason for this aggression is that Russia feels surrounded, Russia feels locked in by NATO expansion. So certainly from Kremlin's standpoint, the accession of Sweden and Finland is not going to make that problem much easier. How does the northern flank now prepare to, for possible conflagrations or rise of tension in your part of Europe?
First of all, I think it's important to say that Finland and now also Sweden's participation and membership of NATO is a great advantage for all of us in NATO, because more friends inside the alliance, that's needed. And of course Russia, they are doing what they can to provoke, and also the rhetoric about these new members. But NATO don't have any plans to attack anyone. want to live in a free world, and that's also the reason why it's a very good and positive signal that we have now Sweden and Finland being member of NATO. I think the area around the Baltic Sea, and that's also of Denmark's interest, that could be of even more interest in the future. And I think one of the outcomes of new members in the northern part of Europe could be that it'll be even easier for Denmark, Norway, Finland to do exercises together and also to invest in different capabilities together. And that will be needed in the future because there'll be a great awareness from Russia talking about the Baltic Sea. So we have to be more active in also investing together in capabilities for the sea around us.
So, I'm sure you can appreciate that Ukraine finds itself in a situation where its adversary already to some extent thinks it's fighting NATO in Ukraine, right? And certainly the assistance that's coming from individual NATO members has been crucial to help Ukraine withstand, to keep the fight going, and has been very palpable when it subsided, right, on the battlefield. Beyond kind of the priority of continuing the flow of ammunition and other armaments to help Ukraine A, defend, B, regain the territory, its recognized international territory. We were just talking about the NATO Summit in Washington. Alliance as a whole, what can the alliance do to help Ukraine sustain this fight?
First of all, I think the NATO countries can do even more in being supportive when we're talking about different military capabilities, especially on ammunition. I think that's the most important thing to do right now. But also in the longer run, we have to take care of doing even more on the security commitments that we have decided in Vilnius last summer in July. Denmark have made our commitment to Ukraine. It's a 10-year-long security commitment and also followed up by a concrete investment plan for defense and security issues, donations and that kind of thing. So I think that's one thing that we should do now as NATO members. We should do this security commitment to Ukraine so we are not leaving you alone here.
But in terms of the expectations from the Washington Summit here in July, we had the whole panel just before this conversation, and it seems that not all of the alliance members on board and what and how could be offered to Ukraine at this particular summit. Where does your country stand on that?
But that's just to follow up, in fact, on what you have just said. I think we should be very concrete in our initiatives when we are talking about Ukraine. A lot of words have been said during the last 2 years. Now we have to deliver on some of the most needed things here in Ukraine, and that's the security commitment. And that's also followed up by donations and a longer perspective, talking a time schedule for the coming years. I think one of the reasons why it's very difficult for Ukraine in many ways is that there's no plan for delivery in 26, 27, 28, and I think we have to do a framework for that. You can call it a fund for Ukraine or something like that, so there will be a longer-term perspective for Ukraine.
Absolutely, in terms of kind of its capability of defending itself and achieving successes on the battlefield. But I think many here are thinking, we're talking about Article 5 being not only, commitment to defend each other, but also serving as a kind of deterrent from either further escalation or from invasion in the first place. I mean, it looks like it's working. I come from the nuclear field where, part of the community has been dismissing deterrence as something that is a figment of imagination. Well, real events show that it kind of works. And so I think what Ukraine is looking from the summit is a set of commitments not beyond just delivering the materiel, but those kinds that can show or signal alliances' resolve to Kremlin to change their strategic calculus.
Yeah, and you're right on that very important issue. That's also the reason why I started saying that we have to step up on delivering on the 2% and also the investment in military capabilities. We have a lot to do, and if you should do what you can in the context of defense, NATO, especially here in Europe, the European NATO countries have to do more and do it faster. So I think that should be the delivery right now. We are not able to produce that much of ammunition. That's a scandal, in fact. So that's one of the outcomes. Now we have to do it, and we have to start up production capabilities also here in Europe.
Right. So this is going to be a very important year in terms of elections in many different countries of the world, but crucially in Europe and crucially in the United States. And many are anticipating or hedging bets of what might happen in November 2024 and what that might mean for the NATO alliance and for European security should U.S. commitment to European security, lessen or be less kind of clearly communicated. And I'm trying to be here as diplomatic as possible. What can Europe do to mitigate this this threat?
I think Europe should pay the bill, and that's a 2%. Even if it's Biden or Trump, I think the outcome of the elections in the U.S. will be that a Biden administration or Trump administration will say, now you have to pay for your own security. So I think that will be the outcome. And I've also seen that Trump in the latest days have said that his position would be that now all should pay 2%. And I think that that's as clear and also, in fact, a strong message, because we have to pay. And that's in fact a huge problem for many years, also from Denmark, because the last 20 years we have not been able to pay the bill for our own security. And that's also a reason why we are so hardly hit right now, because we need a lot of capabilities and it takes time to build up these capabilities. So I think what we will see in November or December, that will be a strong message coming from US to Europe that we have to spend more. But I also see that US, in fact, also in the future, would need a strong cooperation with Europe. So I'm not that fearful of that discussion that many have talked about the last couple of months.
So you have been emphasizing this 2% as a way to provide for Europe's own security for each one of the European members, and the peace dividend to which many European countries got used to in the past 30 years. Internally with your domestic constituencies, with the population and your citizens of Denmark, how do you make that case to your citizens that have been used to a certain level of social programs and everything? Something's got to give in some way, and Ukraine being quite far from Denmark, the war is not happening on your borders. What is this? What has been the secret, I suppose, to your success domestically, and how to sustain it? What are the lessons for other European states?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. I think the reason why there's such a great support for giving support in the longer run to Ukraine, talking about billions of Danish kroners, that's in fact because of a broad political agreement in the Danish parliament. All Danish parties in the Danish parliament are supportive to Ukraine. So I think that's a reason for also having a broad public support. talking about investments in the Danish defense and the defense agreement last year, almost every party in the Danish parliament were a part of that agreement. But the difficulties in the future will, of course, be when we have to even invest more, and I think that will be necessary. There will be a discussion about welfare, defense spending, healthcare spending, all these kind of things. But right now we have not seen that discussion in Denmark. There's a broad political support for spending more on defense and also being able to spend more to support Ukraine. But I think the reason also for that is the sense of urgency. We are living quite clear to the Baltic states, or quite near the Baltic states, only 1 hour by plane. We know our Baltic friends are afraid of what's going on. Quite many people from Ukraine have worked in Denmark in the agricultural business, so we are also committed and also, in fact, quite familiar what's going on here in Ukraine. So I think that's the reason that the sense of urgency has also hit the Danish public opinion.
Well, we definitely appreciate it, and we hope it is sustained long term, even, in these turbulent times politically for all European nations. NATO has endured through many different kind of phases of history, and at some point, we're talking about NATO will include Ukraine as a member. At that point, hopefully this war will be over, but Russia is not going away, right? And we have to admit that we have very limited impact on what kind of country Russia decides to be. It's up to Russians and their leaders really to decide. What are the long-term prospects for NATO? How will NATO have to be transformed, and transatlantic security structures have to be transformed to counter this long-term reality of a possibly, belligerent Russia at its borders?
I think it's a quite difficult question to answer. To be honest,
I don't ask easy questions.
No, first of all, I think that NATO should deliver on what we have agreed on the last 10 years, and quite much is not delivered on yet. So that's the first part. Also to show Russia that NATO in the future will have a stronghold also on the different military capabilities. I think that's the most important part also to make deterrence to Russia and say we are a very strong and united alliance. And then in the future, I think we should be focused on how can we also give security guarantees to countries like Ukraine, but also neighboring countries fearing what's going on in the neighborhood. I'm quite concerned about what could be the outcome in Moldova, but also in other countries. So I think that should be on the agenda for NATO and also the future for Europe. And then I think there should be an even better cooperation between NATO and the European Union, the EU. I think a lot could be done also to make even closer cooperations between the EU and NATO when we are talking about defense and defense spending.
Yes, absolutely, and we discussed some of these questions yesterday in our European panel, how to kind of make that defense component of the EU more robust and more interoperable. I suppose that's a popular term now with NATO's. So, with this kind of Danish example, as it were, and also this stance of NATO's eastern flanks, states like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, who are comparable to Denmark in the way, and Poland, of course, have committed great resources proportionate to their capabilities to this fight. There seems to be a pattern of kind of smaller nation leadership in this setting, right? In this case, in this war, how do you explain that phenomenon? And how do we wake up a little bit more the giants in Europe?
I think it's a very clear and also a good example that you give, because I think small countries are even much more aware of the sense of urgency than big countries. Because Denmark, we cannot defend ourselves. Even if we are spending 5% or 8%, we will never be able to defend ourselves if Russia would attack us. So we have to be a part of an alliance like NATO, and we also have to work together with close allies, and especially also in the Nordic area. And now we have also become a member of the European defense agreement that we have been outside for many years. So now we are doing what we can to pay attention to working together, and also show our solidarity, because we cannot be home alone in Denmark. We are dependent on the security of other countries and the cooperation with others. So that's the reason why I think small countries are even much more aware of this sense of urgency, because they know they are dependable on other countries or the support of NATO.
That's a very good point. The concept of mutual security, mutual defense is not something, nebulous. It's a very palpable notion of national security for states like Denmark. In conclusion, I was wondering if you could share, if you were to address sort of leaders and establishments, defense establishments of other key allies, and explain why this war is also a threat to their security. So it's not just, solidarity with Ukraine. It's not just, doing the right thing and helping out a friend. It's very clearly a threat to European security as well. And I think that is the point that you have been making and has been very well taken and kind of internalized in Copenhagen. What would be some of the arguments you would put forward to those who might not be convinced?
Yeah, my argument has been for quite many months that the aggression from Russia will not only be seen here in Ukraine, as we have seen it for the last 2 years. It could also be seen in other parts of Europe. And that's the reason why we have to step up now. First of all, we have to support Ukraine with all what we have to do and can do in the future. But then we also should be aware that this is not the final step for Russia. Russia would potentially go further in their aggression. And if we are not aware of that now, then it could be too late. So that's the outcome. We have to do it right now and not in 2 or 3 years, because time is a crucial thing for us right now. And if we're not being able to take decisions now, or doing it in 2 or 3 years or 5 years, maybe it could be too late for some countries here in Europe. So that's in fact my main message to people. We have to take the necessary decisions right now.
Absolutely. Just staying ahead of the curve, right? And then taking on initiative. Well, thank you very much for being here with us, for sharing your thoughts. And once again, thank you and your country for your continued support of Ukraine.
Європейським лідерам не вдалося переконати президента Віктора Януковича підписати угоду про асоціацію з ЄС під час Вільнюського саміту.
Думаю, українські лідери обрали шлях в нікуди.
Український уряд отримає позику 15 мільярдів доларів.
15 миллиардов долларов США. 15 миллиардов долларов США.
Це символічний день. ЄС стоїть пліч-опліч з народом та урядом України і готовий підтримувати українців політично та економічно.
Witają Ukraińców. Europa stała do was bliżej.
Россия будет бороться за свои интересы до конца.
United in our support of your country. Because we're going to stand with you as long as it takes.
Ми рекомендуємо розпочати процес переговорів.
Шановні гості та учасники Київського безпекового форуму, ми продовжуємо. Наступна наша панель буде англійською мовою, тому, будь ласка,
updates will be in English, so please make sure that you have headsets for simultaneous interpretation if you need them.
Back at Kyiv Security Forum, and I'm very honored to invite General David Petraeus, who is already online with us. General Petraeus, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. And
please check the microphone. Is it switched on?
It is on.
Yes, thank you very much. General Petraeus, thank you very much for joining us today. And my first and probably the main question will be, what is your assessment of the current situation now, what you see between Russia and Ukraine on the front lines, and what scenarios do you foresee for further developments within Russian-Ukrainian war?
Well, first of all, it's great to be with you once again. I wish I could be there in person, but I will be there in person in about 2 weeks. And I look forward to seeing you. And Prime Minister Arseny, congratulations on pulling this together, especially given all that Ukraine has endured over the last 48 hours with unprecedented levels of Russian air and missile and drone attacks. I was recently asked by foreignpolicy.com where I thought the war was going this year and beyond. And I think the only honest way to answer that is to say that it depends. It depends on a number of different factors, some of which are right here in the United States, others in Ukraine, other European capitals, and so forth. I think that what it depends on, we will see decisions made that enable Ukraine to go forward effectively. But first and foremost, of course, is the issue of further U.S. assistance. I believe that will be forthcoming. We've seen encouraging comments by the Speaker of the House in the U.S. Congress. I can't say when it will be, but hopefully within the next few weeks. I think it depends on Ukraine, on your Rada, your parliament, resolving the issues of conscription and how you're going to generate additional forces. I know that that's a very sensitive, even emotional topic there. But of course, it's very, very important that that be resolved as soon as is possible so that your military can begin to generate additional units and additional individual replacements and to continue in the face of the substantial Russian conscription that has gone on. It depends on the continued support in Ukraine, and I might let my great colleague from the past in 101st Airborne Division, Ben Hodges, speak to that since he lives there and I do not, but it appears that that support has been solid, the 50 billion euros of EU money committed right before the Munich Security Conference. Individual countries, as you all know, have been coming to Ukraine, making agreements, and I think that will continue. But again, it's the industrial strength U.S. support that is really most urgently needed right now. I think it depends on the ways that you might be able to get access for Ukraine to the $300 billion in frozen reserves of Russia in Western countries. Right now, apparently, you're going to get the interest on that, which is several $billion a year. But freeing that up and using it to help Ukraine rebuild in the face of the continued Ukrainian, the damage sustained by these Russian strikes would be very, very important. And I think an enormous boost for morale as well. It depends on continued technological advances, such as Ukraine has demonstrated at sea, where the combination of maritime and aerial drones has taken out about a third of the Black Sea fleet of Russia, has forced Russia to withdraw its ships from the critical port of Sevastopol in occupied Crimea, and enabled Ukraine to once again export grain by sea through the Western Black Sea, rather than having to go by ground. This is crucially important, not just to the fiscal situation in Ukraine, but also, frankly, to the food security situation in Egypt and a number of other North African countries. It depends on further technological advances in other unmanned systems, noting that Ukraine has demonstrated enormous engineering skill, technical skills, manufacturing, and so forth. And if we continue to enable that in various ways, I think that that can make a huge difference. So again, the only honest way is to say that it depends, but at the end of the day, what it will depend most on is what we have come to respect most from the outside, and that is the extraordinary determination of the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian soldiers, as you are fighting for your very independence. This is your war of independence. And again, I think it's entirely possible, if all of these different factors come together that I have described, that Ukraine can not only hold Russian advances for the course of this year, but get back on the offensive at some point late this year or early next year, once the pipeline has been refilled by the United States and the really industrial strength munitions, systems, and so forth are provided. And I would also add there that I hope that we'll see some critical decisions made by the United States as well on the longer range precision munitions for the multiple launch rocket system and a handful of other very important decisions like that. Know that we are with you. We are thinking of you constantly, and that has been especially the case, as I said, over the last 48 hours, as we have seen the reports of the horrific missile, air, and drone strikes. But once again, I'm sure that the trains will be running on time. Even without electricity, they've already pulled the diesel locomotives out to use them for that. And again, the admiration that we have has no limits. So thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words. And also thanks for getting me together again with my air assault buddy, Ben Hodges.
Thank you, General Petraeus. May I ask just a brief follow-up question? As you mentioned, it is very important to see that there is any progress with this U.S. aid package that is now stuck, let me say so, in Congress. Is there a chance, in your opinion, that, I don't know, that there will be no progress because, in particular, of the political situation in the United States and during this pre-electoral period? So is there a chance that there will be no aid package approved in Congress, so that there will be no progress, and how it may influence the situation in the front lines this year?
No, I think there will be progress. I think there will be a package approved. I don't know if it will be absolutely what has been requested and approved by the Senate, but I do think that the House of Representatives, there's a very substantial bipartisan majority that supports it. It's just the curious dynamics of the majority party that have prevented the Speaker from bringing it to a vote. But he apparently now is determined to see this through. And again, whatever mechanism it takes and whatever ultimately the actual number is, I think it will be very, very substantial, and it will enable us to refill the pipeline and take it all the way through the end of this year and into the next.
Just a short question, as well as I have just 2 minutes. Most of us, of the participants of Kyiv Security Forum, read today's article in Financial Times, where there is a publication that the United States allegedly urged Ukraine not to target Russian oil refineries. Do you consider, if there was such a request, do you consider that it was a fair request to Ukraine?
Yeah, I have to defer on that. I have no knowledge whatsoever about that. It's certainly not impossible in an election year where everybody is watching the price of gasoline at the pump and so forth, but it sounds a little bit exaggerated to me. But again, without having any idea of what's been done, we'll see whether that's confirmed or not. Frankly, one of the achievements that Ukraine has had has been striking the refineries of Russia. It's forced Russia to stop exporting gasoline. And it could, if it continues, have real effect and deprive the Russian units of the fuel that they need and the other refined products. So again, no idea on that one, I'm afraid.
General Petraeus, thank you very much for joining Kyiv Security Forum. Thank you very much for your time.
Very, very good to be with you. And again, my thanks to the former Prime Minister.
Thank you. Панове, ми будемо продовжувати без перерви, переходити до наступної панелі, яка називається «Україна на лініях фронту». Троє з наших учасників приєднаються онлайн. Я запрошую тим часом General Riho Terras, Dr. Evelyn Farkas, and Mykola Beliskov. Please, we welcome you here at Kyiv Security Forum.
Генерал Терес, пан Микола Березков, прошу вас піднятися на сцену.
Okay, so I think that we will start in English with switching to Ukraine. Do you need an... Okay. Чи можемо ми про навушники попросити? Так, для наших учасників. Okay, so as we have a bit of time, I'm going to say that we will be waiting for Andriy Beletsky to join us like in 15 minutes, so we will start with General Hodges, and I see that General Hodges is already online. General, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for the privilege.
So let me start, General Hodges, let me start by asking you, in one of your interviews not so long ago, you referred to year 2024 as a pivotal year for the further course of Russian-Ukrainian war. Could you explain why is that, and what is needed to have this turning point in favor to Ukraine?
So what I said is that 2024 will be the year of industrial competition, and Ukraine and the West should win this competition. I'm talking about, of course, building up ammunition supplies, but also moving forward maintenance capabilities so that Ukrainian soldiers can do what we call fix forward equipment that's broken or damaged rather than having to ship it back deep into Ukraine or even to other countries. So part of the industrial competition involves improving maintenance, but also increasing ammunition stocks. It also includes going after the Russian energy, oil and gas infrastructure that you just discussed with General Petraeus. I think if that was said by anybody in the administration, I would recommend ignoring it because going after Russia's energy and gas infrastructure is going to have significant impact on Russia's ability not only to pay for its war, but also even to provide the fuel and lubricants that are needed for their own military machine. I would also recommend that we continue the sanctions that are in place against certain things that are necessary for Russia's war effort. And I'm talking about spare parts and lubricants needed for the Russian rail system. Reports came out a couple of days ago talking about how much stress the Russian rail system was under and that thousands of locomotives are not functioning because sanctions are already having some impact. I think there's a company that makes ball bearings in the United States that is getting them to Russia via India. That's the kind of gap in the sanctions program that needs to be addressed. So, year of industrial competition, ammunition, maintenance, going after Russian oil and gas, and after the Russian logistics system.
Let me ask just a short follow-up. All of the stuff that you mentioned, do you see that it is possible for Ukraine to continue doing its successful operations without the proper Western support? I mean the level we have as for now.
So, there's been a very gloomy, defeatist kind of narrative over the last several weeks. I heard it in Munich last month. People talked about Avdiivka as if it was the fall of Stalingrad, but actually Ukraine, without having gotten significant support from the United States over several months now, has continued to do a terrific job. And I can see that Europe is doing more and more and more in terms of ammunition and other capabilities. So I would not expect to see a dramatic drop-off in Ukraine's ability to defend, and I certainly do not see Russia having the capacity, not yet, to exploit even local tactical successes like Avdiivka. It seems to me that this year that General Syrskyi's job is going to be to stabilize the front line to prevent Russia from achieving any sort of significant gains. And this, of course, is done to buy time for this industrial competition and to grow the size of the Ukrainian army, to increase the number of units necessary to enable rotations. Meanwhile, I think what the Ukraine will continue to do and should continue to do is keep pressure on Russian logistics and keep pressure on Crimea, making Crimea untenable for Russian Army, Navy, and Air Force.
Thank you, General Hodges. If you have an opportunity, please stay with us online to hear what other participants will say. I'm going to clarify if we already have General Davis online. Yeah, General Davis, thank you very much for joining us. Despite of my questions, how do you assess what you see on the front lines of Russian-Ukrainian war? I will also ask you to answer a question Do you think that Ukraine and Europe as well should already start relying on themselves with no big hope on what the United States can further do?
So great questions, Olena. And I'd like to talk a little about defense technology, which is really my focus and background. But to answer your questions in a few words, I think first off, what we're seeing on the front lines is obviously a number of tactical challenges, but also incredible innovation by the part of Ukrainian forces. And challenges because of the mass, the depth of Russian resources, from manpower, troops, munitions, systems, platforms, air power, et cetera. And of course, depth in terms of geography to support that effort, in which Ben has just rightly addressed. In terms of whether or not Ukraine needs to rely more on itself and perhaps on Europe, I mean, I think that's already a hedging strategy that I'm sure the senior political and military leadership are thinking about. But as also General Petraeus said in his remarks, there is incredible amount of support in the U.S., and it's not time to abandon hope. In fact, it's time to just double down and make sure the message gets to the key leadership and public to support the assistance that Ukraine needs, deserves, and is in the interest of the U.S. And so I'll stop there, but can I take a few seconds to talk about battlefield innovation?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. Because I noticed there was quite a bit of expertise on this panel, and I wanted to kind of fall back on some particular insight I gained 3 years working with Ukraine ministries, I'll say not just defense ministry, but others, as well as defense industry on modernization, privatization, and its viability. Second, just simply because since the Russian invasion of 2022, I focused on developments in land and air power, in particular C4ISR, targeting, integrated air missile defense, drones and counter drones systems, et cetera. So 2 points for context. I think Ukraine's 3 greatest strategic challenges this year and next are maintaining the financial and military assistance that's been spoken to, internally sustaining the military manpower over time, and Ben talked about the units of manpower, and then gaining and integrating the right capabilities and supplies needed to successfully defend and regain territory. Now, next, as I said, Ukraine's got relative weaknesses in manpower, land power, air and sea power, but it has a relative edge in areas such as leadership, civil military coherence, public support, and battlefield innovation. And these advantages have combined to contribute to Ukraine's successes to date, defeating the initial attempt to seize Kyiv, regaining territory in 2022, slowing advances last year in this, and of course, neutering the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Now, external support and sufficient manpower, I think, are going to remain sine qua non conditions. I think others can talk to the trajectories. But let me talk about what I think is imperative and a challenge, and that's sustaining the pace and effectiveness of battlefield innovation for the foreseeable future. Now, innovation can't replace assistance or manpower, but it's an incredible force multiplier. A few examples of note. Battlefield innovation has enabled smaller but effective Ukrainian forces to prevail against Russia's advantage in troops, weapon systems, air power, munitions. Battlefield innovation has enabled Ukraine to harness the power of drones and AI-enabled data systems for situational awareness and rapid, effective targeting to destroy thousands of platforms and systems and cause thousands of Russian casualties. And battlefield innovation has enabled Ukraine forces to cobble together an effective integrated air missile defense from a myriad of different radar, effectors, and C2 systems, including exchanging munitions between Ukrainian and Western air defense systems. Now, Ukraine doesn't have the amount of systems and munitions to defend all its critical assets and population centers that we see on a daily basis, but its ability to integrate what it has in terms of systems and munitions and innovate tactics has allowed it to create an air missile defense system that is greater than the sum of its parts. Now, there are a lot of key ingredients to Ukraine's success to date, and that's necessary to keep in mind and sustain. But I'll highlight four. First, a well-educated and resilient population, military and civilians who are digital natives, IT and tech savvy, creative and agile in the face of extreme diversity, extreme diversity, extreme challenge in terms of constant assault. Second, a military and political leadership who understand the need for leveraging technology, tactics, and structure for asymmetric advantage, and are enabling frontline experimentation while helping mobilize government and private sector support for production, including additive manufacturing close to the front lines, rapid iteration and upscaling of promising solutions, and of course, training where necessary. Third, a public and private defense industry with proven technical expertise in weapons and munitions, with an increasing number of international partnerships, and which had begun modernizing, as I said, well before the war. And finally, this whole of society approach, defense and innovation, that has led to active civil society support, providing intelligence, expertise, services. Second, crowdsourcing, funding systems, equipment, supplies, and training. And three, a vibrant public and private sector response to defense needs, many led by the Ministry of Digital Transformation, with innovative approaches to development and acquisition in drones, counter-drone systems, AI-enabled applications, communications, cybersecurity. Now, maintaining this successful mix of ingredients will be a challenge over time, not the least because Russian forces have proven resilient, innovative, and adaptive, not the same pace, but more importantly, because Russia will continue to maintain an advantage in mass and in depth. Ukrainians will have to sustain their pace in developing innovative, asymmetric, and effective solutions. And my last point quickly, in addition to what it's already doing, I think Ukraine can probably improve in two areas. First, for example, internally, in the systematic collection and dissemination of effective technical solutions and tactics, and of battlefield challenges needing solutions. Think of the Russian-guided glide bombs that have been so effective in the last several months. Externally, Ukraine can improve how it leverages willing partners, including NATO and EU, to contribute to the development and resourcing of effective solutions at scale, including in training, tactics, and organization. And for the latter, Ukraine has exquisite intelligence and experience to exchange. It can offer to test solutions in combat rapidly, provide feedback, obviously, to industry and partners, all of which are of great interest to these potential international partners of states and industry. So I'll stop there and look forward to questions.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned innovations, and I think that during these 2 years of full-scale invasion, we already saw how innovations are important in the front line and how it can give Ukraine, in some cases, even dominance in a very difficult situation when we speak about being inside this war with a much bigger enemy. And when we speak about creativity, this is something that is probably already the second name of Ukrainian soldiers. I'm going to ask, thank you very much, General Davis. I'm going to ask if we have Colonel Bilecki already online, or we can move to our, okay, I don't think that we already have Andriy Bilecki, so if I may, I'm going to ask General Taras, please. What is your view on what you see now where this Russian-Ukrainian war is? And also, do you have a fear that Russia's aggression may extend beyond Ukraine's borders?
Well, thank you, and thank you for inviting me here. It has been a very interesting 1.5 days. I have two dilemmas to deal with. First, dilemma is, who am I to talk about the situation on the front line? I think the colonel who is coming to online soon is somebody who we need to ask about it. And the second dilemma is, I don't know for myself whether I am here as a general or as a politician. But I try to deal with both of these dilemmas. And the first and foremost, I want to say, Ukraine is today in the war with Russian people. And I'm not saying it just out of the blue. I think the Russian dictator, who has several days ago had a special operation of appointing himself again as a dictator, now has got here the mandate from Russian people who support his effort. He's killing Ukrainian children, women and men all over Ukraine every day, and real mandate. And therefore, this mad cult leader who is in charge of, as McCain used to say, a huge petrol station with the nuclear weapons, he has much more ambitions. In my early years, I did my MA on the Chechen wars, and it was the year 99 as Putin first time appeared on the world scene, and his first thing he did is a very bloody war against Chechens, and Grozny was just eradicated from the earth. He has repeated that pattern several times. So after this operation, which he appointed him as a dictator again, he wants to show the world again something. And that's why I am afraid of and not that optimistic. I agree with my good old friend Ben Hodges that the negative sentiment is now in Europe very spread. If you listen to the German television, then every day there are documentaries how desperate Ukrainians are. And my friends saying that it is because they want to encourage people to support more Ukraine. But in my opinion, it is a Russian info operation to tell the people in Germany, France, and elsewhere that it is not worth of paying money to support Ukraine because it is anyway useless. So my concern is that something will happen in the coming 3 months. We were talking about Washington Summit and EU enlargement discussions, etc. But if, for example, in the coming 3 months, Russian breakthrough somewhere on the axe, Kharkov, Dnipro, Kryvyi Rog, Odessa happens, and there the most important raw materials are, for example, the iron ore in Kryvyi Rih, then it will be very difficult to discuss NATO enlargement in the Washington Summit. And the nations who have been doubting, they will be against it, and the nations who have been supporting Ukraine, they will have doubts. And that is we need to avoid. On the same time, a coalition of 31 NATO nations and 24 other nations having a GDP of 47 trillion against the Russian 1.24 trillion GDP, and military defense budgets of 30 times more than Russia, are not able to support Ukraine with weapons. And the current numbers are ridiculous. A couple of weeks ago in European Union, Commission came out with a defense industry strategy and the defense industry program. The defense industry strategy is an excellent document with perfect ends and ways, but the program, which should talk about the means, is 100 times less than actually is needed as a minimum for that strategy to work. It's 1 billion against 100 billion, and that is not a serious talk. We hear President Macron talking a lot about to support Ukraine, and at the same time, and the ambassador yesterday was not willing to answer the question why France is almost the lowest supporter of Ukraine if it is accounted by the percentage from this GDP. The France is just supporting 0.07% of the GDP to support Ukraine. And if that goes on that way, then the glided bombs, 1.5-ton bombs, which are now the biggest threat and challenge for Ukrainians in the front line, will go dropping. The same time, there are nations and companies still having trade relationship with Russia, even US, etc. And that gives Russians the money to kill Ukrainians. About the technology, which I am also a big supporter of. If we talk about the modern technology, the Ukrainians are very innovative. They do very good experiments on the front line because they have no other ways. At the same time, Europe is sending 50, 60, 70 years old equipment to Ukraine frontline, which is, quite honestly, useless today. What Ukraine needs is, and that is my personal view, today, 10 times more ammunition support with a high-level technological ammunition, and not just stupid 155 shells, which are, of course, also needed, but we are not able even to deliver that. And they need a radio electronic warfare equipment to misguide the guided bombs. And this technology exists in France, in Germany, in United States today. And I call for Macron's and Scholz's of Europe that if they don't want to send missiles which are endangered to be used against the occupant in Russian territory, in it ridiculous sentence, but that's how it is, then send the modern top technology radio electronic warfare means to misguide the guided bombs, and airplanes and air defense means, which me and Ben Hodges and General Breedlove already in the letter in June 22 called for to Ukraine in order to push the capability of launching the missiles, the guided bombs, over 150 kilometers, because they now reach almost 60 or 90 kilometers of distance. So if we don't do more, it is very dangerous, in my opinion. And I call the Speaker of the Congress in US, make America great again and win this bloody war against Russia.
Thank you very much, General Terrace. We will move forward. Dr. Farkas, I want to ask you, General Terrace, he said that he has this, let me say so, bad premonition of what may happen in the following few months. We also heard from one of Ukraine's top generals today, if I'm not mistaken, that Russia is now gathering more and more troops, and there is a probability that they will start another big offensive operation on the front lines. Do you share this bad premonition, and do you see that there is any chance that Ukraine and its Western allies can act in advance to prevent another catastrophe?
Thank you very much, first of all, to the former Prime Minister Yatsenyuk for organizing this conference, for inviting me, to my Atlantic Council colleagues for facilitating my participation, and to the great generals and colleagues here and our moderator. I have to say, so I will applaud again what the general just said, and I hope that we do make America great again in that fashion. I am Eastern European American, so I'm Hungarian American, so of course I'm worried. Of course I'm seeing everything through a dark lens. I'm worried because I don't think we should take for granted that Putin will just keep doing what he's doing today, tomorrow. That's not how he acts, especially when he sees weakness. So I am worried that he might try to test Article 5 any day. I'm worried that in the run-up to the NATO Summit, he might do something disruptive, but maybe even worse than what the general outlined, meaning not just against Ukraine, and not just trying to, essentially take control of the Dnieper, but also that he might take some sort of action against a NATO ally to probe, to test us. I'm worried about the fact that Hungary is going to be, as of July 1st, at the head of the Commission, the European Commission. I'm worried because time is short for us to make some smart decisions, which actually might be game changers in terms of changing the Russian mindset, changing the European mindset, and changing prospects for Ukraine. And what I mean by this is something one of our colleagues has been working on, Philip Zelikow, on this issue of the reparations, the big $330 billion fund, frankly, that should be put at Ukraine's disposal through international procedures, that would change everything. It would change NATO accession talks potentially. It would certainly change EU accession talks. So I worry that we don't have sufficient deterrence in place right now. Certainly, when you look at deterrence, it's partly the political will, which does not look very good right now. And then, of course, it's our military capability, which is quite serious, but we're also holding back in terms of what we can do to help Ukraine. I will add that I regret that we removed our trainers. I think President Macron has a good point when he talks about trainers in Ukraine. When I was in the Pentagon working for President Obama, we kept the trainers in, and in fact, we increased the training in Yavoriv. There's no reason why we couldn't have NATO forces in the western part of Ukraine. Again, there's military deterrence. We rely on that in many places. I know it's considered, politically unacceptable right now in most capitals, in most NATO capitals, but again, this is why we need to show greater political will in order to strengthen our overall deterrence. So that's maybe a long answer to your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farkas. I see that Colonel Biletsky is already with us online. If we will be communicating in Ukrainian, please be sure that you use a headphone for translation. Полковнику Білецький, вітаю, ви з нами на прямому зв'язку, дуже дякуємо. І ми тут проговорили якісь моменти.
Colonel, I welcome you. We have been talking from a side about the situation in the Russia-Ukraine front. You are the very person who will update us on what's going on and what the issues that your 3rd Special Brigade is dealing with. What do you expect for the upcoming time? Welcome, everybody. I would like to thank the Kyiv Security Forum for the invitation. I'm sorry I have not been able to join on time. The recent events have made me work 24/7. The 3rd Assault Brigade is currently in the Avdiivka direction. We've been deployed here before Ukrainian forces withdrew from Avdiivka, and we were doing the advancement mission. We were covering the retreat of our forces. Of course, this is the major direction of the enemy's advancement along the Russia-Ukraine front. Situation is, of course, complex. Recently, the brigade has faced a series of challenges that we have not seen at the time of the Avdiiv campaign, when we were defeating the enemy near Kyiv, and over the 2023, our brigade spent 11 months rebuffing the onslaught of the private company Wagner near Bakhmut, and then organizing and supporting Ukrainian counteroffensive, where we were quite successful. And of course, this current campaign is the most difficult one. The challenges, I wouldn't say that the Russians have become more efficient in their war effort in the land capacity, but it is clear that they have used their resources more efficiently. I am often asked whether we could hold Avdiivka with the resources we have had then. My answer would be yes, in the positive. It was possible, provided we had two components. If we were able...
At least we could do two things in which Russian have supremacy: the aviation and artillery terror, as I would call it. The aviation component can be resolved if we have more modern air defense systems. And as regards the artillery component, we should speak not just about the munitions that everyone is talking about, but also about the number of cannons per a kilometer of front line, and about new systems of counter-battery fight, which give us a considerable edge in warfare. For you to better understand this, at the peak of the assault of Russians near Avdiivka, the balance of forces was 7-1 in favor of Russians. We were largely outmanned, and similar ratios were in other military units, not just ours, not just in our section. But even given that, if we had resolved the two aforementioned problems, we could have held the ground there without any pullout. But these are the problems which remain unsolved and remain to be critical. Otherwise, the situation is likewise very complicated, but there are signs of stabilization, which we observe now. And our military do everything possible and even impossible to stop the Russians near Avdiivka. So we can speak about this as fait accompli. We've managed to do this. Of course, this costs us a lot. And but Russians sustain even larger losses than we do. Within almost 2 months near Avdiivka, we destroyed, we killed 2.5 thousand of their personnel, 18 tanks, and we seized more than 50 pieces of their hardware. And for that period of time, our brigade did not lose a single tank, and our personnel losses were lower than those of Russians, at least tenfold. So we can fight, but we do require some additional resources. As a military person, what would I expect from 2024? Primarily, we're talking about two key issues. Number one is Ukraine's homework. We need a viable law on mobilization, even though our brigade primarily includes volunteers and contractual servicemen, but we have also quite a number of mobilized fighters. Mobilized fighters can be perfect, provided there's one condition met: if this soldier is self-confident. And self-confidence can come from two things: trust in commanders, and second is proper training, when people know that they are being commanded by competent officers, and when they are properly trained, they are very good fighters, on a par with volunteers or contractual servicemen. So this is in terms of our homework that I referred to. As regards our partners, we primarily would expect that Ukrainian military would be provided with necessary weaponry and munitions. I keep being asked, what do you need most? And I answer very simply, just everything. There's no wonder weapon which would be a silver bullet. There's not a single missile, aircraft or tank which would solve all your problems at the front line. Warfare is a complicated and multifaceted thing, and hardware, weapons in warfare are multifaceted. Communications, weapons, rockets, munitions, radio warfare, all that is needed for all the units, ranging from rifle units to operational missiles. But again, going back to what I said before, if we need to prioritize, primarily we need air defense systems, which could help us even out where Russians have most advantages, I mean, in the supremacy in the air. Otherwise, everything will be welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Bilecki. It was very important for all of us to hear what you said. If you can stay with us, please stay with us for some more time. I also would like to ask Mykola Beliskov to ask something on behalf of the Ukrainian analytical community, think tank communities. Which loopholes do you see? Which gaps need to be filled? And what is your personal expectation as regards 2024? And what will happen if our partners fail to provide us with the assistance they used to give us before?
For everything Third Assault Brigade is doing. So we are proud of you, and we thank you for this opportunity to be here. And, well, I want to start with the broad framework, and what we hear today, and in general, we see an example of problem of leadership during war. So being a leader during war, you need to combine three things. You need to be honest, because honesty and objective assessment of the situation is the basis of right policy. But your honesty should mobilize instead of doing saying panic and all other things. So that's the problem. So example is Winston Churchill during Battle for Britain. So you should be honest, you should mobilize instead of sowing panic. So that's the problem. And that's why if we look at the last example of Russian advances around Avdiivka, it should be a warning, it should be a cautionary tale to our allies what might happen if we don't receive proper amount of aid in categories mentioned by Colonel Bilecki. So if we are not provided, then unfortunately there is risks, as it was mentioned, that Russians might advance at bigger scale. And again, for the first 3 months when Russians started the last assault targeting Avdiivka, Ukrainian forces successfully arrested advances. And only since January, and especially since February 2024, Russian advances fastened, and it coincided with deficit of US aid. So we see a clear correlation, and I hope it would be a warning. And indeed, we see that our allies, our partners, they are heeding to this cautionary tale, and that's why we've seen a Czech initiative. The only problem that we not only need ammunition for artillery, for tube rocket artillery, missiles, but we also need air defense. So the problem how to find air defense capability and not to see a gap in this kind of things. That's a kind of broad scene. The major problem is for me, so it's the third year of a big war, and we're still not settled whether we are fighting war or whether we are doing escalation management, and that's a problem. But if we fight in war, then, well, Ukraine shouldn't have these constraints, artificial one. If we are doing escalation management, nothing good would happen, and that's major strategic problem. And, well, in terms of what we can expect, negative scenarios again, war, it's complex developments, there might be negative scenarios, and I don't want to talk them in open, and we've seen already cautionary tale. Well, we in a war of attrition. War of attrition is war of resources. And again, it was mentioned a couple of times by previous speakers. So the trick is to, on the battlefield, ensure proper attrition balance favoring Ukraine, and simultaneously just to produce more. In terms of all capabilities, ammunition to them. If our partners can ensure this kind of scenes, especially in terms of production, then we can wage war, we can attain successes. If not, well, nothing good would happen. And again, the major scene, I'm referring to this constantly, that scenes inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine, they are mutually reinforcing. So we see it with regards to mobilization. Why it's so difficult to engage Ukrainians to the armed forces? Because they understand that there is a huge deficit of weaponry. And the risks, the chances of not coming back are great. And under this context, believe me, it's very difficult to engage troops. And vice versa, if we're not engaging people, it would be very difficult to engage hardware assistance. So if we not heed to this dynamic, to this logic, and allow negative dynamic between these two dimensions play, nothing good would happen. So Ukraine should be aided, then we engage more troops, then we have success, and then aided, and we've seen a positive dynamic, as it was in 2022. So that's the major risk, but again, the most important thing is to decide whether we are fighting war or we are doing escalation management.
Thank you very much, Mykola. As we have a couple more minutes, I will ask our honorable generals and Dr. Farkas to react what you have heard from representatives of Ukrainian side, in particular Colonel Biletsky. General Hodges, 1 minute, please.
Well, obviously, Colonel Biletsky has firsthand knowledge of requirements. He understands the situation, the enemy, and the mission. And I'm impressed with his clear, strong leadership. I was impressed that he commented on the fact that Ukraine has to fix the personnel system so that there are enough soldiers to build enough units to enable rotation, reconstitution. That's important. And then the last speaker explained part of the situation there, which tells me it's the government's job, not the Army's job. It's the government's job to make service attractive by convincing women and men of military age that they will not be sent into a fight until they are properly trained, properly equipped, and that their families will be taken care of if something happens to them. My last point, the biggest thing that's missing is strategic clarity. What is our objective? And I'm talking about for the United States and Germany in particular. The president has to say, we want Ukraine to win, and then all of these nonsensical things on the margins will go away.
Thank you very much, General Hodges. You continue to repeat this very important message that we need to hear from the President of the United States. What is the objective of the United States and the Western in supporting Ukraine? Thank you very much. General Davis, what is your view on what you have heard from the Ukrainian speakers?
So first off, let me just endorse, the fact that, we've got a voice from the front line who's got a good understanding of what the requirements are. And just as General Hodges said, that's where the voice of truth comes from in terms of the requirements for support, either from the chain of command, from the innovation efforts that I talked about, innovation ecosystem, as well as from external assistance. And so that's what we have to take as the starting point. And so I'm very thrilled to have had a chance to hear some of those issues. Let me give you some example on what can be done about some of the very significant tactical challenges. Obviously, more munitions, more systems are important for artillery, long-range strike, air defense, and eventually, the support needed around, bringing in a minimal amount of air power with the F-16s are all things that are, on the top of Ukraine's priority list. But let's talk a little about, just for example, and just peel the onion skin back on the issue of guided glide bombs, which General Terrace, talked to. This fact that yes, ideally, if you can spoof or jam those guided bombs in flight, you can make sure they miss the target. But if Ukraine, with assistance, would look at that kill chain, and I'm sure that's part of some discussions ongoing right now, then it needs the real-time intelligence and the exquisite information to be able to strike long range against where those aircraft are basing from, where those glided bomb strikes or stocks are being held, the kits being put together for them to get after defeating these systems before or left of launches is often discussed. And now there's only a few nations, and I'm not even sure which nations. The U.S. Army, I know, has been working for some time to come up with the ability to spoof and jam munitions in flight. I'm not aware that they've got that yet. The Russians have proven that for years, and so that's an issue right now, but something definitely worth science and technology, research development, rapid effort. On the other hand, intelligence is available, and Ukraine has got organic long-range strike capability. So this is where assistance can happen now in terms of trying to strike these aircraft inbound. And additionally, with the F-16s inbound to Ukraine, if they're equipped with the most advanced radar, this is for technical folks, it's the APG-83, scalable agile beam radar that looks out far, and the AMRAAM, this is the 120D for the Air Force geeks, munitions can strike out beyond 160 kilometers, and that can get at those aircraft that are launching from 90 kilometers away with a tactical distance advantage standoff for the F-16s. So if we give them the right munitions and the right radar, the F-16s flown by Ukrainians can make a difference as well.
Thank you very much, General Davis. General Terrace, your brief remarks, a reaction to what you heard from Colonel Biletsky.
Well, I was just assured that what they need is everything, but I think it is important to mention the human factor. And in my opinion right now, what the Ukrainian army should consider as a tactics against the Russians, to do the same what the Russians did last summer, dig in and build maneuverable reserves, sufficient maneuver units in reserve which are trained, equipped, and have enough stated supply to build centers of gravity if they need it. For give time to Europe to wake up. Okay, the Americans do not do that, but Europe can if we want to. But it takes time. The wake-up process of Europe is very, very slow. The first wake-up call 2008 in Georgia, they just buzzed it. The second wake-up call 2014, they woke up but not stand up. They still lay in bed. Today they start to kind of understand what it is all about. But we need to talk much more about what is the alternative. And 40 million nation with a huge national resources in the hands of a Russian dictator, and 40 million angry people who feel themselves let alone if Putin will have success in Ukraine. That means tens of millions of refugees, because people know if Russians come, they kill and rape and do all these things. So I don't think that Europeans really do understand what is on stake here. We need to talk about more. In Afghanistan and Iraq, where I was 2007, we talked about winning hearts and minds. I think we need to have a fight for hearts and minds of Bavarians or Tyrolers or French, that they would understand that it is not the war about Ukraine, it is a war about Europe. That's my feeling.
Thank you very much, General Terras. Dr. Farkas.
So I think can you hear me? Yes. I think I want to comment on one thing that the Colonel left out when he talked about mobilization and also the need for increased and ongoing ammunition and material supply from the United States and from Europe. There's one other piece that is needed, which is the ongoing fight against corruption, because especially in the Ministry of Defense and in the armed forces, because for the troops who are going forward or on the maritime domain serving, they want to know that their officials are watching every penny that's spent and taking very good care to make sure that all the proceeds are going to fight the war. And that same calculation comes into play in all the capitals around the world who are providing support to Ukraine. So that's one other part. The anti-corruption fight must remain front and center here in Ukraine. I want to add just a few things because the Colonel talked about some good news, but I think even though I'm Hungarian, I'm also American. And so my American side says I have to end with a more positive good news kind of summary. So I want to list a couple of things. I mean, first, as my good friend General Breedlove said, the Russians haven't taken anything strategic back from Ukraine. You know, at Kyivka, of course it was horrible, but right now we are looking at a situation where it's not as if they took Stalingrad, to quote the general. Number two, there's money coming from frozen assets, even if you don't get the $330 billion. There's already this discussion in Brussels and in capitals about taking some of the interest. So the conversation is moving and there's reason to be optimistic. Number three, the Black Sea corridor, we've just been talking about the land domain, but the maritime domain is a huge success story. I don't understand why it's not being covered more, because, General, that would give people more of a sense of hope, or maybe it was our other colleague, hope rather than desperation or demoralization. And that will bring billions of dollars annually into the coffers of the Ukrainian government and obviously then also into the defense establishment. Number four, the Russians have many vulnerabilities. We haven't talked about them, but let's not forget that. The fantastic, campaign now against the refineries into Russian territory, cutting off some of their support logistically otherwise. According to The Economist, the Russians are running out of artillery guns. I don't know. That's an opportunity for export control, which is also the case when you look at the oil refineries and other things the generals also mentioned, because Russia still depends on Western technology and Western tools. And then finally, Putin's confidence could very well lead to overreach. So while I'm worried about what Putin's going to do, also Putin all along with all of his horrible things that he's done has kind of helped get people out of bed at least. And the system in Russia is still very fragile. Let's not forget that it was less than a year ago when Prigozhin conducted his weird march on Moscow. So I want to leave on a positive note. I know that Ukraine can prevail, and we will provide the assistance. I just don't know when.
Thank you. As we decided to finish with hope, I think that as Ukrainian defense forces are our main hope, I will probably ask Colonel Білецький. Пане Білецький, чи ви хочете щось додати дуже коротко зараз для аудиторії, зокрема із іноземних гостей?
Mr. Білецький, maybe you would like to add something briefly for the audience. First of all, I want to say that I really believe that we have enough strength and force to defeat Russia. The most important is to use them effectively. We all should remember about the consequences of reversal developments. Ukrainians would want to serve if their own army would have a high level of probability that they would serve for the occupational army. And people in Europe or in the United States who do not wake up now would have a high probability of their own war, which we are having now here. And I think Ukrainians would understand what to do, and our allies in the Western civilization will also understand their mission and what they have to do.
Третій штурмовій величезне дякую за те, що ви
Thank you very
робите.
much.
І I think it will be fair enough
Gratitude to the 3rd Assault
finish this
Brigade.
panel with saying thank you to Ukraine's defense forces for making it possible for us to gather here and have an opportunity to discuss what we discuss. Thank you very much.
Here. All right. We're in assembly. So it is my distinct pleasure to introduce this next panel. We're joined here by Ambassador Volodymyr Hrysko, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine in 2007-2009. Welcome, Ambassador. We're joined here by Ambassador Steven Stefanovich, Sestanovich, I'm sorry, Professor Emeritus of the Practice of International Diplomacy at Columbia University, and Ambassador at Large at the U.S. Department of State in 1997-2001. We also welcome here Nicolas Tenzer, Chairman of the Center for Studies and Research on Political Decisions in France and non-resident senior fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis in Washington, D.C. We also welcome here Ambassador Simon Smith. He is the chairman of the steering committee of Ukraine's forum at Chatham House, which is the Royal Institute for International Affairs, and was ambassador of Britain to Ukraine in 2012-2015. And last but certainly not the least is Ambassador Olena Zerkal, Deputy Foreign Minister of Ukraine in 2015-2019. Online, we are joined by Ambassador Kurt Volker, U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations in 2017-2019. Welcome, Ambassador Volker. Now, this panel is about negotiations. Negotiations in the context of this war. Now, I think this could be a pretty short panel if we quickly shared our true and sincere stances and opinions on the prospects of some negotiations. But I think this is a good opportunity for us to unpick and untangle this subject, because we do hear and we continue to hear calls for negotiations. Wolfgang Ischinger, the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, recently, right before the conference, had mentioned something like Minsk III. Most recently, we heard the chief pontiff, the Pope, calling for the courage of the white flag for Ukraine, for some reason specifically, not for Russia. But in reality, we do hear that all wars end in negotiations. At some point, this is going to come. What will be on the table? What might be the conditions of possibility for such a process to even begin? So I'm first going to turn to Ambassador Volker in line. You have been, special representative for negotiations. You've seen this first set of negotiations transpire after the initial invasion, the initial war. What are your kind of words of wisdom about negotiating with Russia from this first bout of negotiations? What can you share with us?
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you. I wish I could be there in person, but I'll be in Kyiv in about 2 more weeks' time. But I'm in Lithuania today, and I'm speaking to you from the Lithuanian parliament. I think there are several things, actually, that make sense for negotiations, but I think you have to understand the purpose first. You have to purpose. And so I have in my mind always 5 rules for negotiations. I'll lay them out very quickly. First off, know what you want. It's very important, and you get into a negotiation to know what you're trying to achieve. 2, know what the other side is trying to do. And that's not necessarily based on what they say. It's based on your own assessment and intelligence and knowledge. What are they trying to do? 3rd, shape the environment around which the negotiations are taking place. Realities on the ground, realities in the information space. Shape that environment to your advantage. 4th, don't assume that an agreement is your goal. You may never be able to agree, but if you can achieve, number 1, your objectives without an agreement, you've succeeded. And number 5 is remember that nothing is ever over. You may think you've made some progress, but nothing is ever over. We need to maintain vigilance at all times. So the purpose of negotiations in the current stage that we're in is all about number 3. It's all about shaping the actual environment. And here there are several things, and I draw from my experience from 2017 to 2019. The number 1 thing that negotiations, even now, could do is establish clarity. It is important that the world understand clearly that Ukraine wants peace, that it is the victim of aggression, that Russia is the aggressor that is claiming and seizing Ukrainian territory and taking Ukrainian lives, that there is nobody attacking Russia for the purpose of territorial gain, only to defend itself against against Russian aggression. This kind of clarity is important. And I'll give you the illustration. My first briefing when I was special representative, I was shown a map of Ukraine, and the map had certain areas colored in different shade, and it had an acronym, which was NGCA. And I just asked innocently, what does this mean, NGCA? And it was explained to me, this means non-government controlled area. And I immediately threw a fit and said, no, you can't do that. You have to call it a Russian occupied territory, because that's what it is. If you obscure this by an acronym that means nothing, non-government controlled area, NGCA, then people don't understand what the issue actually is that's going on here. Russia has attacked, seized, and occupies Ukrainian territory. So clarity is one of the #1 things that can be achieved by having a negotiation. The second thing is mobilization of a wider world community. Right now, many countries basically sit on the sidelines and say, it's a conflict, it's far away. Yeah, maybe Russia's an aggressor, maybe Ukraine is a victim, but it's not our issue. I think by having a negotiation and having a format in which many countries can be observers or participants or facilitators, this can help mobilize more of the world in Ukraine's favor, because they will understand that Russia truly is in violation of international law, in violation of conventions against genocide, violations against violation of the crime of aggression. So you can build greater understanding and mobilization through a negotiating process. A third thing is that you can link Ukraine's position and objectives to the elements of the UN Charter. And this is what President Zelensky in his peace proposal has done very effectively, very artfully, showing that Ukraine's position is fully embedded in international law. And this is an important thing to demonstrate. By being open to negotiations, you can get that across to people. I would say the same would apply to the doctrine of just war. I was rather alarmed at Pope Francis's comments the other day, which were just referenced, where he was calling on Ukraine to have the courage of the white flag. This makes no sense to me, even within the Catholic doctrine of just war, which requires a position of peace in the future, which requires working towards a greater good, which requires proportionality. Russia is in flagrant violation of all of those principles of a just war. And indeed, the Catholic Church should be coming out very assertively, demanding that Russia cease this war and pull back. So I think also using a negotiation as a vehicle for demonstrating that Russia is in violation of these key Catholic principles would also be something that could advance Ukraine's interests. And then finally, I think it is always useful to posit the what if. What if Russia ceased its aggression? What if Russia withdrew its forces from Ukrainian territory? What would be the basis of a long-term peace at that point? And those, I think, are useful ideas to play out, because if you do that, you can then get people on both sides to begin to imagine a future that is positive. So playing out those what ifs, if Russia withdraws and stops the war, I think is also a useful thing to do. And I'll pause there. I recognize that I'm online and you have a great audience and great speakers in person. So I will be listening in, but I'll put myself on mute.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Volkov, for starting us off with such sort of clear outline of what negotiations are all about and what they could be in this particular case. And if I might add, one thing that's really important to communicate to global audiences, that Ukrainian victory is possible, right? Because a lot of these calls for negotiations come from the place of, well, Ukraine can't really win. It's a smaller country, it's up against a big adversary, you know, more powerful country, so we might as well stop it now before more people die. I mean, these are the kind of arguments, but we heard from the previous panel, if there are just the tools, even with numerical disadvantage of 7-1, it is possible. All we need is a little help. I will turn next to Ambassador Zerkal, to you, to reflect on your take of negotiations and some of the main things that ultimately at the end must be included in the settlement.
Hello, and I have an extensive experience of negotiations with Russia. And unfortunately, all conventional rules of negotiations, they are not applicable in negotiations with Russians. Because you don't negotiate with the team, you negotiate with Putin. And the team is only executing his decisions. They waste your time. And actually, that's a main lesson for me I learned. Because we spent hours and hours with Russians on a number of issues. On gas supply before the harsh winter on 2014, on trade issues and other things. And everywhere we had the same situation. They only play the game. The main messages were transferred by Putin. And he is very constant in his messaging. We just don't want to listen to him. He was very persuasive when he talked about the war a few years before the war, when he talked about Crimea and Crimea part of Russian Federation, when he threatened Ukraine and talked about Novorossiya. And we continue to pretend that we don't hear him. And now the West continues the same practice. They continue not to listen to him because Ukraine is not a real part of negotiations. The real conditions of the peace were on the table in a month or two before invasion in 2022. And there were conditions concerning the place of Russia in the world. So we need to understand that that's the terms of reference, not the territory of Ukraine. The territory of Ukraine he considers as a buffer zone, and he's also very vocal about this currently. So we need to understand the whole range of options, and they're on the table. So what is the West is ready to offer to Mr. Putin? That's the question.
Thank you so much for that, because it seems that every conversation about negotiations is addressed somehow to Ukrainians, right? And this is, you know, Western partners have a lot of leverage over Ukraine. What leverage do they have over Russia and Russia's positions?
Russia is a small economy, and the West should learn a lesson of sanctions. What sanctions should be now adjusted? What kind of measures the West can take in order to limit Russia's possibility to gain more money and to continue their blatant war in Ukraine and to prepare to other kind of aggressions? It seems to me that we still think that this conflict connects only to the Ukrainian territory. But again, that's a kind of tactics not to look up. As the Ukrainians, we all know that that's a huge fight, and we showed already our readiness to fight. We do understand that there will be a lot of provocations and a lot of options which will be on the table, but it will be faked options. because it's obvious we need to understand that he now thinks that he is more powerful than he was a year ago. And he does not have in his mind any idea of peace talks with Ukraine. Yes, we need peace, we need prosperity, but we need to be ready to fight for some additional years. And we need to be ready to protect our existence, not only on the war, but also on the international stages.
Thank you so much. That's very well put. I'm going to turn next to Ambassador Sestanovich. Now, we hear a lot, in the West in particular, that all wars end in negotiations. Does it mean all wars end by negotiations? Could you give us a bit of that historical perspective? What and when negotiations will come into this process?
Yeah, most wars are not, are either won or lost. They're not negotiated. And you have to decide if you're in a war, which it's going to be. And do you intend to win or lose? Some don't end at all. And that's another possibility that one can consider. And some can be negotiated in a way that makes an early repetition or resumption of the war more likely. The critiques of the World War I settlement were that they left too much undone, and that's why the World War II settlement was better. Let me say a word about negotiation and diplomacy in general. I think one of the silliest things said about diplomacy, usually in a spirit of very cold realism, is you don't negotiate with your friends, you negotiate with your enemies. And this is to prepare us, to steel us for the dirty business of sitting down with the other side. But anybody who's been a diplomat knows that, in fact, you spend most of your time negotiating with your friends, not with your enemies. The reason for that is very good. And it isn't just that there's not always a basis for negotiation with your enemies. Right now, I would say there's not really a foundation for an agreement with the Russians, and that most talk of negotiation is really idle. But that doesn't mean there isn't room for diplomacy. Diplomacy can have a great deal of value among friends. You spend your time as a diplomat making sure that you're united with your friends, that those who may or may not be your friends, who are undecided, will not take the wrong direction. And I think that's the task for Ukrainian diplomacy and for Western diplomacy, especially for that of the United States. Ukraine has spent a lot of time formulating peace terms. Not so much because they think there's a basis for an agreement with the Russians, but in order to unify a front against Russia, to slow, let's name some names here, to slow the drift of China, for example, toward the Russians, to limit the kind of cooperation that the Russians may get from the Chinese. That's part of diplomacy. Is to try to make sure that the undecided camp stays undecided or starts drifting in your direction. But even more important, and the real agenda, right, the diplomatic agenda now for the United States, for Ukraine and its friends, is to make sure that everything we do telegraphs to the other side that we're united. An important test for that will be the Washington Summit. That we're committed to giving Ukraine the support it needs, And that will be an important test for the US Congress. That Ukraine is acting on its reform agenda. That's an important test for the Ukrainian government. That there is agreement among our side about goals. And I'd add lastly that there's effective messaging to the other side so that they begin to understand the hopelessness of their position. On that basis, you can ultimately create the basis for the foundation for a negotiated end of the war, but that comes primarily from improving conditions on the ground.
Yes, thank you. I think a lot of people would agree with your assessment, especially with that last point. Let me turn to Mr. Tanzera, to you. Now, your country and your leadership has been in the past, a supporter of negotiations, right? We've heard from Élysée that other parties need to come to the table, and that has recently changed. If you'd like to perhaps take a few minutes to explain, France's position on the prospects of negotiations or not.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to emphasize on one thing, which is I think I'm in the stance of my president as well, but even if I do not represent France, I represent myself, just to be very clear on that. The first thing is that we cannot have any kind of negotiation with Russia, basically. Certainly we cannot. That would be completely misleading for many very reasons, which is basically based on the very nature of this war. The first thing is that basically we perfectly know that Russia has violated probably more than 100 international treaties and agreements. The second thing is that it will be certainly a reward for the aggressor, because if we negotiate on the international law, on the territories, for instance, that will be a breach of international law, and basically international law is not a matter of negotiations, mediation, on anything like this. The third thing is certainly that we perfectly know that if we accept to give up Russia some territories, there will be just the continuations of torture, aggressions, forced disappearances and summary executions, without even mentioning the deportation of children, and that we are perfectly aware of that. And so, having said that, I think that we have certainly to step in certainly in two different kind of directions. The first thing is, first of all, that we must not, and I think that's what Emmanuel Macron very clearly explained, we must not buy into alleged red lines set up by Russia. That's the first thing. Any kind of basically cautious about, let's say, for instance, we must not target Russian territories, which is, basically fully allowed by international law, namely the Article 51 of the UN Charter. Any kind of, I will say, willingness not to escalate, what they call it, so, will be completely misleading. We have basically to become the agenda setter. Because we let Russia being the agenda setter during 22 years or even 24 years. Basically, we are still remaining halfway, that we perfectly know, and we must change that because we are basically facing an aggressor that has absolutely no war. In most of the conflicts, we could accept negotiations because they are basically both sides. We can consider that you have evils on both sides. In the case of Russia, it's not the case. Russia is pure evil, absolute evil, radical evil that we must know, and had only one willingness, which is to destroy Ukraine, to continue to capture Georgia, to impose its yoke on Belarus, and to continue its makes hardly the headlines of the press right now, to continue its slaughters against Syrian people. Even not mentioning, his support to the junta in Myanmar, his support to Hamas, his support to Iran, and of course the relationship with North Korea, Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. And I think that's the first thing. So basically, we have to set our own red lines. That's the first point. And the second thing is that we must not, let's say, we must put all the options on the table. We must put all the options on the table. We must very, very clear on our war aim. If our aim is to defeat Russia, and we must defeat Russia, and I think that the first time, on February 26, my president said that very clearly. Before he said we must not allow Russia to win. No, he said we have to defeat Russia. But if we consider that the war waged by Russia is not only on Ukraine, but also on Europe, we will have one day to finish the job. The first priority is basically Ukraine, to make Ukraine win, to obtain the withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine. But at the end of the day, it won't be sufficient, because we perfectly know that Russia, if not fully defeated, will be able to rearm, and in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, will continue its aggressions. So basically, we must have the big picture of Russia truly is, and we must state very clearly this goal. And for that, we must not say that there could be not only some red lines, that there could be also no escalation, that we must not be afraid of the conflict between NATO and Russia, as it was stated by Jake Sullivan, for instance, in Vilnius Summit on July 11 and 12. I remember a discussion with Jake Sullivan, said, oh, please do not enter this kind of war. No, the problem is not the war. We not buy into nuclear threat, into the threat of alleged World War III. It's not the situation. We can defeat Russia without bringing to the world a new full war. And I think that's the things that we have to think about. And we must basically say, no, right now we have to put all the options on the table, including, of course, I could discuss about that more, I mean, more in depth. We could also, and we must probably consider, that will be my last point, we must envision to put boots on the ground. For what reason? So just one word on that. Because if this war is basically our war, we cannot lead from behind. We cannot fight by proxies. We must be fully engaged one way or another in this war.
Perfect. Thank you so much. These are really powerful points. It strikes me that here on the stage we have representatives hailing from 3 nuclear powers, 3 nuclear weapon states, members of NATO. And, let's be honest, the nuclear factor, the nuclear dimension of this war makes it different from the previous wars, World War I, World War II. And this is partially why we hear, well, we ultimately have to agree with someone like Putin because otherwise we risk, we risk nuclear escalation. We need to give Mr. Putin a face-saving way out. Have any of you heard that face-saving line? We have more than once, right? I'm playing devil's advocate here, but I would like to hear from you, Ambassador Smith. What is the retort to that? I mean, there's some truth in it, indeed. This is a qualitatively different situation than World War II.
Is this working okay? Yeah. Thank you very much. Could I just start very briefly by thanking Prime Minister Yatsenyuk and the Kyiv Security Forum for inviting me and quite a strong team from Chatham House here. Chatham House has been cooperating with the Kyiv Security Forum for some years, since 2017, and we look forward to continuing that cooperation in future. On a personal note, thank you also for being the stimulus for me being able to get back to Kyiv for the first time in 8.5 years. When I was British ambassador here, through the Revolution of Dignity and the first Russian invasions of Ukraine, it was an enormous privilege to be working amongst people who faced really tough times with incredible determination and commitment and good humor. And right now it feels like that, but just multiplied many times. It's an immense privilege to be back amongst old friends. Okay, now I can... Wow.
Your words made a boom.
I did not think my words were so explosive, but now, now I'll get back to the interesting stuff. Yes, you're quite right, Mariana. It's a question we hear a great deal in the United Kingdom, in other countries in Europe. The argument that says, throw Putin some bones at least, give him some sort of reward to take away from all this, give him some sort of incentive to negotiate, to engage in negotiations. I think the response to this, certainly from the UK perspective, it is no longer a response that we feel we have to give that regularly. I think that both decision makers, opinion formers, and the British public, and I think this is the case in many parts of Europe, have very much moved on from this argument that says somehow you have to find some off-ramp, some exit strategy. In some ways, I think Putin himself has given the best riposte to this question, because he has dug further and further into his hole in explaining what his real objectives are for his war in Ukraine and his war on the rest of us, that it has become of itself an absurd proposition to say, in the current circumstances, precisely where do we start giving rewards to Putin for his attack on Ukraine? Which concession do we start with? I think it is pretty easy to answer that question very briefly and say, do not start anywhere. And I think it is, I sense, certainly in Britain, it has become more and more a kind of mainstream assumption that there is simply no point, there is simply no prospect in an outcome of negotiations with Putin. And to put the point more broadly, there is probably no prospect of an adequate outcome for negotiations until Putinism is out of the Russian system. Now, those are possibly two different timescales. They may happen at the same time, but they bring me to just two very brief points I would like to make on why negotiations. My two answers both conveniently begin with R. Why is it good to be thoughtful and active about negotiations? One, because of readiness. Two, because of reasonableness. What do I mean by readiness? I think someone else has already alluded to the fact that things could move and change quite quickly. Even that transition from Putinism to post-Putinism, personally, I think that will be a slow process. I think once Putin has gone, we will get more of Putinism, but it may not be so. The transitions that may happen, the changes that may happen in Russia may happen quickly, so it makes sense to be ready for them. It makes sense to be ready for that time when it is no longer necessary to say that it is a waste of time negotiating with Russia. That time may come, and I think it makes sense to be ready for it. Readiness, I think, also extends to the partners in negotiation that Ukraine will need. Again, thinking back to the Minsk negotiations, we all understand the reasons why those negotiations had to happen very quickly, at very short notice, and a big rush. But I think I'm not alone in thinking that the product of those negotiations were, in many respects, problematic, the agreements that resulted, and problematic is probably a much politer word than I have heard many Ukrainian friends use about those negotiations. But one of the, in a sense, one of the reasons why those negotiations were so challenging and so complex was that there was very little time to be ready for them. So readiness for negotiations really counts. Reasonableness, I think, brings me to my second and last point, which is to say that I do agree with those colleagues who have said that even a sort of quasi-negotiation, almost a kind of rehearsal for negotiation. It could be, for example, something that is on the basis of the 10-point peace formula that President Zelensky has put forward. It is a good opportunity to show reasonableness, to show openness to what an adequate, sensible, sustainable solution might look like once the availability of an adequate and reasonable and cooperative and constructive negotiating partner on the other side of the table is a little bit more of a reality. So demonstrating to a wider audience that reasonableness, that openness to sensible solutions. So once again, if there is any mileage, as there seems to be, in some kind of peace summit which takes place on the basis of the 10-point peace formula, I'm not sitting here advocating that that should happen, but if it happens, then that again is, in my view, a very good opportunity to get the message out to the wider world that ensures the wider world understands these basic points that have sunk in to many of us in the Euro-Atlantic community. One, as has been mentioned before, that Ukraine is the aggressee and not the aggressor. That it is Russia that is the aggressor, and two, that this is a war on all of us. And that doesn't, again, just apply to the Euro-Atlantic community. It is a war which damages the futures of countries all around the world. And in some senses, I think this kind of ventilation of the ideas that might at some point, at some favorable time, be brought into a negotiation are an opportunity to demonstrate that openness and reasonableness and to ensure that a wider participation around the world understands the true dynamics of this war. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And your point echoes with something, one of your points echoes with something Ambassador Zerkal said, that Putin has been very explicit about his aims. We just need to start believing what he says. He has not asked for a face-saving way out, nor does he really is seeking one. Ambassador Sostanovic, I see that you've taken up a microphone. Would you like, is there a reaction that you have? So let me then go to Ambassador Hrysko and ask you, Ambassador, this. So suppose years down the road, there will be an end of this war. And there will be a certain settlement for which we, hailing the advice of Ambassador Smith, will be both ready with reasonable proposals, right? My understanding is that this settlement will reshape Europe, Euro-Atlantic security structures. It will be system changing in a way once this war is over. In what way do you think? What kind of Europe will emerge? What will have to happen at the end of this war and with the peace settlement such as it will be in order to prevent anything like this from happening again in Europe?
Thank you so much, dear friends. Allow me to be very undiplomatic this day. I'm now independent expert, can explain what I would like to say. So frankly speaking, I see no subject for our today's discussion, I mean about negotiations. Look, Madam Zerkal, Ambassador Zerkal, said that she has some experience with Russians, but I can tell you I'm in this business since mid-90s in very many forms and aspects. I can tell you if we will imagine that there are some people living now on the moon, so I can tell you very frankly it is much easier to find some compromise with them than with Russians. Sorry to say, but this is my conclusion since mid-90s. Look, you can probably ask me why. Because Russians lie on each and every corner. No, so this is the nature of sorry to say, these people. And once again, for me, very important is the question about the roots of such Russian policy. With my friends from the Center for Russian Studies, we are now trying to understand this nature of this country, this population, and I will recommend you this book. It is available in internet. Multinational Russism, at the beginning and the end. I really think that it is something what can help to understand what we are talking about and what shall we do with this, I would say, post-Russian territory. So, Mariana, coming back to your question, look, telling now about negotiations, it immediately, I immediately come to another question. Are we going now to bury international law and to bury international order, which we have now? Because what does it mean to start negotiations with the aggressor? It means that we recognize that the force will rule, that aggression is okay, that all crimes are okay, that you can do what you want. Probably everybody knows that Russia committed the crime of international aggression. So what kind of negotiation can we have with this country? About what? That is why, dear friends, my idea is that we can, of course, think about possible forms of such negotiations, but in my view, much interesting is to discuss the future of this Russia or post-Soviet Russia. And in this sense, there are many reasons to start negotiations about forms of these new states on this territory, about the militarization of this territory, about the denuclearization of this territory, etc., etc., etc. So this is, in my view, much more reasonable than now find some or at least form some ideas, some scenarios about nothing. Because until we will have this regime in Russia, it will be absolutely, in my view at least, not possible to have any negotiations. What will be after Putin, it is another question. So let us go step by step. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hope that in several years this forum will be discussing various forms of negotiating with perhaps new post-Putin Russia. I'm going to do something radical in this panel, and I'm going to take a few questions from the audience. If any of you have a questions, please raise your hand. We'll have some mics, or I can share mine. I saw first Mr. Bogdan Mihailov, please.
Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, etc. If some compromise were to be reached, exhaustion, fatigue, genuinely the fear of nuclear war or whatever, what does this mean for the world? A partition into what kind of world? And secondly, we haven't spoken about the security architecture. I mean, is there any role for the OSCE in the future? What about the UN and the Security Council? I realize that this is not about the terms of a settlement or compromise or whatever it is, victory, defeat, but what is our thinking about that? Europe is being galvanized as the US steps back and is preoccupied with internal political infights. What is happening? How is the world shaping up as this war is progressing? Thank you.
Thanks. So, given the time constraints again, I'll just leave it at this question and see if anyone would want to react to it about Mr. Ohrescu.
Thank you, Anna. You are absolutely right, because now we have a very special situation worldwide. Look, Security Council is blocked by Russia, as probably the UN as such. OSCE is blocked by Russia. This organization is absolutely, sorry to say, is not possible to take any decision, I would say so, etc., etc., etc. So the idea to transform Russia, to have something on this territory which will be democratic, which will have economic priorities but not militarism, priorities to develop social standards, etc., etc., it's much more interesting than try to preserve Russia as it is now. And for our Western partners, this is really probably very revolutionary now, to imagine that probably for your Western security feelings, there is much better to have something new on this territory than preserve this global threat for another 10, 20, 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Volker, I saw you had a reaction.
But since you called on me, I'll just say that I think that we do face a situation where the discrete challenges that we faced, Russia's aggression in Europe, Iran's effort at hegemony in the Middle East, and threats against Israel, China's efforts at hegemony in Asia, these are all starting to look more and more linked these days, with Russia dependent on supplies from Iran and North Korea, Chinese purchases of energy fueling Iran's and Russia's economies, Iran getting away with its threats, if you will, in the Middle East, in part with Russian support, Russia's activities in Africa being a threat to countries there and undermining them with its mercenary presence. So these threats are looking more and more linked, and I think this is becoming more dangerous. So to Bogdan's question, I think we have to push back on them aggressively, discreetly, in order to avoid having a more concerted and global challenge ahead of us, such as another world war. We have to prevent that war.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Stanovic.
I'm going to use a word that will appear in some later sessions, and that's containment. When you talk about security architecture, you can either mean an architecture that's agreed on both sides, or it can mean an architecture that's agreed on our side of the line. The latter is the strategy of containment. And the security architecture that we need to look toward in the future is one that we build with our friends. It's less promising to think right now of how that would involve the Russians. But let me add one thing to this, which I think is important, and that is, in the way we talk about the future, we should avoid helping Putin. And I would say that when we talk about post-Russian territory, we are helping Putin. Because Putin says the goal of the West is to break up Russia. The success that he has had in creating a kind of nationalist consensus in Russia is based in part on his success at convincing people that actually the aims of the West are to break up Russia. Those aren't our aims, and we should be clear about that so as not to help him.
That's a good point. Ambassador Zerkal.
I think that we may call this situation as hypocrisy, because even League of Nations took steps to get rid of Soviet Union when Soviet Union made this aggression in 30s. But now, despite all kinds of violations of international law, Russia continued to be a permanent member of the Security Council. So we may say that there is a furnace of the international law, and we need to admit this. And this is also one of the things which is not recognized by the international world now.
Thank you. Mr. Tenzer.
Maybe three very quick points. The first thing is, let's not forget the first thing, and that's urgency. We have to win our war. We have to defeat Russia right now. We had to make Ukraine successful on the battlefield. And as I said just before, we are still remaining halfway. We are not taking all measures. We are not delivering all the weapons Ukraine needs. We are not also enforcing all the secondary sanctions to countries who are helping Russia right now. So let's be serious. Let's be serious. We are not. We are not right now willing, I mean the West, to make Russia pay for its crime. The second thing is, when it comes to long-term strategy vis-à-vis Russia, let's be very clear. As long as we have either Putin in power or someone like him, we must not come back to business as usual with Russia. The only hope that we can have is to maintain the sanctions as long as it is needed, as long as the children deported to Ukraine are not coming back, as long as all the war crimes, crimes against humanity, crime of genocide, crime of aggressions are not punished, as long as all the sanctions, all the reparations, all the damages are not paid. And let's be very clear on that. And that's the only chance, and that also is what Russian dissidents are telling me, only chance that we could have a regime change in Russia. It is not a taboo to speak of regime change. The third, as Lan thinks, I mean, basically, the international organizations are in shambles right now. And we must not ask for any kind of authorizations to the UN or to the SCE, etc., basically to reach our own goals. And our goals is basically, right now, to change the world. And not only, I would say, to contain, but also up to a certain point to roll back all the powers who are damaging the world security. And we have to think about that. We must think about the long-term view. We had to create, as you rightly said, this new architecture. But I think it's a very long way. And the real thing is, and that's my questions, that's my concern, will we have in the decades to come a willingness from the US, from the EU, to really engage in these directions and to take part of their burden? And that's a question mark.
Thank you. And finally, Ambassador Smith.
I'm just going to follow up with a very brief reflection, which I think follows up on the previous comment. I mean, I've sat here and several times in discussion of NATO heard the sort of the kind of paraphrase of Article 5 saying that an attack on one of us is an attack on us all. Well, wait a minute. An attack on us all is exactly what is now happening. And I think that should be the fundamental stimulating thought for us to say that is what needs to power the huge acceleration in support for Ukraine's effort to resist and overpower Russian aggression. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Please join me in thanking this excellent panel. This has been...
So we go back to our work, the work of Kyiv Security Forum. I invite all of the guests and participants to come back to the hall we will be starting, as we are pretty limited in time, as you already noticed, so we will not waste any minute, but it will be great if you will accompany us in our discussion and conversation. I welcome you all, the participants of this panel, and thank you very much for your time. And I think that the topic that you were invited to talk about is pretty difficult, because we now have pretty difficult times, and we are now not only at the level or at the point when we talk about Russian-Ukrainian war, we already talk about a possibility of Russian aggression spreading around Europe, around maybe Russia attacking some of NATO members. What we heard, for example, from Polish president, that he has this fear that just in a couple of years is going to be a reality. So we will talk in particular about this. Dr. Altola, I would like to invite you to our conversation, and I would like to start with the fact, I think, which is great, that Finland joined NATO, and I can only congratulate you with this. Did this fact of Finland joining NATO gave the country's population the feeling that people in Finland are secure already, or is there a fear that still there is a threat that they may be attacked on some level?
Well, that is a good question, and of course Finland made it. It was the fastest NATO membership process ever. Of course, for Finns it was too slow, because there were fears of some kind of a hybrid activity, and many of those fears were also realized. The Finnish-Russian border is now closed. So Russia has done activities, instrumentalized migration waves, and Finland has decided to close the border. So you can see the creeping escalation of the war already regionally. And Finns are not blue-eyed when it comes to wars. We have always maintained a very high level of national readiness. Our wartime army in a country of 5.5 million people is 900,000 strong. So Finland has always felt that it is ready. And you ask about, are we fearful? You know, it's almost sacrilegious in Finland to say that we would be fearful of Russia. So Finland is, to the bone, a very Spartan nation. Although it is a Nordic welfare state, takes care of its citizens, it is prepared. And that is perhaps the reason why we were so, in a speedy way, accepted to NATO. But of course there are concerns and anxieties and different scenarios. We are elliptic, so in Finnish popular imagination, it's not perhaps politically correct to have a prognosis of immediate or imminent Russian threats. So that would be considered to be fear-mongering. Of course, there are those who are claiming that there is somewhat an imminent threat. Far north, for example, Russia still have a favorable balance of power. Svalbard Islands are often mentioned in Finland as a low-hanging fruit for Russia to do something, and returning of those islands would be extremely expensive operation. So Russia can take steps here and there, but to a large degree, I think it is containable. And I think one of the worst things that could happen is that now when we have this kind of a weakening of the Western solidarity and there's domestic issues and elections coming up, that will lead into kind of a spiraling of the fear. Because greater wars are done, and I'm classical realist here, believer in Thucydides, that greater wars are done out of over self-confidence and fear of that. So we have to remain confident that we can deal and muster enough capabilities in this situation. If Russians read signals of fear, then the game can escalate. And the title of this panel was very ominous. So we have to remain calm and self-confident. We have to, not in a panicky way, but in a calculated manner, proceed helping Ukraine, beating Russia in Ukraine.
Let me ask just a short follow-up question. We've heard from the head of EU diplomacy, Josep Borrell, yesterday. He said, or even today, I may miss the date. He said that you don't need to scare people, European people, with this potential threat that there's going to be a big war. Do you agree with this point that you don't need to talk much about a possible threat of a larger war?
Well, you can always, in a calculated and sometimes even silent ways, support Ukraine without causing big headlines out of it, because I think Russia uses those in the disinformation campaigning very easily. So be calm. When there were nuclear bombers that Putin flew close by to Helsinki a couple of weeks ago, there was no headlines in Finnish newspapers claiming that would have been a major danger to Helsinki. We kept quiet, so they didn't have the kind of the propaganda victory of causing panic. But I agree that we have to understand that Russia is going to be a threat. If situation proceeds as currently looks like, 5 to 10 years, we might see a regional war in Europe. And if there's a regional war in Europe, then we are talking about much bigger wars potentially in different corners. That is what history tells us. So in order to avoid that, let's be confident, let's build resources, let's understand what is going on. Then there are prognoses that from 1 to 3 years Russia might be a threat. But I think those are usually done in order to wake people up. And in some other countries, that might be a useful tactic in order to make, for example, Germans pay attention to what is going on. It might be workable, but you have to pay quite a lot of attention to the public communication of these things, and not kind of overplay the fear, because as I said, fear is a constitutive element of an escalation.
Thank you very much. And I know that you need to leave earlier, so when you need, you just go. Mr. Chair, I know that you have a short presentation on the topic of our panel, so I would be grateful if you share your points on this battle between democracy and tyranny.
Thank you very much. I've actually been asked to speak about the dangers of a wider war, which I believe are intrinsic to the war currently taking place in Ukraine. Let me just begin, though, by saying I have often been unhappy at the Kyiv Security Forum because I have not usually been here in happy times. These are not happy times now, but I am, as ever, honored to be here, and I thank all of you very much. for inviting me. And I also must say, before turning to the topic, I think most of you will have learnt this morning that the United States has asked or insisted or demanded that Ukraine cease its military operations against Russian energy facilities on Russian territory. And I just want to say, and I know I'm not the only person who feels this way, that as a member of the collective West, I feel deeply ashamed by this news. The danger of a wider war, if and when the current war ends, one needs to understand two things about it. First, Russia and what we still call the West live in different cognitive worlds. And the danger of war arises out of deep conflicts of interest as well as perception, which each side understands poorly vis-a-vis the other. For Russia today, and not simply today, control of the core of the Russian Empire, however its leaders define it in all the different ways, is a categorical imperative, and the maintenance of a strong and deep defense perimeter beyond that core is a primary and enduring national interest. And that defense perimeter does not border NATO. It runs inside the territory of NATO, and moreover, it's not purely geographical. It is civilizational, because it lies somewhere between the borders of the so-called Russian world and what Russians like to call the historical West, which effectively is NATO, the NATO border at the time of the Cold War, rather than since. The key variable if you consider both this categorical imperative and these primary interests, the only variable that really matters for Russia, the greatest obstacle, is the correlation of forces at any particular time. The greatest obstacle for the past 30 years to Russia realizing these primary interests has been the existence of an independent and sovereign Ukraine. And because for a Russian this is so obvious, this is so overwhelming, it intrudes into everything, it's axiomatic in Russia, and there are other reasons for this too, that the emergence of Ukraine after the end of the Soviet Union as an independent state has been from the beginning a Western project and a core Western interest and an anti-Russian Western interest. And that therefore means, the Russians see it, that Russia's victory in Ukraine, the West's loss of Ukraine, will be what they call a чувствительный удар, a crippling and painful blow against the West as a whole. And they understand very well, when your enemy is in retreat, you must advance. Now, the second part of this is perception. The Russians are devoted to the thinking of Karl von Clausewitz, and one thing Karl von Clausewitz is very relevant now. He said the object in war is to impose your will on an opponent, on your opponent. To this day, the West still, by and large, thinks about threat in terms of material capabilities, including economic and technological capabilities. For the Russians, you cannot, the West thinks about strength defines strength in terms of material capabilities. For Russians, you must also include the moral dimension, moral capabilities. In other words, the force of belief of the antagonists. Russians have revived the concept of passionarnost, which means not just readiness to assume sacrifice, but pride in sacrifice. We lost 20 million in the Second World War. For years afterwards, we had millions living in holes in the ground, and yet we won, and that sacrifice made our victory superior and made us stronger. That mentality now is very strong in Russia. And the question that is obvious for them, that they pose, is, does your opponent display the same strategic purpose, the same moral fiber, the same tenacity, the same capacity for risk and for sacrifice? And if the answer to that question is no, then that opponent is not worth respecting. And that is where we are today, I am afraid. If in time of war, your priority, that's to say our priority, at every turn is to diminish tension, to limit stakes, and at all accounts, avoid escalation, what we are doing inadvertently is increasing the danger of war. That is the Western problem. Our very virtues, our reasonableness, our belief in proportionality, our determination to search for compromise, arouses and deepens the contempt of the Russian adversary. And I'll add one other feature, which I won't be the only one to mention it. In mobilizing the Russian economy and the psychology and the political system and militarizing it, Putin has created a dynamic inside Russia which I believe is going to be very difficult to unwind and reverse, and could cause considerable dislocations if it's attempted. And therefore this creates an impulse to go further rather than to step back. So my concluding point, and I'm sorry if I've spoken beyond my time, is this. If Ukraine loses this war, and the West stands aside and allows Ukraine to lose it, the dangers of a wider war increase substantially. Worse still, if as we recognize this and realize this, we then begin to react, the danger will be even greater, and the risk, therefore, is that Russia will start a war on the basis of a miscalculation of Western will, which will rise too late to maintain the disciplines and the balance of strength that are necessary to prevent war. So on that happy note, I will end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We'll be moving towards Ms. Budjerin. As we are speaking about wider war, I cannot but mention that one of the topics that we have is the global nuclear war possible? And I think that we need to get back to the fact that Russia violated a Budapest memorandum. And what is an undoubted fact is that this war definitely didn't make the world safer, even if we speak potentially. Do you see what specific consequences of Russia violating Budapest memorandum do you personally see?
Yes, thank you, Olena. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's very strange to be on this side of the podium, I have to say. You know, I like to imagine international affairs as this complex, tapestry. The world is so interconnected. The world is so interdependent. There's no isolated corner of this world. And you pull on one string, it is going to disrupt and send ripples across the entire fabric. And one of the dimensions in which this war has disrupted patterns, disrupted international affairs, is is the nuclear dimension, right? It's to bring back from partial oblivion this nuclear aspect of international order, the existence of nuclear weapons, and their deliberate use as tools of statecraft. So the war was inaugurated by Mr. Putin under a thick shadow of nuclear threats. It was prosecuted under the shadow with a very, concrete political purpose, which is to prevent, to stave off Western assistance to Ukraine. And these threats have not been fully successful, clearly, but they have been partially successful. They have affected the timing and the kind of military assistance Ukraine received. So in a way, Mr. Putin continues to make these threats. He had just reiterated them recently in a series of interviews because they at least partially work, right? So nuclear weapons and nuclear threats have proven their worth, as it were, based on Western reactions to them. The other side of the ledger is, as you mentioned, the Budapest Memorandum and Ukraine's own history, nuclear history, where Ukraine, as a successor state of the Soviet Union, inherited nuclear weapons, nuclear option, an option to develop its own nuclear deterrent, and it has given up that option in return for for security commitments from nuclear weapon states. Now, one of those nuclear weapon states violated the commitments under the Budapest Memorandum to respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, to respect its borders. And the other signatories have taken a rather muted reaction. And I'm talking about 2014, right, when the issue of the breach of the Budapest Memorandum first arose. And that has probably been a mistake and sent the wrong signal to Mr. Putin to say that the signatories of something like the Budapest Memorandum will perhaps observe strictly the letter, but not the spirit in which the memorandum was signed, which was to recognize Ukraine's legitimate security concerns when it was disarming. And so this is a regrettable picture for nuclear aspirants the world over. On the one hand, we see that actually possessing nuclear weapons gives you certain prerogatives. Compare U.S. response to the invasion of Kuwait and compare U.S. response to the invasion of Ukraine and the calls to, close the skies and so forth. On the other hand, you have the negative example of what happens in a country that is not covered by nuclear deterrence, neither of its own, because Ukraine disarmed, nor one extended by an ally, as a NATO ally would enjoy U.S. extended deterrence. With that, I think combining these two tendencies, both very regrettable, I think we're going to see the value of nuclear possession go up around the world. As someone who has spent her career trying to advocate for nuclear disarmament and to prove that nuclear weapons, there should be less of them, should be fewer possessions, my job has gotten just a lot harder these days. But I have to finish with this, that, the story of Ukraine's nuclear disarmament and the Budapest Memorandum is not over yet, right? The way that the collective West reacts to Russian breaches is still very much part of that story. And I think we have to bring back up Ukraine's nuclear history in order to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's definitely not a normal situation when a country like Ukraine is not perceived now on a global level as a good example, but mainly we feel ourselves like losers, in these conditions. Thank you very much, Mariana, and we will be moving forward towards Mr. Love. We have this question about the confrontation between tyranny and democracies. How do you think, considering the current and potential confrontation between these two poles, who will eventually win?
Дякую. Добрий день. Мені дуже приємно знову бути в Києві. Я вдячний організаторам за запрошення взяти участь.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be back in Kyiv, and I'm grateful to all organizers for giving me an opportunity to participate in this conference. The world has changed so much since I was last at this Kyiv Security Forum in 2016. We are living not just through the war in the center of Europe, but the period of revolutionary shocks. As Hamlet said, the time is out of joint. It's painful and disorienting moment, and it is still far from the end. In order to save your time and patience, I will continue in English. But I like studying your wonderful language.
I still need a microphone, it's true. I want to stress that this period of revolutionary upheaval will be prolonged. We're seeing these very profound effects of globalization on Western societies, whether it's the rise of Trump, Brexit in my country, and in many countries, this very strong anti-elite, and I would say anti-expert sentiments. And these are very worrying developments. The Chinese and the Russians spotted these trends, I think, before we did, and in some cases served to exploit them. So, in my view, this social polarization will only diminish when we find new economic models that are perceived by some in our societies as being fairer. So that's the, if you like, the broad context. I will get to answer your question, Elena. Like James, I see the danger of a broader European war. If Russia believes it is winning in Ukraine, and if the United States is believed no longer to be fully committed to NATO, there is a much greater likelihood that Russia will test Article 5. And the second point here is that the Putin system cannot, in my view, sustain its rule without being at war. And as Sergei Medvedev, the Russian historian, has memorably written and said, war is a new normal for Russian society, or in fact, maybe just it is perceived as normal for Russian society, and it has become part of Russia's identity. So these are, I think, long-term problems that we are going to be having to address. Now, this doesn't mean that we're on the verge of a global war. I think nuclear deterrence still for now works, and it will continue to do so in relations between the United States and Russia on the one hand, and between the US and China on the other. But as Mariana has pointed out, if we're now going to drive nuclear proliferation, other dangers clearly emerge. But let's face the fact that global governance is going to be extremely, I think, chaotic for a good long while. We've got climate change, we've got these spectacular demographic changes emerging. These are going to dominate international affairs for a good long time. But I believe, it's my last point, that Russia's war on Ukraine is going to be a long war. And I think Russia is going to be bogged down in this country for years. And it's not in a condition, certainly now, to fight a broader war. And that's largely thanks to the sacrifice of Ukrainians. So NATO and EU countries owe Ukraine and Ukrainians a massive debt. So I was struck yesterday a couple of days ago, by a statistic I saw, a demographic statistic that 75% of countries in the world are expected to fall below population replacement rates by 2050, 3/4 of the world's countries. However, there will be population growth, and it will be concentrated in those countries in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia that face serious threats from resource shortages and climate change. So we are going to see this combination of baby boom, and baby bust. And that's going to create, I think, a very serious set of security challenges for us. So I will leave it there, but I don't see any immediate likelihood of this broader confrontation that you were describing. But something's brewing, and over the next maybe 50, 70 years, we're going to see a lot more of it. Thank you.
Thank you. What we see definitely that there are enough threats globally, not only military threats that we are discussing during these days. Mr. Whitmore, what we've been talking a lot today, or if to be specific, it's like my conclusion of what I've heard today, is that it seems like we can talk about this crisis of global leadership and probably the crisis of international order in some way. Do you share this feeling? And if yes, how can this, let me say so, global community oppose all the potential threats that we will be facing in the next years?
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah. Thank you, Elena. And again, thank you to Prime Minister Yatsenyuk and the awesome team here at Open Ukraine. It's an honor to be here. Following up after James, Mariana, and John is kind of like taking the stage after the Beatles, so I'm a little nervous, but I'll do my best here. We do have a crisis of global leadership, but we have something much bigger. This panel is kind of built around the question of, is a global war possible? It's my opinion we're already in a global war. We're already in a global war. It just went kinetic in Ukraine. It can go kinetic elsewhere, but all of the elements of this global war are present here in Ukraine. Now, the most common way to characterize this is a struggle between democracy and autocracy. And that's correct. But that's not enough. So what I want to do in my time here is go a little deeper and go a little wider and look at what this global war is about. On one hand, it is a battle between constitutional governance, on one hand, and what I've come to call mafiaism, on the other hand. And I don't use this to be glib or funny. I'm actually writing an article right now looking at this in a very empirical way. So what is mafiaism? What do I mean by that? Mafiaism refers to rule by an unaccountable clique that wields its power through patronage networks outside formal constitutional institutions. Number two, it's a regime that is willing and able to use extrajudicial force, including lethal force, and can do so without fear of accountability. It's also a regime that's willing and able to use, a regime that is able to use corruption as an instrument of statecraft, to wield power both at home and abroad. Such a regime is highly resistant to change at home due to the embedded nature of the patron-client relationships at its core. Can you think of a crime syndicate that's ever democratized? I can't, in fiction or in reality. But it's also, and for our purposes here, it's, such a regime is inherently expansionist abroad. It's inherently expansionist abroad because the rule of law on its borders is perceived to be a threat. Imagine a crime syndicate running a little neighborhood out here in the Padil, right? And the next neighborhood over, you got great, honest cops, good prosecutors. What do you think that crime syndicate is going to try to do? They're going to bribe the cops, they're going to bribe the prosecutors, and if that doesn't work, they're going to muscle in. That's exactly what's happening here in Ukraine, and I would add elsewhere in the former Soviet space. So this is what we've seen in the former Soviet space for the past 30 years, right? It's gone kinetic here in Ukraine since 2014, and it's gone kinetic in a big way since 2022, but it's been going on almost from the beginning. It's been going on in Narva, in Estonia. It was going on in Transnistria and in South Ossetia and Abkhazia, in Moldova and Georgia, respectively. It was going on in Crimea from almost the moment of independence. This has been going on since the moment the Soviet Union broke up. It only went kinetic later. But this global war, this struggle between mafiaism and constitutional governance has been going on for a generation, at least. There's a couple of examples that actually illustrate this really well. The moment in the early years after the Soviet collapse, as you all know, Russia and Ukraine were experiencing identical crises, a struggle between a president and a parliament. There was no constitutional law like we have in the US to say who can do what, when, and how. And so it turned into a naked struggle of power. Well, Ukraine solved that by having early elections for both the parliament and the president. And the rest is history, right? Every election's been competitive. Every election's been free and fair. Russia, we know, solved it by blowing up the parliament. There's also examples from recent history. Contrast the dismissal of General Zaluzhny, which a lot of people weren't happy with myself included, but contrast that with what happened in Russia last summer with Prigozhin's march on Moscow and subsequent extrajudicial execution. Here you had something very similar, a civil-military dispute here between the president and the chief of general staff in Russia, between a mercenary leader and the chief of general staff and the secretary and the minister of defense. But here it was resolved in a civilized, constitutional manner. There it was resolved through the use of force. Again, this contrast between constitutional governance and mafiaism. So think of that crime syndicate. How does it act? So that's one way we're in a global war. The other way we're in it is a struggle between what I call civic patriotism, an inclusive form of civic patriotism, on one hand, and on the other hand, ethno-nationalism. This is a key struggle, and this is going on within societies and between countries, right? When you hear Putin define this conflict, it is always defined in ethno-nationalist terms, right? But then look at Ukraine. You have a multilingual, peaceful, multilingual society. You have a president who is a Russian-speaking Jewish man. You have the man who started or set off the Revolution of Dignity was an Afghan immigrant to Ukraine. This is the difference we're looking at. So this battle is taking place both within countries, and it's happening in my own country right now. Think of January 6th, 2021. It's happening between countries, such as between Russia and Ukraine, and it's going to continue. Winning the war in Ukraine is going to be the first necessary step to resolving this, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. We in the West have a lot of work to do on this, to resolve this, to revive the attraction of inclusive civic patriotism over the allure, the dangerous allure of ethno-nationalism. Ukraine's showing us the way. You're fighting and dying for it right now. But this battle's going to go on long after the war here is over. We have to win the war here, but then after that, that's just the beginning. We got a lot of work to do afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we finished this panel with, I think, an optimism, when we say that Ukraine may be an example even for the United States, for its civil society. I'm not sure if Americans are paying much attention to this progress made by Ukrainians, but still, what you say is truly pretty challenging, and we see these challenges globally now. Thank you very much for your participation. We will have a small break, and then we will continue with the next panel. So Mariana is getting back to moderating as well. Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're ready to start our next panel. It will focus on the United States and the upcoming elections in the United States and what that might mean for Ukraine, but also for European security writ large. Let me introduce all of our speakers first. We have a really excellent, amazing lineup here. Dr. Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director of the McCain Institute, welcome. Ambassador John Herbst, Director of the Eurasia Center at the Atlantic Council and U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine in 2003-2006. We welcome back Ambassador Stephen Pfeiffer. I'm not going to give the full title. We've already had the pleasure of welcoming you on the stage, and Ambassador Steven Sestanovich. Welcome back. Also joining us online are General Douglas Lute, U.S. Permanent Representative to NATO in 2013-2017, and Ambassador Michael McFaul, Director of the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies at Stanford University, and U.S. Ambassador to Russia in 2011-2014. Welcome all to this panel, and General Lute, Ambassador McFaul, we only wish you could join us here in person, so perhaps next time. Before we start our discussion, we do have a video recording, an online address from Senator Ben Cardin. He is the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committees, so please.
Hi, I'm Senator Ben Cardin, the chair of the United States Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The Kyiv Security Forum comes at a critical time for Ukraine and the entire free world. Russia's aggression in Ukraine endangers democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Putin's attack not only threatens Ukraine, they constitute a threat to the European Union, to our NATO allies, and to the national security interests of the United States. That is because Putin's attempt to erase the nation of Ukraine is only one step in his push to restore the Soviet or Russian Empire. I want to commend the people and military of Ukraine for your incredible courage and determination in this battle against Russia. Not only is it critical that we support you in this war today, we must also support Ukraine in the future, both by helping your country rebuild from the ashes of this war and by ensuring long-term and enduring peace across Europe. That means standing by you every step of the way until you are members of NATO and the European Union. The progress we have already seen in reforms is immense, a great feat, especially while fighting a war. And we will want to work with you until you have achieved every requirement necessary to secure Ukraine's future, so that your children never again face an invasion from an imperialistic neighbor. I want to recognize the Biden administration for their efforts in Ukraine. They saw the writing on the wall early and warned the world of Putin's plans. They gave policymakers from Kyiv to Washington critical time to prepare. And the Biden administration has also pulled out all the stops to try and keep democratic nations united against Russia's aggression. Of course, the United States Congress also must play a role. I was pleased that not long ago the REPO Act passed out of our Senate Foreign Relations Committee by a vote of 20-1, confiscating central bank assets of a foreign country with which we are not at war would be a first for the United States. But while this is incredibly consequential, bipartisan legislation that targets frozen Russian assets, the supplemental funding request is even more important. The vote to advance the supplemental funding was one of my most important votes I ever cast in all my years in office. I'm proud that we in the Senate passed this legislation on a bipartisan basis. Now is the time for members in the House of Representatives to get it over the finish line. This money is critical to helping get Ukrainians the weapons and ammunition they need to fight back against Putin. So as you gather and commemorate the 10th anniversary of Ukraine's association agreement with the European Union, know that for me and many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, we care deeply about the fate of Ukraine. We support your trajectory towards an independent European nation. We support your fight for victory over Russia's aggression. We believe that a secure and prosperous, democratically governed Ukraine is the only path forward. So thank you for attending the forum today. I wish you a productive discussion.
Many thanks for this recording to Senator Cardin, and we wish every U.S. senator and every U.S. congressman had the same kind of resolve and attitude towards Ukraine. Unfortunately, this is not the case, with the supplemental being stuck in the House right now, and us looking at the November 2024 U.S. elections. I would like to turn first to you, Ambassador McFaul, on account of these elections. So President Biden famously said that United States will stand and support Ukraine, quote, as long as it takes, unquote. That U.S. assistance has been, of course, monumental, it has been crucial, but we see that this might be more challenging than maybe President Biden had anticipated initially. What are the prospects of this, as long as it takes, in view of the upcoming elections?
Well, first of all, my apologies that I can't be there in person.
I think you're muted, Mr.
No, I'm not muted on my side.
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Welcome.
So first, my apologies that I can't be there in person. You introduced me as ambassador, but I spent most of my life as a professor here at Stanford University. This is finals week, and so I'm here teaching here at Stanford. Second, it is a fantastic program that you've had. I'm sorry that I missed it, and I feel like I'm stepping into a long conversation you already had. So I'm going to be brief and let your panelists in Kyiv do most of the talking. But for me, we can talk about the election in maybe the next set of questions. But for me right now, the imperative question is to get this aid bill passed. Without that, we may not have a serious debate about assistance to Ukraine because it may be too late. If I look at what happened, I think in retrospect, I'm not so sure it was a smart decision to try to link different pieces of assistance. At the time, I understand the Biden administration's strategy. I supported it. In retrospect, I would have liked an up or down vote on aid to Ukraine. I think that would have been more simple. Second, having said that, I agree, of course, with Senator Cardin that Speaker Johnson needs to let his people vote. That's what he needs to do. Because everybody who follows this debate closely knows that if the House of Representatives votes, they will pass new aid to Ukraine. The votes are there. The last time they voted last fall, it was 300 to 100. It's Speaker Johnson is holding it up because Mr. Trump has asked him to do so. And so I would say, secondly, that is the most important thing to do. And if anybody in the room has a way to influence Mr. Trump or Speaker Johnson to have them change their minds, please do so. And that leads me to my third and last point. I have a solution. You just heard Senator Cardin mention the Repo Act. This is an idea that the working group on Russian sanctions that I've coordinated for several years now, we first published a paper on this in October of 2022. And it's been a long slog, but we are now close. We are now close in the United States to finally doing what we should have done a long time ago, which is to transfer these assets in a smart way to provide support for the war effort in Ukraine and reconstruction. We can talk about the details if you're interested, but it's a great idea. It passed in the Senate. It passed in the House. They had major sponsors from the Republican Party on both sides. Senator Risch, Senator McCall, that's McCall, not McFaul, Mike McCall, not Mike McFaul. And I think a win-win outcome is to marry the Repo Act to the aid to Ukraine bill. That allows Republicans to say that they added something new, that they have forced the Biden administration to do something that they don't want to do. And I think it makes it more palatable, more easier for them to get that piece of legislation passed. So that's my very concrete idea for how to finally do what we should have done months ago.
Thank you, Ambassador McFaul, and thank you for all of your efforts as part of the working group on Russian sanctions as well, and for all of your long-term support of Ukraine as well. Let me turn then with a similar set of questions to General Lute and perhaps ask you to focus more on the military side of things. You know, with the supplemental now held up, I mean, we're looking at putting in place things that will shape not even 2024, but really 2025. So I agree with Ambassador McFaul. You know, this is really crucial timing, really crucial aid. Are there any other mechanisms and tools if the aid is held up that U.S. can leverage?
Well, first of all, let me again echo Mike's comments about our regret for not being there in person. I was there last year. I hope to return soon, but thank you for accommodating this virtual presentation. I'd like to go back to your original thought, and that is the Biden administration's logo, its mantra, that we will stand with Ukraine as long as it takes. Frankly, I think at the 2-year mark, that's not good enough. The mantra should be, we will stand with Ukraine as long as it takes, with as much as it takes, as soon as it's needed. And that, frankly, has not been the pattern over the last 2 years. So rightly, we are fixated today on the $60 billion supplemental that's pending in the House of Representatives. But my concern is that even if that passes today, for example, or tomorrow, if we apply it in the same way, we will be very much in the same place a year from now or even 2 years from now. So we need more than just additional funding. We need a change in concept. We need an approach which actually harkens back to some of the earlier panels in this conference. And that is an approach that enables Ukraine not just to avoid losing, but to actually win. And that means changing how we provide military assistance. So for example, there is no military reason that we have not yet provided long-range precision strike systems to Ukraine. And here in particular, I'm talking about the 300-kilometer ATACMS missile system, ballistic missile system. We could use this system in 2 very practical ways today to advance the campaign in Ukraine. First of all, we can sever the logistics lines of the Russian occupying forces. This is because those logistics lines, in good Russian tradition, are railroad-based, which means they are targetable. The Kerch Strait Bridge, of course, is the iconic example of this. But long-range precision strike systems in sufficient quantities could isolate the Russian occupiers, not only in the Donbass and in the south, but in Crimea itself, as Ben Hodges has made the point over and over again. And then the second major reason to provide these long-range systems is to target the launch sites of those missiles and drones which are attacking the interior of Ukraine, as they did just the other night, as I understand it, in Kyiv itself. There's no effective air defense that relies only on the defense of the target itself. An effective air defense couples that with attacking the launch sites. And we have, because of the way we've provided support and because of the systems we've denied Ukraine, we have violated military science and we've placed at risk the Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. So I would argue that yes, the 60 billion is important. It is a lifeline of support to Ukraine. But alongside that change in funding, additional funding, we need a change in concept.
General Lute, Thank you so much for this set of comments. As you know, as a team, or I should say, as a bunch of people who spent part of last night down in the bomb shelter in this hotel, your point about air defenses is certainly very well taken. But let me just follow up with you on this one. On this one point, you know, we've been discussing here during the forum previously the reasons for this, you know, consideration, this lag of time and deliberation of each weapon system that's provided to Ukraine, and that is, frankly speaking, a danger of escalation. More specifically, danger of escalation to the nuclear threshold. What do you, as a military man, how do you respond to that?
Well, look, anytime the potential of nuclear escalation is a concern, we've got to take it seriously. And I think, especially in the early weeks of the fight in Ukraine, this had to be a major concern because we had no experience in terms of what might be threatening the nuclear threshold. But now we have 24 months of experience. And let me just recap that experience briefly. I believe that every time Vladimir Putin has faced a choice between escalation and evacuation, he's chosen the latter. He's chosen evacuation. Let me recite the fight around Kyiv initially, later Kharkiv, Kherson, the Black Sea Fleet in Sevastopol, which is now being relocated. It's being evacuated out of Sevastopol into ports further to the east. Even the Ukrainian strike on the Tu-22 base, the strategic bomber base, last year, which saw several strategic bombers destroyed, resulted in the evacuation of that strategic air base further east. And if the recent reports, I think, have substantiated so far about strikes on the Engel Air Force Base are proven true, I believe we'll see this again, evacuation. So now with 24 months of experience, I think we know more about the escalatory risks that we did in the early weeks, and we should take that into consideration, and we should end this self-deterrence. The only people we're deterring right now are ourselves, and we should give Ukraine what it needs to win.
Thank you so much. Certainly, Ukrainians are not deterred, right, by Russian nuclear threats, because for here, it's an existential fight, right?
What more can Russia do? I mean, look, your capital is under attack routinely. And again, I think given the experience, we now know more about the risk of escalation than we did at the beginning. And we should take that empirical evidence into account.
That's a very valid point. Thank you so much. I'll turn next to Ambassador Sestanovich, to you, and bring our conversation more closely to, you know, the impending elections. Maybe you can give us an overview of the electoral landscape. Let's not borrow trouble from the future. What are the prospects for the two presidential candidates?
Well, let me start by saying, on behalf of everyone on this panel, that we don't know. and if you want to get us to predict the results of the election, we're making it up just the way you might be. But I think it's important, particularly in connecting the election to the subject of this conference, to remember that we are looking at a contest between two candidates who are not pitting a passionate 50% of the electorate against another passionate 50% of the electorate. This election is going to be decided by the unpassionate 10% in the middle, who have to figure out how to overcome their doubts about the two candidates. Pollsters are beginning to use the term double haters, meaning people who see reasons not to vote for either candidate. And they may decide in the end to stay home, or they may decide to hold their nose and vote for somebody they aren't really enthusiastic about, or they might decide to hold their nose and vote for somebody they really are deeply opposed to and then regret it the next day. So how are the candidates going to behave given this likelihood. They're competing for this 10% in the middle. And they want to make sure, each side wants to get the other candidate to make mistakes, and they want to avoid making their own mistakes. And there's some policy implications to this. Trump is opposing the supplemental in part because he thinks it's an achievement or victory for Biden, and he wants to make Biden look like an ineffective old man. So he is pushed hard on this. He has other reasons that he's unhappy with Ukraine, and maybe we can get to those. But his immediate electoral calculation is deny the president any achievements. For his part, the president has wanted to avoid what seems like overcommitment. He doesn't want to alienate this middle 10% by seeming to be dragging the United States into a conflict that is going to be unpromising or costly or dangerous. And so we're going to see this rivalry play out in ways involving the effort to make the other side look bad, to try to get a few achievements. I think there are some elements of this situation that actually may favor Ukraine. For example, the president has a real interest in having the Washington Summit be a big success. He needs that. It's on the eve of the Republican convention, and he can't have it be a total failure or seem to have a lot of criticism from European allies and the Ukrainian government. He needs this to help propel him forward to look presidential, and that involves some incentives for taking steps that show the consolidation, strengthening of the Western alliance.
Well, thank you for giving us that silver lining. We take every single silver lining we can. Let me turn to you, Dr. Farkas. I can't resist saying Farkas, having spent some time in Hungary. You watched or you have experience kind of observing the previous Trump presidency. What can we learn? I mean, a second Trump presidency is a real possibility at this point, something we have to plan for and be prepared for. What are some of the things that we can learn from the first presidency that you think might apply to the second one as well?
Well, thank you again to former Prime Minister Yatsenyuk, to my colleague John Herbst and the Atlantic Council, and to all of you for listening and participating, and my great colleagues in the room and on the screens. I'm glad you didn't ask me to make a prediction, because even though I'm the only one, I think, on this panel who actually ran for office in the United States, that experience taught me that you really cannot predict these things, that events in history can play a role. You can have a pandemic come in, you can have something like the murder of George Floyd. Those were two things that affected my lack of progress, shall we put it. And so we don't really know. There may be events that come into play that mean neither of these candidates end up being elected. I don't think that that's necessarily going to happen in either case, and certainly not President Biden. President Trump has these weird indictments, but they look like the court cases are slow. With regard to what we might expect, if Trump were to be reelected, and I don't think this is very likely, not because of the court cases, but because of what Steve mentioned at the beginning. Stephen said about the people who don't like either alternative. Many people, Republicans I know who have voted twice for Trump, are now saying, well, we're just going to stay at home. So I think while it will be close, I actually think that the key states that will make a difference will probably land in the Biden camp, or at least the Republicans that would have voted for Trump will stay at home. Leaving that aside, in case Trump does become president, I am not optimistic about what it would mean, frankly, for our foreign policy, for NATO, for Ukraine. Yes, we have certain institutional guardrails, if you will, and we have, of course, our bureaucracy and our tradition, and we have Congress as a potential check on the government, but you have already witnessed, we have already witnessed how much power there is in the presidency. And we have already witnessed a President Trump who essentially tried with earnestness at one point in time to take the United States out of NATO. And I have that on the authority, and you can look it up in various places where former Bush administration officials at very high levels, Trump administration officials at very high levels were able to relay this information to me and to others. So there is a real, in my mind, fear and danger that President Trump will try again to remove the United States from NATO. Now, some of the Republicans, Marco Rubio and others, I believe they passed a piece of legislation that essentially would trigger a requirement by Congress to approve a removal. But as we know, we don't know, we also have elections for the Senate. We don't know exactly how Congress will respond, how the Senate will respond, because it would go to the Senate, not the House, don't worry. The Senate is better, much better. I spent almost a decade working in the Senate, so I'm biased, and I work for the McCain Institute. But so that is a danger. The other part, of course, with regard to Ukraine, is that we have already seen President Trump block aid to Ukraine in order to help himself. He has clearly, indicated that he has a bias for Russia. I don't know whether it's an animus against Ukraine, but he certainly has a bias for Russia. We don't know the full extent of his relationship with Vladimir Putin and with the Russian establishment. We do know that he very likely laundered money for the Russian oligarchs because of some of the transactions that investigative journalists have written about. So the relationship is strong with the aggressor, or at least it exists. And of course, we know it's been hostile or at least unproductive with regard to Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, the received wisdom is that, a Trump presidency will not be as good, let me put it as mildly, as beneficial for Ukraine as the second Biden presidency. So I'll turn to you, Ambassador Herbst. Do you agree? Are there also other silver linings in the second Trump presidency for Ukraine and Europe?
I don't believe in silver linings. I do believe in trying to take as close a look as possible regarding future policy circumstances and preferences. What we know is that there's a certain fascination that Trump has with Putin and with Russia, which in current circumstances, and for that matter when he was president, was not conducive to sound policy. But we also know his policy overall in Moscow's war on Ukraine was not bad. And he had a very strong team of advisors. And would that was the norm in American administrations, because it has not been. So what Trump would do in a second term depends in the first instance, but not the only instance, on who his team would be. We know that the loudest Trump partisans were and are sharply critical of President Trump's first-term foreign policy team. And if those voices, in fact, are the influential voices in a second Trump administration, not just Ukraine, not just our allies in Europe, but the United States is in for a bad ride. Because a policy that turns away from allies and that refuses to confront our enemies. And let's keep in mind that Russian Foreign Intelligence Chief Naryshkin has identified the United States, to use a polite word, as Moscow's principal adversary. That is a prescription for foreign policy failure. But are the loudest voices in the Trump camp today going to be those determining policy? Mike Pompeo was in Kyiv 4 weeks ago, and before that in Munich, saying that it may well be that a second Trump term would look a lot like the first Trump term. We know that Trump's foreign policy team right now includes Rick Grinnell, former U.S. ambassador to Germany and a former DNI, Director of National Intelligence, who would be seen as a representative of those loudest voices of Trump partisans at the moment. It also includes Robert O'Brien, whom I would trust with American policy towards Russia and Ukraine any day of the week. And it also includes John Ratcliffe. And if I were to give O'Brien an A and Rick Grinnell something far less than that, I think Ratcliffe falls somewhere in the middle. So what's it going to be? If Trump wins the election, and I agree with Evelyn, one should not simply accept the polls, because a very important point there is, what will Nikki Haley voters do when they go to the voting booth? But if Trump were to win, the first indicator of his foreign policy would be who he chooses. We know that those loud Trump partisans today say there's no way in the world that a crew that looked like his first-term team is going to be in place. Well, I suspect that Trump, the transactional, will make those decisions based upon things we probably can't see today. So let's prepare for every possible contingency following from our election, but it's a little bit early to ring the fire alarm.
All right, well, let me turn to Ambassador Pfeiffer. Perhaps you can reflect on the same, but also some of the contingencies. What can we do to prepare to mitigate some of the more, unwelcome effects of the second Trump presidency?
Well, thanks very much, Mariana. Let me first 2 points. One, just to disclose my bias, in November I will be voting for President Biden. I don't want to speak for the rest of the panel, but my guess is they were probably with me on this one. Second point is I was born in California. I now live in California. I'll be voting in California. If Mr. Trump returns to the White House, it will not be the fault of California. Okay, I guess I'm a little bit more nervous about what a second Trump term would mean. I think one of the reasons why we survived the first term better than we might have expected because Mr. Trump came to the office with no idea how to run a government and no idea how to translate his ideas and instincts into policy. Part of this, I think, was personnel, as he had a group of people at the top, but he didn't populate the government with people who reflected his views. So I think if you looked at an organizational chart of the Department of State in 2019 or 2020, you would have seen at almost every assistant secretary position somebody in an acting capacity, usually a career officer, who didn't understand what that tweet means in terms of their day-to-day policy. And again, I think this probably saved us from some things that would have been much more worse outcomes. I'm not sure we're going to have that kind of luck in a second Trump term. 2 things. There has been, conducted by the Heritage Foundation, this Project 2025. And their specific goal has been to take and put down on paper policies that will, in fact, incorporate what they believe are Mr. Trump's ideas. And I haven't read the whole thing, but it's interesting if you go through, for example, recommendations for the State Department and the Defense Department, in most areas, on most issues, there are fairly specific recommendations. When you get to Europe, NATO, Ukraine, there's a discussion about the different lines of thought, an isolationist wing, a traditional wing, an engagement wing within the Republican Party, and it basically says the president will have to sort this out. I personally am not comfortable with the idea of Mr. Trump sorting that out. But there's an idea here is giving him policies and specific ideas how to take his idea, Mr. Trump's ideas, and turn them into U.S. government policy. The second thing that makes me more nervous is that there also is an active effort being conducted to identify people who share Mr. Trump's views and his instincts, and then to populate the government with those people. So, and then going so far as to come up and with the Schedule F and replace lots of career civil servants in jobs, many with basically partisan appointments. And so you might see, if Mr. Trump is elected in November, and I fervently hope that will not happen, but you might see, for example, a State Department in late 2025 where every assistant secretary is somebody who says, yes, I know what that tweet means and I will make it policy. So I do think that there is grounds for worry that a second Trump term could be much more difficult for the United States, for NATO, for Europe, and also for Ukraine.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your reflections. With that, let me turn back to Ambassador McFaul. So our panel is titled Flagship in the Storm. And that's a nod to the fact that what we're discussing right now is not just U.S. domestic issue. I mean, in some way it is. It's a U.S. presidential election. But because of the outsized role the United States plays in the world, because of the leadership role it has, in the transatlantic community, but also elsewhere in the Pacific, in Asia Pacific, what happens in the U.S. is of crucial importance for the world. In the past, whether Democratic or Republican administrations, there was such a thing as grand strategy, right? We observed a continuity in foreign policy, largely speaking. Ambassador McFaul, you are an academic, you have been an ambassador, have been a practitioner of foreign policy. Are there still prospects for U.S. grand strategy with this upcoming election?
Yes, of course, especially if Biden wins. And I say that because I'm a little uncomfortable with this conversation. We're all assuming Trump's going to win. I'm going to fight like hell to prevent that fact. That is the most important thing after getting the aid bill through for, in my view, the defense of American national interests all over the world, including where you all are today. And I think we need to focus more on that. Ambassador Sustanovich is right. It's a small number of Americans who will decide. Actually, Steve, I think it's smaller than 10%. It's 15 counties in 5 states. Those are the voters who will decide who is the next president of the United States. And those are the voters who will decide the future of America in the world. That is tragically true. And I'm involved peripherally in this election, but I was intimately involved in the 2008 election when President Obama was elected. And after Russia invaded Georgia, I became the liaison for Ukrainian American voters in Pennsylvania, Polish American voters in Michigan, Lithuanian voters in other Midwestern states. And they are a small percentage. I want to emphasize that. And I have them right here in front of me if you want to know what the data is. But small percentages are going to determine this election. And these voters vote demographically. They're called Reagan Democrats because they flipped to Reagan in 1980. They vote mostly with Republicans. But on this issue in this moment, I think this is an opportunity for President Biden if the aid package gets through. And then to General Lute's point, if they use that aid wisely. I think it's a bit, actually, Mr. Trump's not asking me for his advice. I think it's a categoric mistake for Trump to block this aid bill. Because if he does that, the Biden team will rightfully blame him for whatever is happening on the battlefield come November. Whether that's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. He will be blamed for that. I think it's a big mistake for him to do that. Conversely, I think it's a giant mistake for the Biden administration to keep their policy of incrementalism that General Lute described, because that then will, the Trump folks will say, well, we gave you $60 billion, Mr. President, and you didn't do anything with it. And that, to me, would be a failure for Biden. So I'm happy to talk about American grand strategy when we meet after the election. I'm writing a whole book about it. And I am optimistic that there are ways to work with those, including some of those around Mr. Trump, it depends, like Ambassador Herb said, who they are. I have a lot more in common with Secretary Pompeo than I do with Ambassador Grenell. A lot more. So personnel does matter. And remember, we are not a dictatorship. We are not a monarchy. If Mr. Trump wins the election, I'm going to be on TV the next day, and I'm going to be working with civil society leaders and members of the Senate and the democratically controlled House of Representatives. That we'll have to block what I consider to be stupid things for American national security interests. But before we get to that, I would like to lean in to try to help prevent us having to worry about what I consider to be those worst case scenarios.
Well, thank you very much for this intervention, for these set of comments. I mean, we certainly, as I said, don't want to borrow trouble from the future, and there's still, you know, elections to be had and results to be counted. But you know, we have to plan our contingencies. I would like to ask our panelists whether there's a reaction you might have to Ambassador McFaul's or each other's comments on that, and if not, I might again grab a few questions from the audience. Ambassador Herbst, you might want
to make a specific point, which I think the audience might find to be of interest. I think that there is a 60% chance, not 100%, that we're going to see the aid package passed for Ukraine in the next 2+ months. It's not going to be as large as $60 billion. It's not going to have as large an economic component. It may have a loan piece, but with those qualifications, I think the chances are it will pass. One reason it may pass, it's more likely to pass, is Trump has not come out hard against it. If he came out hard against it, I suspect there's no way either Johnson would put it on the floor, or you would get enough Republicans to vote for a discharge petition to get it to the floor. And Trump is being urged by various Republicans and every conservative politician in Europe to lay off, which doesn't mean he will lay off. Johnson has not moved, as best I can tell. I am not his confidant. In fact, I've never met the man, because I think he wants to put it on the floor, but he does not want to lose his job. And he thinks he could get it on the floor without losing his job, which is probably unlikely. So he's looking for a formula. The reason why I think it's better than 50% is enough Republicans and Democrats, including very influential ones, have said they will vote for a discharge petition if Johnson does not put it on the floor. And that means at the end of the day, if what they say is true, I think they believe it. Will they actually do it is another matter. If what they say turns out to be true, the vote goes to the floor, and as Mike said, a largest majority will pass it. Thank you.
Great. Ambassador Pfeiffer.
Maureen, you asked about contingencies. I think I'd say two things. One is, if the supplemental is passed, which I very much hope it will be, I think one contingency would be to move that money to Ukraine as quickly as possible, so that it's all expended by the end of, say January 20th, 2025, just to pick a date out of thin air. The second thing I would suggest is the government should be moving, and I think our government is now moving, but to work with the Europeans to basically move to seize the assets that we hold from the Russian Central Bank, because that would then give a large pot of money for Ukraine for both military needs, but also for reconstruction. And that would be a way to sort of hedge against, a possible return by Mr. Trump, where there might not be a readiness then by the United States to provide assistance. So those would be two contingent things, which I think can and should be done over the course of the next 8 months.
That's great, duly noted. I'll take some questions. Why don't I, while the mics go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Igor Brylyan. I'm Ukrainian historian and journalist. Thank you very much for this discussion. I have a question about the Russian propaganda, because actually the Russian-Ukrainian war is mainly about the perception, imagination, and so on. What is the level of Russian propaganda currently in the US, and how do you see the best way to eliminate it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll take another couple of questions, and then we'll go around and for the answers. If you could introduce yourself.
Sure. Yeah, my name's Stephen Moore. I'm the founder of the Ukraine Freedom Project, and I'm a former chief of staff to a member of the House of Representatives, a Republican member of leadership, and I've been here since day 5 of the war, and I've spent most of the last 6 to 12 months talking to Republicans on Capitol Hill about Ukraine and aid to Ukraine. And I've been to about 100 congressional offices. I spoke to the Republican Chief of Staff annual conference last year. And here's what I'm hearing is that, one, the Speaker and some members of the Senate are collaborating on a bill which would include the Repo Act that Ambassador McCall had mentioned. And so that's, I think, the best shot going forward of what's going to get a bill through the House. The other thing that I think is missing from this conversation is that regardless of who controls the House, regardless of who gets elected to President of the United States this year, we need to build a constituency in the Republican Party for Ukraine. So there's people standing up and saying, you know, well, listen, that's not what I know about Ukraine. This is not how I feel about Ukraine. So one of the things we're doing is we are activating evangelical Christians in America and telling them about that Russians are torturing and murdering evangelical Christians in the occupied areas of Ukraine. And like I said, I've been to about 100 congressional offices talking about this. It makes a difference. Speaker Johnson has heard about this. It makes a difference. So I just want to add that.
Thank you so much. I'll take one more question right here, and then we'll go back to the panel. Could you please introduce yourself briefly?
Yes. Whoa. So I'm Catherine Valinga. I'm a superconductor catalyst, and I've been and CEO of Catalyst Ventures. So I've been in 17 cities since Davos to now, and everywhere from Washington to New York to Nashville to all over the world. I've heard overwhelmingly that Trump will be the next president. That is what most people believe. However, I see a different future. I see a future where Nikki Haley will be the first president of the United States of America. And I think it's still possible, so I'd like you to tell me what the pathway is for that.
All right, thank you very much. Apparently I previously missed, General Lute, you were signaling to make a comment. So why don't we start with you, and you can both reflect on what has been previously said on the panel and then choose any of the questions to respond to. Go right ahead.
Look, I'm probably the least qualified on this panel to make political predictions. My background is as a military officer. But it strikes me that there's a close connection between the narrative on the battlefield, coming from the battlefield, and the political narrative, right? And if the battlefield narrative is one of more money will only result in more stalemate, then that feeds the political narrative, and it's not helpful. So this is why I think it's important to change the battlefield narrative, which is stalemate or maybe slight momentum towards the Russian side. And we could do that by way of these long-range systems that I mentioned. And furthermore, we can do it even before the $60 billion is approved. There are executive, presidential authorities available to this administration to do more with regard to support to Ukraine, even without the $60 billion. So for example, one case in point is that the president has the authority to authorize what are referred to as third-party transfers, which means that the long-range systems in question, we've provided to some 8 partners and allies around the world, we could authorize them to transfer those US-made systems to Ukraine with a promise later to backfill them, as an example, or maybe even upgrade them later. There are long-range systems in the US inventory that are approaching the end of their useful life, their shelf life, if you will, which are subject to be demilitarized. In other words, made inactive. Those could be transferred at much reduced cost. So there are things that can be done now to begin to change the battlefield narrative. And there's nothing more powerful than sustaining support for a winning side. There's nothing less powerful than sustaining a stalemate. And then the last thing I'd say here, aside from the battlefield dynamics, is the power of the $300 billion transfer to Ukraine and putting that to work, making Russia pay a price in dollars, dollars and euros, which everyone understands, is another very important political narrative that I think can move us towards a good place in the elections.
Thank you so much, General Lute. And we really like that map you have behind you. We see it very clearly. Yep, that one. Ambassador McFall, why don't we go over to you if you'd like to react to the questions about the disinformation in the campaign and perhaps some of the other questions that were voiced.
Well, I know time is short, so let me make 3 quick points. First, I agree 100% with General Lute about winning. Americans like winners. We want to win. And I think once this aid package passes, we've got to change the battlefield as a way to create more support for Ukraine. Those things have been intertwined for 2 years, and we need to remember that simple fact. Number 2, on disinformation, I'm actually quite pessimistic about this election with respect to that question. Here at Stanford, I run an institute that's done a lot of work on disinformation after 2016 and the last election as well. And I won't try to summarize it in 30 seconds other than to say that after the last election, Congressman Jordan had has a committee looking at what he calls the state, the government's use of their powers to try to censor American citizens. In fact, the Supreme Court just heard a major case on this earlier this week, one of the most important First Amendment cases they've had in decades. I think that they're going to rule in favor that those studying disinformation, including, by the way, Stanford University, have the right to do that and express our opinion about that. But what has happened as a result of these lawsuits, and they are lawsuits that are closely connected to the Trump, or not, I want to be careful here because they're lawsuits. They are those connected to not wanting to have deeper controls about information, including Russian information. The side effect of those, and there was a very excellent article in the New York Times about this a few days ago, is that people are not trying to control this information. They're afraid of it. Obviously, Twitter is in a different space than the rest. And so the ecosystem between Russian disinformation and American political opinion is much more intertwined and tangled today than it was in 2016 or 2020. And I do not know what to do about that. And the last thing I'll say, I'll bet you this will be the last time I get to speak. I couldn't hear the name of the gentleman in the back, but I just completely agree with what he said for the long-term future. It's that we need, and you know, this goes back to an earlier question that I punted on about this longer-term strategy of redeveloping a bipartisan strategy for what I would call the small D Democrats of the world to unite. The autocrats are united, right? The Russians, the Iranians, the North Koreans, the Chinese, they're all united. They're all meeting at conferences like this and agreeing about what their ideas are, and they're all funding each other, they're all supporting each other. We have to take that mission statement more seriously so that we are just as united. And a key component of that has to be within the Republican Party. And I agree about the evangelicals. This idea that this KGB thug, criminal, who is killing innocent people, as a Christian myself, killing Christians, he does not care, somehow has support among evangelicals in my country. That means we are not winning that ideological struggle. We are not winning that conversation. And I think, after the election, let's all meet again to think about how to reconstruct that conversation, because the illiberal international is united. The democratic international needs to be much more united. And I say democratic, small d, not big D.
Excellent points. Thank you so much, Ambassador McFaul. Let me turn to our panel here on stage in reverse order. And Ambassador Sestanovich, do you have some reflections and words of wisdom for us?
Yeah. A point about history. Stalemated wars do produce a political crisis in the United States. And General Lute is exactly right about this. If this war is stalemated, the American political crisis will deepen. In the past, after those political crises, after the United States sort of withdrew from these stalemated wars, you had a revival of a more traditional activist foreign policy. I think that's an open question now, and I'm a little more pessimistic than some of the comments that you've made here, that you've heard here about the future of the American alliance structure in the event of a Trump presidency. Because for all that we've heard about individual personalities and policies in the first Trump term, the dominant theme of that administration was a disrespect for the American alliance bloc, and I think that will be deepened in a second Trump presidency.
Unfortunately. Ambassador Pfeiffer, your word.
Yeah, 3 points, I guess, to make real quick. First, to second what General Lute and Ambassador McFaul said about support for Ukraine and how it plays in the American public, is that polling right now shows Americans still support providing assistance to Ukraine. It's somewhere around 60 to 70%. What it also shows is that when the perception in the United States is that Ukraine is winning, that number goes up. When it seems like it's stalemated, that number goes down, which is another reason, I think, to provide Ukraine the stuff it needs to be winning, because that actually then sustains support for the policy in the United States. The second one, I just wanted to come back to this question that was raised briefly about Congress blocking an American exit from NATO. First of all, I'm not sure that Congress can do that. What we signed in the United States is a treaty. In order to be ratified, has to have the consent of 2/3 of the senators. But administrations have left treaties, and the Senate has no say in that. But even if Mr. Trump wanted to leave NATO, and doesn't want to do it formally, I mean, he can still dictate how the United States fulfills its responsibilities within NATO. And finally, just to build upon Ambassador Stanovich's point about Mr. Trump, we had a colleague at Brookings who took a look at Trump going back 40 years, and he found that there were two things that Trump felt consistently and argued consistently going back to the early 1980s. One was absolute opposition to multilateral trade agreements, which he said always came out bad for America. But the other one was also opposition to alliances like NATO, his view being that the United States basically paid for the defense, while others used the money they saved on defense to compete more effectively against the American economy.
Right. Ambassador Herbst.
I'd like to make two comments, one which I think will be very welcome here, the other will be somewhat controversial. There is a lot of confusion in American policymaking and the discussion in the United States about Russia's war on Ukraine. While critical American interests are at stake, this is not America's war. So it's very different to talk about America's failure in its wars in Afghanistan or in Iraq, and about a forever war in Ukraine where all we are doing is providing assistance and weapons. If we understand, if our leadership in both parties defined the threat coming to the United States from Russia and China, and that we have a vital interest in containing that threat, then the 4% of our defense budget that represents our aid to Ukraine is nothing. But we haven't had that type of education of the American public, and that's a problem. The second point I'll make, I find some of my colleagues may not want to hear. I think that one important reason why we have a problem explaining American interests in the defeat of Russia in Ukraine to a portion of our population is that the American elite, which is represented on this panel, and the populist part of our population live in two very different information worlds. And I don't think either of those information worlds are complete or completely understand what's going on. There are legitimate censorship issues relating to the disinformation debates in the United States. There's not one side is right and one side is wrong. And there's assumption in both camps, on the popular side that there's all censorship, on the elite side that in fact disinformation is a great threat which justifies things that look to many people, and not just those in the populist camp, as actual censorship.
Thank you so much. Dr. Farkas.
So there is actually legislation, I believe, I wasn't tracking whether it passed in the final instance, but I'm pretty sure it did. The Senate passed legislation on the National Defense Authorization Bill at the end of 2023, basically saying that a president cannot unilaterally withdraw the United States from NATO, that it requires consent of the Senate or an act of Congress, which would mean both chambers. The only thing I didn't check was it in the final passage of the bill, but I'm pretty sure it was. So that is a guardrail, but again, it depends on who's in the Senate or who's in the Congress at the time, or who's in charge. I guess I wanted to say a word about the disinformation, really to echo what Mike McFaul, Ambassador McFaul said. You know, the frightening thing now is that if you compare 2016, where people like myself were a target of disinformation and attacks that essentially originated from Russia, and then the people were attacked, but not necessarily using the same language, by Americans. We fast forward to 2020, and of course now you are hearing Americans using the same lines that the Kremlin's using. So again, starting from 2020 and continuing to today, and one of the lines is that Ukraine is losing, so why bother? So I think we should be very concerned about Russian disinformation, and we do need a different narrative. I think it's smart to talk to the evangelicals and to give them another, an alternative talking point, an alternative reason or basically a reason to change their stance, because what Putin tells the evangelical community is that I'm with you, I'm for traditional values, I'm for Christian values, the West, they're degenerate, you know, and while Ukraine does have to do things to keep a liberal democracy and rights for all peoples of all genders, you know, sexual preference, etc., in order to remain a liberal democracy, in order to be a member of the EU and NATO, you can still do that and explain to the evangelicals, even though they don't like that maybe so much, you can explain to them, but you are standing up for the human rights, the human values, the human survival of Christians here and, of course, in Russia and elsewhere where they're persecuted.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking an excellent panel. This has been a very enriching discussion. Thank you all.
виступає. Вже є. Так.
Вона виступає, може ми всіх запросимо, щоб всі сідали і послухали?
Так, обов'язково, так.
Final panel, what is a very high responsibility for me, but anyway, the panel will be very interesting, 100%. So I am honored to invite the participants of this panel to join me here on stage. Oleksiy Danilov, Ambassador Daniel Fried, Danilo Lubkivsky, Philip Zelikov, and also we will have online Celeste Wollander and Jeffrey Sonnenfeld. So please join me here on stage. Please. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much to all the participants of this panel. We will ask Oleksiy Danilov to join us. Thank you very much, Mr. Danilov. Please take your seat. We have Ms. Celeste Wollander with us online. Ms. Wollander, hi, thank you very much for joining us. I will give you the word now, but I'm gonna just do such a small remark that one of the key questions that we have after these 2 days of Kyiv Security Forum, are the United States of America still the leader of free world? And is the country still ready to protect the values of free world, in particular here in Ukraine? Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to join today. I'm sorry I cannot be with you in Kyiv. It would be very much my preference. But I am really grateful that you invited me to participate virtually. I want also to thank former Prime Minister Yatsenyuk and the Open Ukraine Foundation for inviting me to speak at this prestigious conference, which, as you know, I've participated in the past, and I'm so glad that the work continues. The Kyiv Security Forum provides a vital platform for policymakers, international experts, private sector, and media to discuss critical regional security issues. And so I'm so honored to join you virtually today to discuss the vision for the future of Ukraine's long-term security and U.S. allied and partner support for Ukraine. As we gather today, Ukraine continues to fight Russian aggression with courage and skill. Ukrainian forces face harsh battlefield conditions, and Ukrainian civilians endure constant missile and drone attacks, but they have not backed down. The United States and allies and partners across the globe will not back down either. Ukraine has chosen to be part of the transatlantic community. The Ukrainian people not only share our values and our commitment to democracy, freedom, and the rule of law, but they are defending these values valiantly as Russia attempts to destroy Ukraine's statehood and way of life. The United States, together with allies and partners across the globe, remains determined to provide Ukraine with the resources it needs to resist the Kremlin's aggression. Our investments in Ukraine's defenses are also investments in our shared security, in transatlantic security, and in global security. That is why Ukraine's strategic success is vital and has many dimensions: economic, its recovery, refugee return, steps towards EU accession, defense and security, justice, and accountability. Under the leadership of Secretary Austin, the U.S. Department of Defense, we are focused on helping Ukraine defend against and credibly deter Russian aggression today and well into the future. Together, the U.S., allies, and partners are investing in Ukraine's transatlantic future, helping to enhance its interoperability with NATO and building Ukraine's future force. Since February 2022, the global coalition has committed over $88 billion in security assistance to Ukraine, delivering urgent capabilities, training Ukraine's forces, and supporting the development of Ukraine's defense industry, as well as its ability to sustain Western systems. Prior to February 2022, only a handful of countries were providing security assistance to Ukraine, even after Russia's aggression of 2014. In the weeks immediately following February 24th, the amount of equipment pouring into Ukraine increased exponentially. However, coordination was ad hoc. While countries recognized the need for a more structured, coordinated effort for the provision of critical security assistance, there was no mechanism for regular in-person convenings of countries donating equipment to Ukraine. Secretary Austin established the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, the UDCG, and brought together in person some 50 countries, 50 ministers of defense and chiefs of defense from Europe and beyond, together with Ukraine to coordinate support, meeting nearly every month for the past 2 years since the initial meeting in Ramstein in April 22. In fact, I am just back from the 20th meeting of the UDCG, which Secretary Austin hosted on Tuesday, March 19th this week in Ramstein. The contact group has been an incredibly effective forum to mobilize support. As part of the evolution of the contact group process, we are taking a more in-depth and holistic approach to Ukraine's long-term security needs by encouraging Ukraine's international partners to work together to focus on specific priority capability areas. This initiative spurred the creation of capability coalitions to address the highest priority capability areas that make up Ukraine's armed forces. Today, we have 8 capability coalitions up and running. They focus on Air Force, air defense, artillery, maritime security, armor, information technology, demining, and drones. Over 12 allies and partners are leading or co-leading one or more of these coalitions, and over 30 countries are participants of the various coalitions. The goals of the capability coalitions are twofold. First, the coalitions establish a structure that will streamline assistance and create more efficiency under the broader UDCG. Ukraine is fielding a wide variety of donated platforms, for example, over a dozen types of howitzers. If we can help standardize through the capability coalitions, Ukraine will have more coherent sets of capabilities and will be better positioned to sustain them. Second, the coalitions create a network of partners that will ensure we have resilience and consistency in long-term support to Ukraine. In this model, allies are volunteering to lead in certain capability areas. That commitment to lead creates a sense of ownership and responsibility for coordinating support to Ukraine for that respective capability. We are now building out steering and coordination functions across the coalitions to support coordination across the different coalitions and ensure that, that Ukraine has the most capable, modern, NATO standard armed force in the medium term and in the future. For the first time this week in the Ramstein meeting that I just referenced, Secretary Austin convened a meeting of the leads and co-leads at the ministerial level of all of the capability coalitions under a new forum called the Coalition Leadership Group. This group will help provide overall guidance and tackle cross-cutting issues like sustainment, training, command and control, and industrial base issues. The Capability Coalition approach is creating a more durable architecture to maintain support over the long run, to help develop Ukraine's future force and bring Ukraine into closer alignment with NATO. Although the capability coalitions operate independently, under the framework of the UDCG, NATO representatives participate in each of the coalitions to ensure interoperability with NATO standards and to support Ukraine's future as a member of NATO. And as we prepare for the NATO Summit in Washington in July, the NATO-Ukraine partnership continues to deepen. As enshrined in the Bucharest Summit of 2008 and reiterated at the Vilnius Summit in 2023, Ukraine's future is in NATO. First, the NATO-Ukraine Council, which has now met several times since its launch at Vilnius, serves as a joint mechanism for consultation and advancing engagement between Ukraine and allies. Second, NATO is delivering critical, non-lethal assistance to Ukraine in areas such as medical, demining, and support for veterans through the multi-year comprehensive assistance package. Third, Ukraine is pursuing a reform program through the adapted annual national program with NATO's support to make the Ukrainian armed forces and defense institutions interoperable with NATO. And the recent announcement of NATO's agreement to establish the JTEC, Joint Analysis, Training, and Education Center in Poland is an incredible step towards identifying and applying lessons learned from Russia's war against Ukraine. Through the JTEC, NATO will help Ukraine out-innovate and outlast Russian aggression and incorporate the lessons learned as well for allied defenses. While it is too early to say anything here, I want to note that you should know that the Washington Summit will take steps that form a credible bridge to Ukraine's eventual membership in NATO. All these initiatives underscore the shared, unwavering commitment of Ukraine's friends to Ukraine's long-term security. A secure, resilient, and democratic Ukraine is integral to European and global security. The United States, together with allies and partners, will continue building on our strategic cooperation in support of our shared national security objectives. Thank you again for meeting, for continuing this work, and for asking me to share the work with you today.
Ms. Wollanders, thank you very much for joining us, and I would like to use this opportunity, first of all, to say thank you to all the support that the United States provides to Ukraine during these very difficult conditions. And I will also like to use this opportunity to ask a short follow-up question. I would like to ask you to comment on a publication that made the noise today here in Ukraine. I mean the publication in Financial Times. It was based on anonymous sources, and it was about the United States reportedly urging Ukraine not to attack Russian oil refineries. Can you please confirm or deny that any of such requests were made on behalf of the US side?
I am not in a position to confirm or speak to any unnamed sources reported in a European newspaper. I will say that we work closely with Ukraine and understand that the Russian Federation's ability to sustain this war and even to escalate at different times this war against Ukraine is based upon, in part, Russia's resources. And that is why we have led a coalition of countries to restrict Russian access to resources, to limit the price paid for Russian energy, and to balance the need for the international community to access energy, but to undermine Russia's ability to use those resources to prosecute its war against Ukraine.
Thank you very much for your comment. And we will move forward, and I will continue with asking Mr. Danilov. So if you need a translation, as it will be in Ukrainian, please use it. Пане Даніло, вітаємо вас на цій зустрічі Київського безпекового форуму.
Welcome to this Kyiv Security Forum. We are talking about the future, but it seems logical to me that I asked Madam Volander about this publication. I would like to ask you, as a person who has all the intelligence information in Ukraine in his possession, whether Ukraine really received such a request from America about attacks on Russian oil refineries. I would like to say that it's quite surprising that in American press there is such a publication, which is quite unexpected thing. I don't know who did that. America is a big country, and it cannot allow itself such things. Can you say yes or no щодо цих request about potential hits on the territory of Russia? What concerns our war, we are not going to ask anyone what to attack on the territory of Russia. We will ruin Russians where we find them. This is about military-industrial complex of Russian Federation. We're not to ask anyone a permission. I want you to understand this. Speaking about the future, we must remember the past. It's very important. Nobody wants to remember the past. Nobody wants to recollect the developments in the past. Why are we now at a stage of war? I would say that some people believed that we as a nation do not exist. And it was not Russia. Russia was not alone in these thoughts and this information which Russians disseminated in the West and trying to install into the brains of Western politicians that we do not exist. And some people believed, because the books which Russia wrote about this are kept maintained in Oxford and Cambridge and other institutions. I must say that we were left alone in 1990s. They took our weapons and left us one-on-one with Russia. Now Russia is blackmailing us with nuclear weapons. And when people speak about assistance, nobody remembers how many millions, dozens of millions of dollars we were deprived when we got rid of these weapons which would help us to protect ourselves. Where was such an assistance provided to us in 2014 when aggressors entered our territory? No. Was this an assistance provided in February 2022? No. Everybody was waiting for what would be the results, whether we would stand or not. We stood. And I must say that that was a very big mistake, and we will defend our country. I want to say that the whole unprecedented history, when all diplomats left, they fled from the country. It's unprecedented. I don't know whether there are historians here that in the history was a case when all diplomats raised and fled from the country, left it one-on-one with the enemy. They were trying to scare our president, our people. I want to come back to the future. I'm sure that we will win. I was always sure in this since the very beginning. And I know definitely what Ukrainians want to see our country. I know for sure that we have real friends and partners. And for the third year, we've been fighting an aggressor who is bigger than we are in terms of territory, has much more weapons and many other factors. But you do not take into account one simple thing. Americans, once again, are making a huge mistake when they do not understand that decolonization of Russia will happen in the nearest future. They don't want to recognize this. But I want to say that they do not understand how these processes are going on. Nobody would ask them. It will decolonize itself automatically in the future, and there will be free countries according to the United Nations Charter. I would like to remind everyone that when there were people who had a vision of 50, 60 years ahead, let's speak about Kissinger, who conducted the operation of unification of China and Russia. It was a brilliant operation, but if somebody thinks that operation by Kissinger could be repeated, it's impossible. There will be another world, other alliances, and it will be absolutely different planet.
After this war, and due to this war, Europe will have woken up. Europe has been asleep since World War I. At last, they have taken this wake-up call. This is again testifies to the fact that our resilience, our defense, although we pay a high price, but the results are there. This war will affect the whole world with no exceptions. I've put down something that I've heard today. I heard standards of NATO. I will tell you that after the war, all the standards will have been rewritten. Old standards have shown how they worked in Afghanistan and elsewhere. We should be mindful of that. This is a different war. Now that you are dragging the feet with our victory, autocratic countries, day after day, are getting prepared and getting prepared. The warfare of the future will be different. I can keep talking about this for a long time. I've got a lot of friends present here, my American friends. We've spent hours discussing these issues in my office. The paradigm of the mainstream American politics, it has to do with their age or anything else, it will not be working anymore. We should not be afraid of Russia. I've told a lot of times, if you are afraid of the dog will start biting. One thing you can do is to grab a piece and attack that dog. This crazy dog is now barking at everyone, saying that they have nuclear capability. No, Putin will not be using nuclear weapons. He will not be allowed to do so. The more we see the drag feeding, we'll see how China and Russia are coming closer. And this alliance has proven to be very dangerous. I don't know whether today's policymakers realize that. Thank you very much. I would presume that your words have been taken to mean that Ukrainians are not thankful for the aid they have received so far. Not at all. I would like to put the accents right. It's not an aid to Ukraine, it's the aid to Europe, to the European Union, to the Baltic states, to the states of Poland, and what used to be the then Warsaw Pact. Remember the pact, the ultimatum that Putin put forward? Let me remind you of his words. Give us back everything that was ours until 1997. And we are defending Europe. And my point is different. My point is about values. We are the country defending democracy. And when people talk about military coalitions, important that they are, all the coalitions mentioned today are very important to us. However, I am thinking about the Second World War, when we had anti-Hitler coalition. I want to see anti-Putin coalition today, where everyone is talking about the victory over Putin, not as long as it takes, but rather until Ukraine has prevailed. This is a statement of fact that I have seen recently, and I underline the word recently. I hear coming from the West. This is important. It's due to our fight, it's due to our resilience, and due to our rebuffing this crazy, mad aggressor. As for our thankfulness, we appreciate all the countries participating, helping us, the United States in the first place, the United Kingdom, Canada, France, everybody. We are full of thanks, but we also understand that this history is not ours in exclusive. It's a history of the civilization. We are seeing the battle between autocratic regimes and civilization. We should define where we stand. Thank you, Mr. Danilov.
Mr. Sonnenfeld online, and Mr. Sonnenfeld, if you hear us, I will invite you to have a word. Are you agree with the remarks that we heard here during Kyiv Security Forum that security is not possible in Europe if Ukraine, first of all, will not win this war, and secondly, will not join the European Union and NATO eventually?
That's an excellent lead-in, and thank you for positioning it that way. I must say that I'm terribly honored by this invitation and to be on this panel in particular, following Secretary Wallander, and of course, look forward to hearing from Ambassador Fried and Professor Zelenko, but following a true hero, of course, with Secretary Danilov. I must admit that despite the Ukrainian flag behind me, I can't say that I understood 100% of it, but we did have some translation happening here, and I agree with the essence of his remarks. But with your question, I think to be part of the EU community is essential. The distinctive contribution I'd like to make to this panel, however, has to do with looking at the diplomatic issues and the military issues are two legs of a tripod. The third one is the economic pillars, and that ties in to the EU as an economic community, but also the allies overall. For sanctions to work, and I know with Mr. Fried and others, we have some great sanctions experts here who had a lot to do with successful sanctions in the past, is when the sanctions have worked, it has been when it wasn't just governmental sanctions alone. As we know from South Africa and elsewhere, is the villains drape themselves in the flag. So the villains try to look like the victims, diplomatically. And it's when you see private sector exits, and that point in South Africa was 200 companies, led, of course, by surprisingly General Motors, Coca-Cola, IBM, and others, that started a mass exodus. We had a lot to do with triggering a stampede, 6 times that as the high water mark in world history of private sector companies leaving. And as Bishop Desmond Tutu explained to me, the symbolic side of that was as important as the substantive side for businesses saying they're taking a moral position and leaving. It had a profound impact. But what troubles us on this panel right now, as we are addressing grand strategy,
is we can't, and I'm so happy you folks had the vision, and I thank John Herbst for his encouragement to embrace the idea of the private sector as a critical player here. And there's an awful lot of the movement had to do with companies from throughout the EU, but throughout the world. This is not just the US companies pulling out. And in fact, it's 1,200 companies that pulled out. And when people say, well, are sanctions working? Yes, they are. It's sort of like Ambassador McFaul likes to say, well, it isn't just that the Abrams tanks alone would do it, or the HIMARS, or any particular military system, the F-15s, will that do it alone? Or the Patriot missile system? No, it's every weapon system helps contribute. But similarly with the sanctions, it's an important piece of the puzzle. However, we have a piece that just came out in Fortune just minutes ago, which talks about the fact that the sanctions, which were very good, and the economic match with that, with the businesses pulling out separately, is very powerful. They're insufficient alone. When we look at Jaruzelski's exit from Poland, and we spent a lot of time with Lech Walesa on this, who will back me on this, similarly with Erich Honecker in East Germany, or Nicolae Ceausescu in Romania, or leaving Europe entirely and taking a look at Pinochet in Chile, or perhaps looking at Gaddafi. And it was not Arab Spring, by the way, that led to his exit in Libya. It was the passing of Arm & Hammer of Occidental Petroleum, that finally Occidental Petroleum was not undermining the role of sanctions, that we have the public sector and the private sector working in concert. And it's been hugely effective in Russia. We have seen that despite what you read, because the IMF's data is at a minimum conflicted, we have the top economists of the IMF have told us, as we have it video recorded, that most of Russia's economic statistics that they're required to submit as IMF members have been suppressed. So they say we are, quote, flying blind. So when the IMF stands alone and endorses GDP numbers that have no anchoring in fact or reality, that it's invented by the IMF's chief, and that's a big problem. But happily, we have seen that every sector is 60 to 95% down in Russia, and critical areas such as energy, which is 2/3 of their exports, are down massively. So then what's left to be done? Well, what's left to be done, there are like 3 or 4 things that are still troubling, is that despite that success, this is an economy that has now converted itself to become roughly 65, 70% state controlled. It was nowhere near that before. So Putin uses the remaining economy as a cookie jar. He is salvaging the future to provide resources in the here and now. Basically, he's throwing the living room furniture into the furnace to keep his war machine going economically. To counter that, we need new sanctions, number one, on, believe it or not, huge categories where the EU and the US have become, and the allies in general, surprisingly cautious. We just saw a couple hundred sanctions that have been released 3 weeks ago, but they were disappointing. Because why? Because we have whole sectors that remain completely or largely untouched by the sanctions. Metals, for example. Russia's the second largest export is their metals, behind energy, equivalent to over $60 billion annually. And that followed by lumber and plywood. The world doesn't need that. I hate to say this publicly, but I will stand behind this, is friends of ours in the U.S. Treasury Department are nervous about triggering inflation, wrongly nervous, either because of domestic politics or international pressures from the EU, is that, in fact, we showed that the same arguments were introduced over gas, saying, oh my gosh, Putin's threatening, we're going to cut off gas, we're going to have sky-high prices, and he's going to pivot and send the gas that would have gone to the EU, he's going to send it to India and China and maybe Indonesia. He couldn't do that because, in fact, his gas is largely regular, old-fashioned, vaporized natural gas that has to go through a network of pipelines. He didn't have it, and happily we called his bluff on that, and 86% of his gas he flares off. His oil, despite what you read elsewhere and your economist friends tell you they're wrong, he's not making any money on the oil he sells. He's selling it at cost. Putin's selling it at cost. It cost him $46 a barrel to extract the oil, another almost $20 to get it to Asia, the market where he can sell it. That is basically at best break even. So we have to do the same thing with metals. And we could talk in particular about every category of
Sonnenfeld,
metals.
sorry, may I ask you to sum up because we are running out of time, please?
Oh, sure, absolutely. So tightening down on enforcement of insisting sanctions as well. We do have some serious evasion problems on oil. There are natural choke points in the Danish Straits and in India where unsafe ships, because now Russia has a huge fleet that could be policed. Third, we have to stop dithering, as General Lute has mentioned, over the seizure of Russian assets. And we're paying an awful lot of money just on maintaining ships in Italy and elsewhere that were seized yachts. We should be selling those things. And fourth, doing nothing is what's most dangerous of all. We need more courage in the enforcement of these sanctions, not rashness, but courage. But thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for such a very detailed approach towards what can be done to improve the situation that we have. I have a question to Ambassador Fried. Yesterday, we had here NATO Admiral Bauer, and one of the remarks he made, he said, I'm rephrasing, not a direct quote, he said that as it appeared, Russia appeared to be capable of producing more weapons as for now as we could have expected. So we speak here that sanctions have an impact on Russian economy, but we also see that Russia has this opportunity to produce more and more weapons, in particular missiles that are hitting Ukrainians and Ukrainian civil infrastructure as well. So where was the failure? What did the West did wrong with this approach towards Russia?
We are going to have a long-term confrontation with Russia as long as Putin is in command and possibly afterwards. Whether you call it containment or something else, we are not going to go back and should not go back to business as usual with Russia. We tried, we failed. Here we are dealing with the consequences of an aggressive, dangerous Russia. And we need to mean it. The West Europeans are dealing with the failure of their hopes for Russia over the last maybe 2 generations. And they're coming to understand that the Baltics, the Poles, the Ukrainians were right and they were wrong. That's something to build on. Now, to answer your question specifically, sanctions work, but they're not going to work fast enough and decisively enough to save Ukraine. We need to give Ukraine the weapons it needs to defend itself, and the US Congress is a problem. And the previous panel discussed the roots of that problem, which have to do with Trump and his worldview. Happily, I don't have to get into that. Sanctions work, but not with the speed necessary. And look at the sanctions against the Soviet Union. The Soviets continued to produce, their military industry was effective. Their military industry was doing okay, but their civilian economy was rotting. And at the time, the sanctions in the 1980s looked terrible. It looked like a complete policy failure. In retrospect, it looks like a success. That's not going to be able to help Ukraine right now. And of course, the suggestions about increasing enforcement of sanctions and increasing sanctions are right. You know, there are, I could go down the list, but there are more things we could do about sanctions. The larger point is, we, the free countries of the world, need to take seriously the need for a long-term pushback against Putin's Russia, and to take it seriously, not to be distracted by those among us, not in Kyiv, but those in the United States who believe that China is the problem and therefore we need to back away from Europe or back away from Ukraine to better to deal with that problem. We can't do that. We need to deal with both the Chinese and Russian challenges, and we can do it if we're serious. Now, I don't want to go on, but I try to answer your question.
Well, this combination, like if we have sanctions, but we also have weapons for Ukraine, probably may work.
Well, I should say that Celeste Wallander is one of the most diligent, capable, and determined U.S. officials helping Ukraine with the weapons. I've worked with her, and she was hawkish on Putin's Russia before it was fully fashionable.
And we say thank you her for this. Professor Zelikov, one of the theses that we heard here during Kyiv Security Forum, if I'm not mistaken, from the representatives of the Baltic states in particular, that what they feel, I think that some Ukrainians share this as well, that maybe the West has lack of understanding how to deal with Russia, even now after 10 years of Russian-Ukrainian war and 2 years of the full-scale invasion, that there is lack of strategy towards Russia. Do you agree with this? Do you see that maybe this is the reason why the West is in this constant fear of provoking escalation?
Well, I think people who haven't worked a lot with nuclear weapons tend to underestimate their importance. And when you work a lot with the world of nuclear weapons, the Russian threats, no American president can afford to ignore them. If Russia does use nuclear weapons, the main burden of responding to that will fall on the United States. So they're the ones who have to plan for that. Now think about what that planning is like. That means the American officials who work on this have to plan to wage nuclear war. I've spent time in those plans. People who haven't worked on those plans don't know what that's like. So it's a solemn and somber burden. And every American president since 1945 has to carry that burden with them every single day. So maybe we judge that they've been too anxious and been too worried, but to borrow an American expression, I cut them a little slack. It's an extraordinary burden that very few people fully understand. So you have to take these things seriously. That means if you step up and accept the Russian threats, you have to accept the burden of preparing to respond if the Russians carry out those threats. Even if you think the percentage chance that they'll carry out those threats is low. Let's suppose you think it's 5%. That's a lot. So that means you have to do the plans. So there is a challenge of adjusting to the problem of Russia. You're right. And you can see it in front of you. But they are adjusting. We are making the adjustment to preparing for a confrontation with Russia. But I'd like to add something more. I don't think it's adequately appreciated in my country, and maybe not even in this country, that the United States right now is preparing for the possibility of worldwide war. We currently are actively preparing for the possibility of war in 3 different theaters now. We have to prepare for the possibility of a war in East Asia, either with China or North Korea or both, at any time. We are preparing right now for the possibility of major war in the Middle East that could involve Iran and more. And we have to prepare right now for the possibility of major war with Russia. We're having to prepare for all those wars simultaneously. Now, we may estimate that the odds of this happening at the moment are relatively low. We have our arguments, but we have the burden of preparing for that. We're in the most dangerous period of world history since 1962. We're in a period of world history more dangerous probably than anything anyone here has experienced in their professional lifetime. It takes a moment or two to absorb the full meaning of that. and it's hard to adjust to it because people aren't used to it. The generation of 1962 was a generation that knew war, that knew world war. This is not such a generation. It's adjusting to that. And so our challenge too is all over the world, everyone is demanding that America come up with effective policies on all of these theaters. And meanwhile, we are playing the central role in shaping the longer-term future of the world, in shaping the digital revolution, in shaping the energy transition as now an energy superpower, in shaping the future of the world economy, and in shaping how we will defend ourselves in the new paradigm that Secretary Danilov referred to when our armed forces are fundamentally different than they are today. The United States is in the lead position of having to manage all these burdens at once now. So it's hard. And the ability, the capacity of the United States to step up to this, the demand on the United States for effective policies dramatically exceeds the United States' ability to supply them. Partly this is because the country is divided as to how interested it should be in the world at all, as you've heard in the previous panel. And partly it's because the capacities of our governance actually are, have actually shrunk over the last 30 years, especially the capacities of our civilian governance. So that also is under great strain, and we're trying to change that. We're trying to rebuild the defense industrial base that used to be the envy of the world, but that is now mostly gone. And we're trying to frantically rebuild it and hoping we have enough time. So you asked a very specific question, which is, has America adjusted to the kind of conflict it's in Ukraine? And I've taken your question, I've said, has America successfully adjusted to the challenge not only in Ukraine, but the challenge it faces in an extraordinary period of world crisis?
Let me just ask a small follow-up question, because you mentioned these three possible scenarios where the war can continue, and you mentioned that there may be a broader war on behalf of Russia. I mean, the extending of Russian aggression beyond Ukraine's borders. Don't you think that if, for example, the United States were more active in supporting Ukraine, opposing Russia here within Ukraine's borders, then at least this third dimension will not happen?
I actually do agree with that premise. That is, so I do look at this as a global strategy problem. So then the United States says, can we be everything to everyone all at once? No. Does that mean we then have to make some choices about priorities and what might be most important? Yes. My judgment is that the war in Ukraine today, the battlefield of Ukraine, is the central and highest priority of the foreign policy of the United States. That's a judgment call. That's my judgment. I think that the outcome of this struggle will have a decisive rippling effect on the course of world history either way. In that sense, I agree with the comments Secretary Danilov made. And the context, he said that Ukraine is at the center of a world struggle in which America is engaged, and I think he's right about that. You did not ask to be a nation of destiny, but you are. This is both the challenge, but also perhaps the opportunity of this generation of Ukrainians to be at the center, perhaps, of crucial currents of world history that will be remembered for 1,000 years.
Thank you very much for your remarks. And I will ask Пане Лубківський, запитання до вас. У вас складна роль, бо ви маєте фінальне слово, і ви також маєте дати нам надію.
Have a very tough role here because you have the final word and you also need to give us some hope. So I'm asking you, what gives you hope in your vision for the future?
Thank you, dear Olano, for this wonderful question. Since this is a question about hope, I will try to respond in English. But before I turn to the matter of hope, I will say a few words about gratitude. And let me tell you about gratitude like Ukrainian can do it. I'm grateful to Ambassador Fried, who is a legend and who is a strong supporter of Ukraine, has been that supporter for years, and his name is on par with the most famous names in the history of the American diplomacy. And I'm proud today, Ambassador Fried, to be with you on the same stage. I would like to thank Philip Zelikow, whose philosophy stands behind many important endeavors with regard to our common fight against Russia, including the idea how to transfer the frozen Russian assets to Ukraine. And I'm grateful to your profound, deep thoughts addressed to this audience with regards to the grand strategy. I would like to thank Jeff for his remarks that are very helpful and important for our discussion. I would like to thank Celesta Wollander, who is a strong American leader, leading right now in the Department of Defense, being on Ukraine's side. It's a tough and difficult job. She is doing that job. And on behalf of the Kyiv Security Forum, I would like to thank our partners from the Pentagon, our partners from the State Department, including our good friend Victoria Nuland, for everything they did to help Ukraine. Ukraine survived because of the bravery of the Ukrainian men and women on the front, because of their blood. But Ukraine survived because of the enormous, unprecedented help which came from the West. For the first time in the millennium history of Ukraine. This is our gratitude. Today's Kyiv Security Forum is a manifestation of that gratitude addressed to other nations. For this particular reason, we actually held together with all our team led by Arseniy Yatsenyuk. The whole idea of this forum is about gratitude, but also about fight. Before the forum, we had a talk with Admiral Rob Bauer, together with Arseniy, and I had a chance to tell him that we Ukrainians, we may laugh, we may smile, we may talk about a whole range of enormously important subjects, but there is something deeply inside, which is pain. And this pain talks. This pain talks here in different messages, including those who were told by Secretary Danilov. It's an unfortunate role for the director of the Kyiv Security Forum to be the last speaker at the last panel at the end of the Kyiv Security Forum, because everyone awaits that I will be brief. No way. And everybody thinks that I will present some kind of concluding remarks. There are no concluding remarks. All our conclusions are open and will remain open for an unpredictable period of time. But I will tell you something which bothers me a lot, and I decided to share with you these thoughts. Russia, and I will use my notes not to forget the most important parts, as I usually do. Russia's war against Ukraine has inflicted a severe blow to Ukraine. We already find ourselves, and this is a difficult fact to comprehend, we already find ourselves in another Ukraine. Russia's aggression has violated not only Ukraine's territorial integrity, but also our humanitarian, cultural, and informational integrity. Millions of people have found themselves beyond the borders of Ukraine. Millions are now under direct Russian occupation, facing repressions and severe educational and cultural propaganda. They try to make them Russians, imperialistic Russians. In terms of its genocidal consequences, Russian aggression today is on the par with the Holodomor genocide and the Second World War that nearly put an end to the Ukrainian nation. We already live in another Ukraine. The Russian war has fundamentally changed Ukraine's political landscape. Its consequences go far beyond temporary setbacks in political process. The war fundamentally reshaped the entire range of political stakeholders and impacted the basics of what we call the phenomenon of the Ukrainian democracy. Ukraine's proactive civil society mobilized into unprecedented volunteer movement instrumental to the success of the national defense effort. These people are Ukraine's most precious, valuable asset, and we are losing them every day now. Mass media diversity has turned into a united, one-voice-only marathon. On another side, genuine media, which have been safeguards of the freedom of speech, gave way to little-known and unreliable channels of communication. Political opposition's role has shrunk to an unprecedented minimum. The role of previously influential financial groups, fortunately, has been changed and diminished. So did their ability to maintain the so-called notorious, but the pluralism of dependencies. Even the foundations of the church have been shaken by the war. In general, the war has changed the balance of power, stakeholders, and rules of political competition in Ukraine. Perhaps the most important change reshaping Ukraine's political landscape is the emergence of a new influential participant. This new stakeholder is the Ukrainian army. And this notion incorporates much more than just the armed forces of Ukraine. It comprises military, it comprises veterans, it comprises volunteers, their families, and the whole ocean of Ukrainian patriots engaged in the defense effort. From now on, a multitude of issues in Ukraine depends on effective actions of this important actor, ranging from the situation on the front to our victory in the future, from the protection of Ukraine's life and existence to its prospective political forms. It is quite clear that Ukraine is destined to live with a long-term security threat. We never choose the fate of the nation of destiny, as you said, but we have to stand up to this role. This undeniable and basic fact will largely determine what one can call the grand strategy for Ukraine, a set of policies to guarantee Ukraine's long-term security and prosperity despite any hostile and unfavorable circumstances to Ukrainian citizens today and to all future Ukrainian generations. It is difficult to overestimate the role of our army in the grand strategy for Ukraine. And here come a number of questions. Are we capable of forming a stable democracy under a constant military threat? Are we capable of forming a military democracy, a Cossack democracy? Is our army capable of not only defeating the enemy, but becoming a mighty pillar for the democratic nature of our statehood? For this particular answer, this is so important that Ukraine is strongly integrated into the North Atlantic Alliance, and the Ukrainian army is integrated in the North Atlantic Alliance with their skills, with their knowledge, with their education, and with their mindset, with their values and principles that we fight for them today. The nature of Ukrainian statehood is democratic. Freedom and democracy are concepts that reflect and define our national character. And it is these very concepts, so dear and so natural to us, along with our national identity, that are so unacceptable and threatening to Russia. Our grand strategy must include democracy, strengthening the European Union and NATO, enforcing transatlantic ties, victory over Russia's imperialism, and undermining any Russian attempts to restore its military potential. It should include maintaining the leadership role of the West in global affairs and creating a world order based on rules, law, justice, and liberty for all. This is what pain means. This pain gives us a privilege to have the clarity of understanding of what's going on and where we stand. Please tell about this pain to Speaker Johnson and his team. Please tell to the MAGA people, telling them that they will never be great if Ukraine will fail. Please tell this to the world, as today the Kyiv Security Forum calls to the international community. Together we prevail. I thank you.
Thank you very much for all the participants of this panel, and I want to invite to say a bigger thank you to all of the participants and all of the guests of Kyiv Security Forum. Ramina Shut, head of Arseniy Yatsenyuk Open Ukraine Foundation.
You know, I remember last year I was standing on the stage of the Kyiv Security Forum. And it was actually around a year ago. And like tonight, with a lot of gratitude to our speakers, participants, partners, for your unwavering support, for your commitment, for your insight that you share with us. But you know, I was speaking having one thought in my mind. I wish that the next Kyiv Security Forum has been conducted in Ukraine without the war. Unfortunately, I still have this wish, like all of you here, like millions of Ukrainians, like millions of people around the globe. But unfortunately, the reality is so that we still had to prepare this forum with one more stage in a parking lot if the shelling would start. And it started. The Russian missiles hit Ukraine. Unfortunately, we are still waking up with the sounds of explosions. And unfortunately, people are still dying. But you know, despite all of this, I'm so proud to stand here tonight in front of you all, after 2 years of war, knowing that your support is only getting stronger. We are all tired. But in this, we are all tired. But in this, we find so many strengths to continue our struggle, knowing that we are not alone. And let these strengths be the foundation upon which we build a more secure future. And at the end, I want to say that let us, this time, all together, with gratitude in our hearts and determination in our souls, wish that when in 1 year we will all gather here for the next Kyiv Security Forum, it will be conducted in Ukraine without the war, with the title Victory of Ukraine. And it will be our common victory. Thank you all. thank you to the chair of the Kyiv Security Forum. Thank you to the director of the Kyiv Security Forum. Thank you to the team of Open Ukraine Foundation and the Kyiv Security Forum. See you next year. Thank you. Слава Україні!
And now we are all invited for a dinner.